A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. But necessarily my truth might not be everyone else's truth. So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
If some of these platforms, because there's many channels here, and a lot of them actually do, if people were honest when they're coming onto panels or chat, if they don't want to be honest with themselves, they want to tear down other people to disguise themselves. So what I get from that is people are insecure by using a false sense of security to mask it. They're not actually, they actually ever challenge themselves. What would that look like? Of course, they'll be picking up, well, what about you? I said, there you go again. You're deflecting at that point. It's about you. If it's always about you, then make it about you. Be the best me can be that. Be the most selfish person you can be. So my question would be, then why are you living with the rest of us?
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
So what's truth? You know? I say my truth or truth, but like I said, my truth might not be someone else's truth. Then I start to question, so what's truth? A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
We don't consider each other. That's why most people are not rationally selfish. They're too busy being fucking selfish.
A lot of these elders need to hear the truth, man. It might not be what you want to hear. You need to be told what you need to hear, not what you want to hear.
Because it doesn't serve them to, what, I'm going to sit there and hear them and say, okay, so should I tell them that they're caught up in their own world? I'm just going to replace myself. Axis, you can take over for a while. It's your shift.
Why? Well, thank you very much, Dom. I think I will take over. Hello, friends and enemies in YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is I, the actor, after a long-needed rest. And I'd like to present this evening the concept of science and sorcery. That which is considered technological and magical. Which, to my notion, there isn't much different. Like, excuse the weather's changed here pretty severely. So, if I come across a little gravelly, it's the nature of the weather in Indiana. Anyhow, science and sorcery. I have been a practitioner of the metaphysical art for many, many years. And I started out very young in the metaphysical art. And I was fortunate to do so because it broadened my understanding, scope, and horizon on what metaphysics was, fundamental properties of it, some, what even the mechanics of how it operates. And I also had the fortune of being able to experience technology as a consumer product, which not many people had at an earlier age, and the home computer as a marketable item. And it didn't take me to notice it right away because I didn't. I actually wound up correlating the two together as well as other technology and magic, sorcery, witchcraft, whatever your poison may be in word. And then it started making a coherent, relevant sense to me that each of them, science, technology, metaphysics, I'd go so far to say even witchcraft, by component, not necessarily by force of will or projected energy. Um, I actually ran across this correlation about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and started understanding the correlation between the two. And what's quite interesting to me is that I know on this channel we make a lot of analogies towards the human body and the mind and technology, computers, uh, smart devices. And there is a pretty heavy correlation between the function and the form of the two. The one that probably hit me to break that door down to understanding the function between, let's say, a metaphysical object that's used to project your will or desire. And the computer, especially the tower, the laptop, or I guess, yeah, even a cell phone, smartphone, it also has a correlation. And I'm going to do a small comparison for those that aren't in the know of how these devices mimic objects that were used in metaphysics for hundreds and hundreds of years. And I know I made the limerick of how they directed our eyes to a monitor or a television, and they kind of made us blind to our environment and the world at large. And then with the advent of texting, all the way back to the flip phone, they took away your voice. And in my time, and in a particular tune that I grew up listening to that became a theatrical movie and a play, Deaf, Dumb, and Blind. So yeah, they manage to direct your eyesight away from the waking world. They took your voice away so that you could no longer speak, or you could. Most choose not to. So you twiddle your thumbs and you send out these little word messages on text. And as far as dumb goes, well, I guess that's a matter of perspective. But as for me, I still like to make phone calls. I like to hear a human voice on the other end of the line. I like to hear the energy in their voice. I like to hear when they project their voice. I get a feel for the state of their being when I hear their voice. And whenever I'm physically interacting with somebody, even more so to my advantage of understanding and experiencing the expression between two people, body language, hand movement, facial gestures, even micro gestures are able to be caught. Body language, a lot of aspects that are lost when you give up that experience of engaging someone in the human form. So now we sacrificed our ability to experience one another in a human form, unless you're maybe using Zoom or some type of visual chat device or program. And you can get a minuscule idea of who and what you're talking to, but it doesn't mean you're getting the full picture. And you can talk to people all over the world now behind an icon or with the chat. You can pretty much disguise any state of yourself that you want. Misrepresentation, outright blatant lies. And you can deceive a person into many, many different states with that type of technology. And when I noticed that, I know people have fun calling it a scry mirror, the black screen. Ooh, the monstrous thing that stares back at you. Well, it's no different than scrying a bowl of water or scrying into a crystal or using a polished black surface to scry. It's just that this one is capable of being received by the general populace who have eyes, and I'm taking the blind into consideration there. But even that is now starting to be challenged with the state of technology that we have. And we're also given a keypad, and this keypad has the exact same structure as a divining board or a Ouija board or some of the more ancient devices they used to use in different languages to communicate. And as everybody runs around screaming Ouija boards are evil. It's the work of the devil. They're portals to hell. You're going to summon spirits, and they're going to manifest themselves and drag your mortal soul into darkness. Well, anybody that's using any of this smart technology, a computer, a laptop, even back when we were doing texting with flip phones, no difference between your keyboard and a Ouija board. None. They both contain the same iconography. Now, with that, instead of asking questions to the great beyond in the spiritual realm and what may lie beyond that, no, you just kind of throw your fingers onto the keyboard, enter whatever coherency that you decide that you want to, and wait for or expect a response from what you would hope to be another being on the other end. And as I'm watching these language model, machine learning excuses for what people are considering AI, you're getting a compilation of knowledge gathered together from all the technology in the world that you've interacted with, and it correlates the most logical answer and it spits it out at you, almost as if it seems alive, potentially sentient. And when you get on a Ouija board and you take the new disc and ask your question, you become the conduit. And through you, the conduit, I suppose, if you follow such a tradition of superstition, it will give you answers. It will tell you your questions answer. So, conduits now aren't we all? And some people, such as myself, who operate on multiple platforms, and I also keep a healthy ear out to people and places that hold my interest. I am surrounded completely by smartphones, a computer, a couple laptops, and I had an individual come into my home and they noticed the altar that I have in the kitchen and they seen the Ouija board on it and they freaked, telling me that that was witchcraft, evil, the work of the devil. And then I informed them about what they had in their hand, which happened to be a smartphone. And I showed them the correlation. What you have in your hand is no different than what's over there, my Ouija board. And this person began to explain to me that there was a difference. that she was not communicating with spirits, but the Ouija board was communicating with spirits. And at that point, I instructed her, what makes you think that spirits aren't working through your cellular technology, that little smartphone you have in your hand? How do you know that what you're sending out as a signal into the air, the atmosphere, potentially even the ether, isn't information that can be received, interpreted, and used by the same entities and manner in which that Ouija board is working? Needless to say, this person stood on their devout devotion to their smartphone and their cellular technology and completely dismissed everything that I said to them. So I know for no longer, and I didn't pursue the conversation any further because I understood at that point in time everything I had to say was absolutely mute to these people. I want to say, oh, nude guru in the house. Absolutely always welcome. Um, I do my Rattblood salutations. And we have, is always a welcomed guest. And she says, hola, the guru, evening folks. Um, you guys know you're always welcome guests. But as I go on with this, the woman made it a point not to return to my home. She had reported to the agency that she felt that I was a Satanist and she did not feel comfortable in my home, and she chose not to come back. So I thought, okay, let her have her scrying mirror. Pamela! Ah, long time no see. Good to have you. That is Pamela's mystical musing. If I'm, yes, absolutely. And please, please drop links. You know, I don't mind that. And I always support my supporters. Yeah. And here we go.
Hey, hey,
Pam, how's it going?
how are you?
Well, a little better than I was. I don't know if you got any update information on my situation according to my son's disposition, the outcome of that, how that turned out. It's kind of
I
faded
hadn't
into.
I hadn't heard about that. To be honest, I've been lurking the past couple days, but the energy's been a little bit chaotic. And so I've just been kind of listening here and there as time permits. But I wanted to touch base and check in on you and see how you were doing and stuff.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you. My son wound up getting convicted, and they charged him with first-degree murder. They did give him an incredible for first degree murder. They gave him a plea of 10 years that he could have taken,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't. So now he's serving 66 years in maximum security prison
Oh, wow.
for murder one. Yeah.
How are you doing with that?
I don't agree with what he done, nor can I condone it. But
Right.
there's always going to be that fatherly love that is just kind of genetically inherent in a person. And I will be supportive of him, but not to the point where it looks like or it seems like I'm condoning any of his actions.
Understandable.
My mom blamed me for his upbringing that caused him to do this, so she disowned me along with my daughter. And to give you some background information, he had been up 3 days on methamphetamine. Indiana has concealed carry constitutional.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhere in between there, between sanity, madness, and a drug induced euphoria, he put 7 rounds in the back of a man's head who was reclining in his home innocently, unarmed. And my son just opened the door and laid into him.
I
That's
wasn't
demonic.
aware. I
That's
wasn't aware
demonic.
of that.
That's demonic. I don't know if you heard me,
Yeah.
but hello. That's really demonic to murder some innocent man in his own home like a coward, going behind their back, shooting them unarmed, innocent, peaceful person in the back of the head. That's really demonic.
Did I not say it wasn't, Stephen? When we talked the other day, I think I addressed that with you.
No,
Yeah.
I'm starting fresh today. I don't.
Okay.
Is this who is Pamela? Is this
Pamela is a very
You know me,
wonderfully.
Stephen.
what do you mean I
Oh,
know you?
there you
I don't
go.
know you.
I used to be in your comments section in your on your channel way back in the day. I
Oh,
was
are you the
affiliated.
one that
I
the one
was
that Velcro to that
affiliated with.
scumbag London? Are you
I,
or is that you?
would you let me finish? I
Go ahead.
was
Go ahead.
affiliated with that channel a
Uh-huh.
while back, but it's I guess you still look at the channel. I don't. I haven't been there in a hot minute.
I don't look at that. He still makes videos about me, but are you the one that Baxter Large called Tits McGee as a nickname?
She's called me many things.
That's you though, isn't it? You
Well,
used
she's
to have a
referred.
different what? Sorry,
I
go ahead.
used to have a different avatar.
Yeah, you had big breasts in your avatar, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that true? Now I
It's
remember
true.
because you look different now. You changed your look, I think.
Well, that picture was from 2015, Stephen. I'm not the type of gal that takes a bunch of selfies, so I changed this one recently.
Oh, I didn't know. I don't know you. You said that I know you, but we really don't know each other. I mean,
Well, I don't mean like in the friendship type of way, but I'm familiar with your content because I've been a long time. Like I've looked at your content over the years. In fact, before you were doing live streams.
are you saying you had a crush on me?
Oh, yeah, sure. No, I just thought I
Oh,
really
okay.
thought your content is really thought provoking, Stephen.
That's true. It is. I agree. I agree with you.
Anyhow,
Okay. Anyhow,
yeah.
yes, I didn't recognize you without the titties showing. Pardon me. I'm sorry. You look very different now. So I didn't know if it was the same Pamela. All I see on the screen is Pamela, and I thought, yeah, she kind of looks familiar, but I didn't know for sure. But
Oh,
Anyway, it's a
it's one and the same. It's nice to see you're still around too. I actually heard you and Axis have a pretty good conversation last night. I was doing some SEO work and it was really interesting to hear y'all talk.
yeah, we did. What's SEO work?
Search
SEO.
engine optimization.
Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, Stephen.
Well, Rattblood, you know that the 66, that's a magical master number, that the 66.
Well, his determining trial was on April 8th. If you want to really boil it down, not only that, but the day of his conviction was also a alignment of the luminaries. Not only that, but his transfer dates are also on planetary alignment.
Do you still
And
like your
the day
son?
that he did his crime was preceding Friday the 13th, October, which happens to be a heavily recognized Masonic date because of Jacques de Molay. So, yeah, what I mean, anymore? I've done all the correlation. I did the charts, the alignments,
No,
the
I was just
numerology.
curious. I didn't look into it, but I was just curious about it. Do you still like your son though? Do you like
Well,
him as a person?
I don't agree with his actions, but yeah, as a person, outside of this one particular extreme incident, it's been a father-son relationship. It's had its hard times, its good times, it's had its great times, and it's had its bottoms. But this
So you
was
never
something.
disowned him. You didn't disown him as a son.
No,
No, okay. You're
no.
still in touch?
Actually, he's in transitional DOC hold to determine which maximum security prison he'll be going to.
Oh, okay. Do you think he'll make friends in there or get a boyfriend or something?
I think I made arrangements for his protection quite well in there.
How so? What did you do?
That's none of your business.
Oh, I was just curious. You don't have to answer.
Thank you. But yeah, Pam, that's the gist of it. And to intensify it in the courtroom, they got very graphic with the imagery. And I think that was a big part of what really set against my son to receive 66 years. But he was looking at 80 until there was
I
some
wouldn't even give him
suggestions
that.
made.
If I was a judge or running the system, I'd just get rid of those. I'd get rid of murderers that are brutal to innocent people. I'd just treat them like a bug or a mosquito. Do you
Well,
two know each other as friends? You called her Pam, so are you two familiar with each other, or did you date or something?
no, we happen to be both computer literate. We have
Uh-huh.
had great conversations in the past. I've been mindful and respectful of her. She's been mindful and respectful of me, and I consider her one of my cherished guests.
Is Pamela in Indiana? Are you two in the same state?
No,
No, I'm in Arizona,
Oh, Arizona. Okay.
but I'm from Oklahoma.
Oh, you're from Oklahoma. Do a lot of women in Oklahoma have big breasts?
Well, like anywhere else, some do.
Because the only ones I've known in Oklahoma have really big boobs. I mean, it's just, I don't know if it's a coincidence, but every single one.
Well, we do like our sweet iced tea, so we like our sugar.
Sweet iced tea, I never had that. Does that grow your breasts, or how is that
I'm
really?
just
I'm
we like our
confused on
sugar.
that.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, is that the secret? What is this?
Yeah, that's what it is. All
That's
the
what it
women are
is.
going to be ordering like tea by the
Sweet iced tea. How much
'cause it's
sugar is
hot.
in that sweet tea?
Well, that depends on you.
Oh, you add it yourself? They don't make
Oh
it?
yeah.
Or
No,
okay.
I try to make everything myself. Most of the stuff in the store is like garbage.
Yeah. So you make your own sweet tea, sweet
Well,
iced
If
tea.
I
I brew
can,
my own tea.
if I can
What
You
was that?
brew
intervene
your
here for a second, um, Stephen's chat room, Pam, seems to find us less than upright, standing human beings.
What do you mean?
I'm watching your chat room right now, and
I
I'm
don't see
watching.
anybody saying anything about you in the chat. Oh, are you talking about one comment by Peanut? Surely you're not offended by one comment in my chat
No,
room. I mean,
I
damn,
was
dude,
just
don't be so
making.
sensitive. Your
I
chat is
was.
bashing me all the time.
I was
Maggot was
just
last
make.
night. Okay, go
But
ahead.
speak.
Okay, go
I was
ahead.
just making Pam aware that we're being
Oh,
Of
restrained
one
that's
and
comment.
okay.
analyzed.
Fascinating.
The thing is,
That
Axis, is like people have to really mean to me, like you have to mean something to me for me to give a shit about what you think. And so I don't know those people. I have no investment in their opinions. You walk into a
right.
room with 500 different people and they're going to have 500 different opinions.
Sure,
Right. I
sure.
just wanted you to be aware that you were being
Well,
restrained.
okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate
No, it's
that.
no big deal.
Not a problem.
I was just confused because, like what Pam said about different opinions, or to me, knowing someone, I was thinking, I don't remember seeing Pamela naked. To me, that would be knowing somebody, like if we seen each other naked and knew each other. But thinking, I don't remember that, like on webcam or anything.
No,
You haven't,
no one has seen me naked. I can
you
assure
haven't been
you
naked
that.
on webcam. Okay, okay,
I think
yeah.
there's
So,
another content creator that in the metaverse that does that, but she ain't me.
oh, there's a lot of them that do that. That get naked.
Well,
And
I meant in the
Well,
panelverse specifically.
yeah, that's what I mean. There's a lot there as well.
Ah,
There's more than
gotcha.
people would be surprised, I think, by how many how many there are. Let's put it that way. I won't make any judgments on that. I'll just say there's quite a few. No, I don't mean OnlyFans. Talking about them doing it for free and
oh, for
ones that are
free?
involved in panelverse. Yet putting on
Sorry?
webcam shows for men that they want to impress, I guess you could say. A lot of
Would,
that goes on.
would you like to see me naked, Stephen, so we can know each
No,
other?
I'm not gay.
I'm
No,
not. I'm
no,
not saying that you're gay.
I'm
You
not.
just said if you knew somebody, then you probably had an interaction with them in the nude. And I'm
No,
saying I'd like to
no,
get to
that's
know
not
you,
the way I
so
put it. No,
I'm
I put it
willing to
differently.
give you all the nude
No,
pictures of me that you want.
gross. I don't want to be scarred for life. I don't want to be.
Okay, well, I
No,
just wanted to get to know you.
and that's not what I said though. You're kind of twisting the way I put it, but
Oh, am I? I'm sorry. I must have completely. Uh,
you
maybe it's
can
my
show
face.
Bex though. She would. Bex would like to see you naked. I think I've heard something about her having a crush on you, or you two getting married or something. Is that
Um.
the truth, or is that a rumor?
Hey, it's a good possibility in the future that something like that may transpire, but
That's what I
unfortunately,
heard.
Bex has not accepted any of my nude photos.
Oh, she hasn't? Would you move
None.
to Vancouver Island, or would she move to Indiana to be live with you?
Oh, I would move to Vancouver Island just so that I could be closer to you, Stephen. I think that we would be good friends. I think maybe hanging out the mall, soda shop, maybe getting some coffee, a bite to eat, uh, just hashing it out over our concepts and ideals. And yeah,
What
I
kind of
think that
food do
would.
you like? What kind of food do you think you would have with Bex on a date if you two were on your, let's say, first, second, third date or something? What kind of stuff what do you like to eat?
Let me see. Now, is this me trying to impress Bex with some type of?
Well, I guess taking her somewhere nice that you think has good food. Might
I
not
would
be super
probably
expensive.
take her to the Goat House in Louisville.
The Galt House, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
top of a very large building. It's a rotating uh, restaurant that sits just on the edge of the Ohio River. Very
Okay, what kind of
classified.
food do they have there? The Galt House. I'm gonna look that up. Galt House.
Yeah, the Galt House, Louisville,
Louisville.
Kentucky. Yeah,
Louisville. Okay.
Louisville, for those of you who aren't from there.
Galt House. Oh wow. I'm seeing it right now in images on Google
Yeah,
Images. Oh,
I used to
cool.
eat there quite often.
I didn't know about that place till now. Interesting. And then what would you do? What do you think you would do after that?
I would
After
allow
your
her to order whatever appetizer, an entree, potentially a dessert, and a fine wine, and um, take her to see the sights of what Louisville, Kentucky has to offer.
So you're in Louisville, Kentucky right now. You're not in Indiana?
No, at this moment I'm in Indiana, but my uh, holdings and career was based out of Louisville and Chicago, and I wound up right in between both of them. Makes it convenient.
Oh, okay, okay.
But anyhow,
Interesting.
as I was saying, I mean, if you ever feel the need that you would like to know me, new pictures are available.
I don't know why you're hitting on me. You should just save those pictures for Bex. She'd like
I'm
to
not
see them.
hitting on you.
I think
I'm
she'd like to see
saying
your piercings.
that
Well, it's
that's
a bit gay, Axis. It's a bit Rattblood. It's a bit gay to keep offering to show your naked pictures to a man, another man. It's kind of gay, you know. You
oh,
get what I mean?
are you homophobic?
No, why would I fear fags? I'm not afraid of fags. A phobia
Well,
is an irrational fear. I'm not afraid.
okay, okay. I just thought it was interesting that you asked Pam that,
Are you
you know,
homo?
no. I
Okay.
just thought it was interesting that you asked Pam that if you wanted to know someone, you generally seen them naked.
No,
And
if I do
at
know
that point
someone
in
already,
time,
if I know someone, if not, if I wanted to know them, if I already know you, I've generally, as a woman, I've probably seen you somehow intimately or had conversations or had something. I don't know her. I've only seen her comments on YouTube and been on maybe a panel once or twice with her for a few minutes or I don't know, a
so
long time ago. So I don't really know her. I don't know anything
okay,
about her.
so
Yeah. Do
you
you know
don't
each
know
other?
anybody that you
Are you
haven't
guys
seen
friends?
naked
Are you
then?
friends? Like, do you know her intimately? Do you know?
No,
Nobody in this
not at
metaverse knows
all.
me intimately. I practice what is called non-attachment.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Non-attachment.
Yeah, it's
In-
disassociating with
Well,
environmental
let the lady speak.
stimulus.
Let her
Oh,
define
right.
it.
You're
What
right.
is
You're right.
non-attachment?
You're right.
Pamela, like, don't
Sorry.
speak for her. What is non-attachment? What do you mean that you practice
It
non-attachment?
just means you be really careful what you allow yourself to get attached to, and one of those is the opinions, good or bad, of other people. A lot of people say good things about me. Some people say bad.
Hmm.
It makes no difference to me.
Could you know someone without being attached to them, though?
I think so.
Well, then you could still know someone without having an attachment.
You
You
could
could
know
get to
of
know.
them or about them. I don't think
Uh-huh.
you could, like, know them because ultimately that's up to the person as far as how much they'll let you get to know or vice versa.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You still there, Rat Blood, or are you thinking about Pam's
No,
boobs?
I'm allowing you the floor, Stephen.
Okay.
I'm allowing you the direction of this platform at this moment.
Excellent. Well, we're having a good conversation so far, I think.
Yeah.
Pam, do I still look as handsome in this picture as you remember me?
I actually like your avatar. You change from the last one that I saw. That one, and that actually made me giggle when I saw it. I was like, that's funny. If that's what you're going for, mission accomplished.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. I like that. Mission accomplished. I do like that. Thank you. That's a good compliment. Mission accomplished. What do you think of my crown, Rattblood?
You mean the little puppet there that has the crown on its head?
Well, this is me. This represents me. Yes, my crown.
I can't correlate that. I'm sorry, Stephen. I just can't correlate that with the personification and the visualization that you presented.
Really?
Of yourself, yeah. That's why I call you Regent.
Why is that?
You may represent yourself as a stand-in king for the true king, which makes you a regent. But to me, you're not my king, Stephen. I'm sorry.
You have difficulty respecting, don't you?
No, I just don't consider you to be my king. I mean, at least I'm recognizing you as a regent. I mean, come on, man.
I'm more than a regent.
How so?
I'm the king of this realm.
Really? Well, I've got
Yes.
some legitimate complaints about how you're running your realm.
You do?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you list a few of them for me to ponder?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
The judicial system, the political system that
That's
you
not
need
my
to.
doing, though. That's that guy over there. That's Satan. That's that guy over there. It's his fault. Satan over
What?
there.
Somebody else is
That's
operating
his
in
fault.
your kingdom as a.
Well, I can't have my finger doing everything. I'm busy. I'm a
Oh,
busy man.
whoa! No,
Yeah,
if
I'm a
you're the
busy man.
fucking king, man, come
I am the
on.
king, but I have to have these helpers, these pissants and demons that do things out there. I'm not in charge of every little fine detail of this place. I'm not
Well,
out there
that's
picking
not
up
a
the
fine
garbage.
detail.
I'm not out there
That
picking up the damn garbage and working in the fucking sewers. What are you talking about?
relax.
Well,
I
that's
was just voicing
offensive.
my complaint against the
Okay.
way that this realm is
Okay.
being run.
Okay. What's your
You
complaint with the
claim to be
judicial system?
king, so
Yeah.
I thought maybe you might have some influence over the political.
What's wrong with the judicial system? What's the problem there?
It is unbalanced, biased, and it is ruled and operated by those who seek to advance their careers in the political field of employment. It is corrupt, and I have witnessed this not only as a member of the Masonic Order, but also as a victim of such judicial system. And I've known many lawyers, I've known a couple of judges, uh, several police officers.
Were they homosexuals?
I didn't ask.
You never asked them that. That's an important thing that you're missing piece of the puzzle, because you can't trust them if they are.
Oh, I see. So let me hold on. You're re-educating me.
I'm doing my
So
best.
I know you are. You just got to have patience with me, Stephen. I'm just not.
I'm trying.
I'm not
trying.
as swift, and I'm not as adept to learning as most. I'm
Or as handsome
kind
as
of
I
like,
am.
right.
Yeah.
I'm kind of low hanging fruit. You know, I didn't grow.
Oh, how's your
You,
obese rat doing? The one that you showed. You said it was obese. Is the rat getting more comfortable, or are they still being nervous and shy and kind of tucked away
No,
in the corner.
actually, she's doing quite well. If you're wondering, Pam, I had a hairless rat named Rat, and
Right?
Rat was a co-host of mine, and she died. So my
I'm
new
sorry.
in-home yesterday, as a gift, brought me in a very beautiful female rat, and she is amazing. I can't wait to work with her.
One of these days, I would like for you to tell me what got you into rats. Was it a symbolic thing or?
Oh, highly symbolic.
I figured as much, so I don't know you that well, so I was curious, you know. I
I
know it's
thought you
like a
two were
motif.
friends. You don't know each other though?
Not
You
that
did?
well, not other than
Okay.
a few brief conversations in the Panelverse. I met him through, London's channel and Zetetic Warriors channel. Back in the day, I originally ended up in the Panelverse because I was trying to look up stuff about archaics and people like that because I kinda sensed he was a perv, you know?
Oh.
And
I
so
made videos exposing that guy.
I know you did, and
He does
many
not
others.
he does not like me very much. He's mentioned me
Yeah.
on his show.
Oh, wow, that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a thorn in his side. He
That's
said,
funny.
"Stephen Killeen of the Sanity Machine." He wouldn't
That's
call me. I
good.
told him, "Call me King Stephen." Don't I told that idiot to call me King Stephen. Jason. I call him Jason Braziers because he's got
That's
moobs. He's got
funny.
man boobs. Yeah, he needs a
Yeah.
bra. Braziers. He really needs a bra. What happened to Rattblood? There's another
No,
Rattblood
I'm here.
joining? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
You're showing the screen. Okay. Oh.
My co-host.
Nice.
Did you name her yet? Did you name your new little rat? Or
No,
chubby?
not
Not little. She's quite a size.
yeah. I haven't developed a sense of its personality to name it yet. I'm trying to get this where you guys can actually see.
Your last one was a hairless rat, you said, named Rat?
Yeah,
Rat? What
yeah.
what if you named this one Bexy?
I don't think so.
I
It's
think it'd
just
be a
not.
good name.
Why?
And
Why would
why?
that be a good name?
Why do I think?
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a cute, you know, um, has good energy when you use double word like that, rat or Bexy. Um, it reminds me of a song actually. I think it was a Billy Idol song. No, it wasn't, but he sang a version of it. That Moni song, that one where it just like rolls off the tongue that way, you know? You know, you know, you know what I mean? You know?
I know what
Right.
song you're talking about.
Yeah. Moni or something like that.
Yeah, something
Yeah,
like that.
but Bexy, that would be pretty cool. That would be cute. I don't think Bex would mind. I think she would probably take that as a compliment or paying homage or something. Do you ever name your pets after people or give them a similar name?
Who, me?
Yeah, to both of you. Do you have any pets, Pamela?
I do. I have a bulldog and a border collie.
Oh, wow. Did you give them human names?
Well, one
Or
of the border collie's name's Zorro, and the bulldog, she's a rescue. Her name's Daisy, and we call her Daisy Pup. So it was funny you mentioned the double name thing because that's what we call
Daisy
her.
Pup? Yeah, there you go. If you double the name, it sounds cuter. It just does. It has good energy. But Zorro, is that after the movie? The character?
We didn't name him. He was a rescue. We tend to
Oh,
rescue our pups.
okay. Interesting though. But have you ever seen somebody with a dog and they're calling them like, "Hey Bob," or "Hey," like something like that, where it just sounds like it's kind of weird, where it's just like I don't know how to describe it. It's a human name for an animal, but it just,
Yeah.
yeah,
Like I
I
would
don't
never
know.
name my dog Bill or Sue.
Oh, whoa,
Yeah,
whoa,
it's
whoa,
just
whoa.
kind of weird.
I'm sorry.
Hello, we've got an echo. We've got like 3-axis Rattbloods here. What's going on? Hello. Holy cows, man. That's what Jack Talcott says. Holy cows, man.
So I was going to ask you two. I was after listening to y'all's conversation for the past couple of days, and not to change the subject, but what's going on in the metaverse? Every time I take a break and focus on real life and check back in, the alliances have changed. It seems like kind of what's going on here is like a microcosm of what's going on in the real world.
Oh, I read a comment by you on Rebellious Meth Puppet about me, I think. And you were bashing me. I don't know, was it
Was
a couple
I?
months ago? Something like that.
I'd be interested to see that because I don't recall ever saying anything directly about you. I know, like when you and London were having a deal, I tried to stay out of that because I feel like when two men have an issue, it's not really my place to get involved in it.
Yeah. You don't want to get in the middle of like a meat sword fight or something.
No, no. And so I just kind of let you two have y'all's thing, you know?
Yeah. Well, I ended up whipping out my penis and just bashing him over the head with it and knocking him out. That's what
I don't
happened.
know. I
They
wish him and his channel the best, but I honestly couldn't
I
like
don't.
continue to stay there and like pretend that like I didn't disdain archaics and that I didn't think Billy Carson was a fraud. So I couldn't stay there and like continue to be like have integrity because
Could you
I
have
really
stayed there and continued to pretend that London has an IQ over 50?
you know what? London was nice to me, Steven, and I like knew his name, and so that wasn't the issue. My issue was like
Mhm.
he overstepped his bounds by I was trying to have a couple of streams here and there, and he asked me specifically not to talk about archaics, and like we like were good enough as like associates that I felt that was inappropriate, and we're all adults here, and so when someone fucks up with me, I normally just like leave them where they're at, you know, like we're adults, and so I don't really confront people. And so I distanced myself from the channel between that and all the archaics worship in the Telegram group.
I haven't seen any of it. I don't really pay attention to London's channel, so I didn't even know all that archaic stuff was even going on. I've just archaics every once in a while, every so many weeks, makes a video about me. I don't even watch his channel. He's obsessed with me, sort of like Bex is. They obsess
I
over
don't know.
me.
The whole thing was just too gross for me, too pervy, you know?
Yeah. I've heard that he's pervy. I've heard that London masturbates when he's on YouTube chatting with people and live streaming and stuff, but I'm not the only one that said that. Others have told me that he does that. So I don't know. I don't know how pervy that guy is, but
Well, he was
he's
never pervy toward me and at all like that, you know. So he, like I said, the most inappropriate thing he did was making the mistake of asking me not to talk about someone, which I had no plans to talk about because there's a lot of people in the community that like really like archaics stuff, and I had no intentions of, you know, even touching the subject. But again, it was inappropriate, and that was that.
so London was never inappropriate towards you or pervy with you the whole time?
No, no, I would have disconnected that friendship so fast it would have made anyone's head spin. That's unacceptable.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what he was doing behind the scenes.
Well,
I've
not with me. I don't know
yeah,
what he was doing with other people, but I can
yeah.
say 100% not with me, and that's the only person I can speak to, and when I was around, he always had other people there, so, like, it wasn't anything, like, where there would be an opportunity for that to begin with.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you talked on the phone or if he asked
No,
you
no.
for, sexting or nudes or anything
No,
like
and
that.
and and God forbid if he did, I wouldn't engage in that. That's, I'm not interested in selling my soul.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't be that way. Like Rattblood's trying to push his nude pictures onto me. I don't have any interest in seeing them at all.
Well, I figure I in some manner have to agree with you that to truly know a person physically, it might be a good idea to know whether they have some strange growth on their body that you might want to be mindful of
I
and
don't
not
want to see
insult
those
them.
strange growths you have, Rattblood. I don't want to see them. I don't want to see your penis piercings, your scrotum piercings, all the stuff you talked about. I think you
Well,
said you have
one
137 piercings or something. Or what was it? What was the number?
42. I was
How many?
42. 42. But
42.
anyhow, yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you didn't mind, my radiation treatment and, making a very humorous statement about the suffering I was going through radiation treatment and the skin
What do you
lesions
mean?
that it caused.
What was the statement about radiation? I don't even remember talking about radiation. What are you talking about?
Well, I released a community picture showing the radiation burns that I suffered after some treatment.
Oh, that
And
was a burn. I thought you said you were rotting. You said take a look at your.
yeah, what do
I
you
didn't
think
know it was radiation. No,
yeah,
I
what do
didn't
you
even
think
know that there was
radiation
radiation.
does?
I didn't know there was radiation involved. I thought it was
Well,
just your flesh rotting from like an infection or something. Like
no,
I had no idea. What was the radiation treatment for?
Stephen, I'd really rather not address that in public.
Your volume's going real low when you said that. What was it?
I said I would prefer not to discuss that in public.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I showed that because you said you're rotting in hell already, and I thought that was like a rotten spot. I didn't know it was a radiation burn or radiation related. I didn't know there was radiation involved at all. Are you
Yeah,
still there? I see the rat cage.
yeah, I'm wanting to make sure that uh, she gets a good angle because I'm not. Can you see her? Well, I can't tell. I'm using
I'm
the
trying
multi-site.
to.
No, let me.
Now I
Let
do.
me.
I saw a bit of movement in the foreground. Now I do. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay,
I
there we
can see
go.
her ear in the
Thank
middle.
you.
Yeah, right there. Now she's moving. She just
All
moved a bit.
right.
She's
Well,
kind
thank
of
you.
like, yeah, she's stretching and getting comfortable, changing position.
Okay.
That does remind me of Bexy, the way that
But
she kind of curls up like that.
anyhow, Stephen,
Hmm.
you might want to have had inquired about that lesion and how it got there before you decided to
No, that was
make this
after you talked
report.
about my mother. I thought everything's fair game after you do that. I didn't have to
Okay.
inquire about the lesion. You got to
Okay.
remember what you said. So
So
it would be
can I
like
post?
no, hold on, let me finish this for a second. It'd be like you throwing a punch in real life and I knock you out and I hit you on the jaw because I've taken MMA, I can box, I can kick, and I knock you fucking flat out on the ground and you wake up crying saying, "Why'd you do that?" And I said, "Well, you swung at me first. What are you crying about? You swang at me first. Don't swing and then cry about this, about your lesion or radiation or me showing that picture that you posted publicly on your community page. You don't swing and
Well,
then cry. You don't do that as a man, do you?
I didn't throw the first punch, Stephen.
Yes, you
You did.
did, dude. No, you talked about
You
my deceased mother. You
well,
did that. You did
What I say?
that.
What did I
You
say
did that.
about your deceit?
You know what you
Hey,
said.
I heard
You know
you.
what you said.
No,
You know what
actually,
you
I'm
said.
not that
And now
intelligent, and
you're
I don't have
playing
much of
dumb.
a
You're
memory.
saying you don't remember. Dude, you can't
Did
cry
I
after
say
you
that
get
she was
stomped on.
sexually she was still
You said it
sexually
even the other
viable
night.
within 20 minutes of her death,
You
that the
don't talk
body's still
about
warm?
someone's mother that way. I would make you eat your tongue if you did that
Well,
in
I'm
person.
trying to remember because I have so many
I would feed you your
mortis
tongue, okay?
jokes.
No, it's not a joke. I'm telling you, don't cry about the picture of you. I'm going to share it with my audience right now if you're tuned in on my channel. I'm going to share this with everybody.
Okay, well then you're
You
leaving
said that your
yourself
body was
open for
rotting.
mortis
No,
jokes
I'm showing you right
then
now.
about your mother.
Here it says rotten hell.
So,
You started this with
is
me.
your dad
Don't
dead?
cry.
Because I have
Don't
some good mortis
cry.
jokes about a
Hey,
dad.
here he is. Here he is with this rotten. He calls it a radiation burn. Everyone on my channel tuned in, but he said it was rot. He said his body's already rotten. Then he said, look at his community page, and that's where I saw the picture. It's posted
Is it
publicly. So
possible?
what are you crying about? It was public. It's a
Well, hold
public
on.
post by you.
Are you
Everybody saw it.
man, you are really getting bent out of shape.
No, everybody saw it, dude.
No, you right now personally are
Everybody
getting
saw it.
really bent out of
You
shape, and you're
started this,
goofy.
and you're getting sensitive about me showing a
I'm not the
photo
one
of you.
sensitive right
You're
now.
rotting. Here it is. You call it a radiation burn. That doesn't look like radiation. What does that look like?
You're,
I'm talking to my audience. What does that look like, everyone? Does it look like rot? Does it look like his shoulder is rotting? What does it look like? Does it look gross? He wants to watch my audience. I think he's here watching, so please respond. This is to my audience. I have 33 people tuned in right now. That's half the years that your son was sentenced to. 33.
well,
That's
and
interesting,
I'm
number.
saying to you, Stephen, it only takes 20 minutes to fuck your mother's warm corpse.
Do you think your son will rot in prison and get fucked and have a boyfriend and get raped? Do you think
Very
your son's
possible.
do you think he's gonna be abused?
Very possible.
Do you enjoy the thought of that?
Where's your mother buried now?
Are you
I noticed
sick? Do you
they
enjoy the
moved
thought
her.
of that?
You know,
Do you enjoy the thought of
I've
that?
gotten pretty used
See
to
what you're
taking
doing?
my
I know what you're
portable
doing, but
generator.
your son's still alive. I could probably find him and find people there and pay them.
Well, you might be able to
You
do
want
that,
that?
Stephen, but it still doesn't fact
You
or
want me to
change the
give him
fact
some money for
that I
snack,
use your mom's rotting
cigarettes?
corpse as
You
sexual
haven't done
pleasure,
anything. You haven't done that at all. My
and
mother's
you
not
haven't.
buried.
Then you haven't bothered my
You don't
son
know
at
what you're
all.
talking about. I could find your son. He's still alive. He's in prison in Indiana, and he got
And I
66
could
years.
find your
I
mother's
could find that
grave.
out easily. No, you couldn't. Not at all. See, you're changing the subject. Your son could meet some new friends in prison. I could buy
I'm
some
sure he
people some
will.
cigarettes and some candy bars and chips and snacks.
You know, Stephen, and on a serious note, I'm going to
No, this
allow
is
you.
serious now.
Yeah,
This is
I'm
serious.
going to
You're crossing the line.
quit talking over me.
You're crossing the line. Do you care
So did
about your
you.
son? Do you care about your fucking dirtbag murderer son? Your demon son?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
care about that piece of shit?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because I love him.
Is he worth less than you?
No.
Does he have any value at all
Yes,
after what he did?
absolutely.
Shouldn't he just rot in hell, burn in hell forever?
That's not my decision to make.
I could make that happen.
Could you?
Wait and see.
Okay. Time will tell.
You're making things worse for your son.
I highly doubt it, but potential.
No, you're
could
too
be
dumb.
there.
You're one of those dummies that doubts the truth. You're skeptical of truth, but you believe lies. You're one of those fools.
I told you I'm low hanging
I have you
fruit,
read.
Stephen.
I have
I'm
you
not
read.
that intelligent.
I know.
Okay?
You doubt truth. You're skeptical of truth, and you believe
Yes.
bullshit. Yes,
I
you
am
do.
absolutely confounded by my own existence, and my inability to learn and evolve. I
Well,
understand. Low hanging fruit,
would,
man. Keep
would you
picking.
want things? Would you want things to get worse for your son? Would you wish that upon your son? Think
He's a
about the
grown
question.
man. He'll
Think
make
about.
things worse or easy on himself at his will
Oh, oh,
and by
really?
his behavior.
He's not in control where he is of his life. Things could get worse.
I possibility.
66-year sentence in Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah. 66 years. That means that he's on his own for the rest of his life. Inside of a very hostile, violent, and unforgiving residence. But he put himself there. I did
Oh, a
not push him
cowardly
there.
misfit. Oh, I found him already. I think I found him already. I have your son's name and everything now.
Really?
Yep.
Then what is the first letter in his name?
Cowardly misfit sentenced to 66 years
No,
for a murder. What?
that is not his. That's no, not his
Are you
first letter of
stupid?
his name.
I didn't say that's the first letter. It's the title of an article.
Well, I'm asking you.
First letter is an A.
Nope,
I knew you'd say that.
nope. His first letter is a Y. Get your shit together, Stephen. If you're gonna lie to me, at least be semi-convincing. His first letter to his name is a Y. Keep looking.
I will keep looking.
Yeah, because at least twice a day a clock is right, and occasionally a squirrel
But
gets a nut.
but the article
But
came
you
up
have
as
failed miserably.
you're not listening. You're not listening. Listen for a second. The title of the article is Cowardly Misfit. I thought it might be your son when that came
Oh.
up. Cowardly Misfit.
Well, could be.
That would fit your son, right? Because the cowardly act, shooting someone in the back of the head that's unarmed in their own house. That is a cowardly misfit. What?
Is it?
Why are you interrupting?
Is it a cow? Well, because I might do that one day. I might just decide to randomly snap,
I
be
wouldn't be
off my
surprised if you did that.
medication.
It wouldn't be random,
and
though. It wouldn't be random if you decided to do that. That's not random. That's premeditated. Why are you lying?
not when you're off of your medication and
Random.
you're
You
in
might
psychosis.
decide. Deciding something is not random. You said you
Who
might
knows?
decide.
I might
It's
decide
not
not to
random,
take
though.
my medicine.
Well, that's not random. That's premeditated. It's a
No,
decision.
the premeditation is me not taking my medication. The randomness is the action that follows. Come on, get your physics together. Get your cerebral station of coherence
Get your language
together.
together. You said you might decide. Well, deciding takes away the randomness. That's not random anymore.
Okay, Stephen, you win.
What do you think he sounds like? This is to my audience. What do you think of Rattblood? He's concerned what people think over here watching on my channel, because I have more of an audience watching him than he does on his channel. There's more watching you here on my channel.
Okay, well,
You
that's
should be
for your
grateful
channel,
for the
man.
attention. You should be grateful for the attention.
Well, most certainly, Stephen. I thank you very much for sharing my channel.
"42 piercings. How many are genitals?" My audience wants to know. They can't believe you have 42.
You know, I don't care what they believe. It means little to
Why are
me.
you so sensitive? Why don't you just answer? People are just curious about your piercings.
Because I tend not to lose.
How many are in your scrotum?
Is it possible that when I mentioned that I have 5 niches, that may have sparked a bit of perverse interest in you?
That you have what?
Huh?
I don't know what you said. You have what? 5 something?
Niches? Yeah. Yeah.
What's that? I can't understand what you're saying. Leeches.
Geishas, Stephen. Learn the lingo if you're going to talk about piercings. Geishas.
I don't know what that is.
Well, look it up and figure it out before you address me about my piercing.
I don't know what that is. Are the piercings in your scrotum bothering you? You seem to be getting a bit
Not at all.
agitated. You're agitated. Why would you
Because
get
you're
your
being
balls
provoking.
Dude, why would you get? Well, you're saying not at all, and then you're saying because. You're contradicting yourself. You're not honest. Why would you get so many piercings in your nuts? Like, why would you get your balls pierced? What's the point of that?
Aesthetics, Stephen, and the fact that I wouldn't perform a piercing on another person that I have not
Just
performed on
aesthetics?
myself.
You think it looks good to have, like, what is it, metal bars or something on your nuts, or
No,
what is it?
rings, Stephen.
Oh, it's rings.
The
Rings?
metal bars go underneath the head of the cock. Okay.
Oh, okay. I
The
didn't know
curved
that.
bars go in the geishas. The rings go in the scrotum.
The rings go in the scrotum.
So are you educated now about my
Do you have
genitalia
anything?
and all the
Do you have any?
piercings on them?
No, I'm not. Do you have anything hooked up to the rings of the scrotum, or what do you do? Put chains on those, or what do you do with those? Like, what's the point? It's just aesthetic, you said?
Yeah, aesthetics. I
You
enjoy
just
it.
like
I
the way
like
it looks to have rings on your balls?
Sure. Why not? I enjoy that. That's why I got piercings in my ears. That's why probably most women have piercings in their ears. Or get
Pamela, do you
various
think
other types.
Hold on a second. I'm asking the lady here. Pamela, do you think that it do you think that it would look good for a man to have rings through his balls? Like, do you compare that with earrings on women? Do you think it's the same thing?
I wouldn't. I'm sure the other is a lot more painful. I'm a country gal from Oklahoma, so I've never seen genital piercings, and I probably won't for the rest of my incarnation. I'm just saying.
You've never seen. You probably will never see. You've never seen those.
No.
Oh wow. Okay. I don't think I have either. I've never seen balls with rings through
Not
them.
that there's anything wrong with it. Like,
No,
you know what I
well,
mean? Different folks, different strokes, but like, you know what I mean? It just seems like when y'all are talking about it, I'm just trying to imagine the pain that had to go into that, and I'm like,
I'm kind of cringing. Like, I don't even like talking about it because I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, you put rings through your goddamn balls? I mean, what am I supposed to
a
think?
lot of men do that, to be fair,
No,
especially that are in
not
rock
a
and
lot of
roll
men.
entertainers and
No,
stuff like that.
probably hardly any men that do that.
You
Put
don't think
rings to
so?
their balls?
I don't know. I don't know.
Damn,
The men
what
I'm
the fuck?
around don't do stuff like that,
No,
but
not the ones that I've never heard of it. You got rings through your balls and you got like bars pierced through your dick under the head of your cock. Is that what you said?
Oh, here, Stephen, let me give you some other fodder since you like low hanging fruit. I'm going to explain to you what a geesh
Why do you
is.
keep calling this low hanging fruit?
Because that's what you're picking. So I'm going to allow you some even lower hanging. As a matter of fact, this fruit has hit the ground, and now you're scavenging the forest floor for fruit. But I will allow you to know what a geesh is. There is a particular portion of skin between your scrotum and your anus. And when you pierce that area, it's called a geesh. I have 5 of them. And they are what I call my stainless steel vagina. There you go, Stephen. Plenty of fodder for you. Enjoy.
You have a stainless steel vagina?
That's what I call it. It's not an actual vagina, but yeah. It's been in
It's
magazines.
not an actual vagina, so you're not intersex. You're not
how are
both.
we still talking about genitals? Like
I don't
clicked on
know.
here.
This
I
guy,
clicked on here when Axis was talking about technology because I was going to ask you,
this
Axis, like you were
fucking
talking.
guy just wants to talk about genitals and piercings, and it's crazy. I can't believe it.
I was gonna ask Axis, he was talking about phones and technology and all the prevalence. Do you think that with all the smart devices that people are smarter, or do you think society is dumber? But then we ended up on genitals, so
I think
I
I
get
think the devices are smarter than most people. I think the devices are smarter than most
I
people
think
at this point.
with the introduction of the Willow chip and the technology that can be sustained at general temperatures without decay, as opposed to the quantum chip, which has to be kept at almost sub-zero or absolute zero, and it decays in its ability and quantum state. Now they've gone beyond that, and I don't know if you've done any of the research, but if you can imagine a one with 25 zeros behind it, that is where they're at now as to compared to our most advanced technology a couple months ago. And they've done hooked it up to Google search engine.
Excuse me,
And
I had Taco Bell. What did you say? They hooked what up to
nothing.
Google?
Huh? What? I don't know.
Hello?
Huh? Are you
You
there?
know,
Uh,
is this
are you
live?
there? I don't.
Yeah, I had.
Can I?
Hello?
Steven?
I
Steven?
had. Yeah,
He
I
must have
had
left. His audio must have
I
went
had
out or
Taco
something. I
Bell.
don't know.
I had Taco Bell, and I don't know if you could hear that, but my stomach is upset. I just could eat. Hello.
But anyhow, Pam, the Willow chip, have you checked into that yet? Because they say that it broke the quantum state and was able to pull resources out of what they consider M theory. And I'm sure you know multi-world theory,
right.
using other dimensions as resources. And they said that through the calculations that they were able to do, I forget how many, just absolute mind-boggling amount of years it would have taken our most advanced computer in this day and age to have done what it did in a matter of seconds. And they said it did it by accessing resources from parallel universes and using M theory. And
Oh,
they did
wow.
they did hook it up to Google. It is hooked up right now. So instead of very large server farms, which we are pretty much accustomed to, that require immense amounts of energy, it's all boiled down to one room temperature chip that they can also integrate with a quantum state.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful.
So, yeah, I mean, all hail the computer god, right? For me, it was fascinating in the fact that they claimed that they were able to tap into to other states of reality. That
Do you
right
think
there.
they do you think they have the access to, like, the ability to, change timelines and things?
I think that when they took the Hadron Collider up to 13 tera electron volts and it shook the Earth, that there was a disruption because of motion. Now, I'm not saying it changed time. I'm not saying that we went forward, back, this, that, or another. But whenever you take a vibrational state the size of a planet and you vibrate it, I don't know what the potentials are. And I don't think they're going to reveal them.
It's interesting because when the human body vibrates, it changes form.
Exactly. And with this new Willow technology, uh, it can outthink with a quantum interface the D Wave, the Deep Blue, the IBMs, any type of quantum computer that they used to have. that was in a stasis. They're obsolete junk now.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with the major technology companies. My partner works for a major one, and it's one of them that it's constantly like hiring people and laying a bunch of people off. And I think it's going to change like everything.
Yeah, I believe one, the fact that they hooked it up to Google before they decided to implement it on a science technology other than calculation and potential means that people are not only now being read within the physical state of this reality or plane of existence, but you're also being observed and calculated in quantum states and potentials that lie beyond this reality, waking state.
Interesting. It has some interesting implications if you think about it.
Yeah, because they could take any variable potential that could potentially be your course of action, predetermine it by a quantum state of interacting with in theory and act accordingly. And people are just they're not aware of it. If you're not aware of technology and the Willow chip and the technology that's behind it, people are giving themselves over now to something that goes far beyond an algorithm, far beyond predictive programming. This is actual determination of states, predetermined causality by the nature of what you're doing right now and the effects of it.
Well, it's
And
definitely
that's,
going to be a crazy, crazy future considering what they have now. I mean, a lot of, I mean, look at even these, quotation drones or whatever that everyone's talking about. I mean,
well, I thought that was interesting because if you remember, they did say that towards the end of the administration that we would be having a what was it an event, a December event, and a changing of political parties, and there would be a an introduction of mind-boggling status. Well, you've got the drones, you've got the Willow technology, and now you have some bizarre fog that everybody online seems to be concerned about because it's in 26 states now.
see,
And
that's what I wanted to talk to you about versus all this other stuff. Because I kind of keep to myself and I kind of, keep to the edges of the community. And every now and then, like when things go on, I kind of like to tap in and see what people are thinking about it. The whole fog thing. I've heard so many theories and speculations about that. Some say it's covering up the real ETs, and some people say we're being watched, and some people say it's the government. And I heard a theory earlier today that it's China off the coast of the Atlanta and it's their technology. So many different theories in operation right now.
yeah, and I've taken a kind of a indifferent look at it so that I'm not projecting my own thoughts and comprehension to it. And I looked at it as a military, a strategic, and even a metaphysical aspect. Um, when the drones, that they called them, first started appearing and then became nationwide, this became big news in New Jersey at first. Then they just kind of buried it in the media, kind of quit talking about it, and it was a social media phenomena. And millions of pictures started to be shared over TikTok, um, YouTube, Rumble, all the major platforms. So the only way they would have been able to get around that would be to have an algorithm that can monitor any type of visual aspect of these people taking these videos, which would make perfect sense if they would implement some type of haze, fog, or disguise to hide the sky so that you couldn't take any more video of these, and it would kind of die off with people in a matter of a week or two. If they don't see it, it's not there. You know that. With the
Right.
general populace.
Well, everyone's distracted worrying about what's going on with the diddler.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
that's the way they want it. Not that I haven't paid attention, because mind you, I liked a little hip hop and R&B and stuff, and I, back in the day. But boy, I tell you, the 2024 was like the year of like the grand revealing or something, because so many people like came out of the woodwork is like exposed, and I feel like 2025 is going to be even worse.
I believe you're absolutely right on that. And I believe that we're going to be introduced to technology, rule of law. I think we're going to be under complete government scrutiny by observation, whether it be drones or this new Willow technology chip, satellite observation. It's endless. And it has the processing speed to be able to monitor every individual in the United States in real time. That's impressive to me,
Agreed.
because I'm a tech head.
Yeah,
And on
me too.
Yeah, and on the metaphysical note, I did some research throughout history. And do you know these lights in the sky that people are observing and seeing at the moment? Every 500 years, this seems to be a phenomenon that happens. And I did not know that.
Interesting. I didn't either.
Yeah, there are wood carvings from 500 years ago, German wood carvings that are displaying the exact same type of light. And, they thought it was a war in the heavens. You go back 500 years prior to that, still, it's recorded, this same phenomena. Now, whether it's that or not, I'm not going to say, because, metaphysics is metaphysics, and it has such a variable in a quantum state, and for it to solidify itself into a singular state, that to me implicates something even far beyond a Willow chip. But I thought it was amusing and amazing that this has been recorded every 500 years.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I know I've heard speculation about a lot of the lights or of that of the watchers, given that we're on the precipice of nuclear stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying not
Now,
to get your channel like taken down.
now, at this point, it's had a good run. It really has. I've got to share with a lot of people. There was some great exchanges of information, especially when you were involved, Pam. I mean, Dom. I've had so many wonderful guests.
Yeah, is Dom been around? I hadn't heard his voice in a hot minute.
Yeah, he was in chat earlier.
Well, I saw him in chat earlier. I think I typed a heart or something, but it's been a minute since I chatted with him, and it's nice to see everyone. I honestly, I came back to kind of check in and see what everyone was doing.
Speak of the devil.
Hey, hey.
Hey, Pamela. Hey, Axis. How you guys doing?
Good to see you, Dom.
Good to see you.
Carry on. Go ahead, Pam.
Anyhow,
I forgot what I was saying.
we were discussing the 500-year
Oh,
Um,
that's right. I was saying that I've heard a lot of speculation. Some are saying that it's Watchers because of like we're on the verge of all this stuff, and I don't know. I've been kind of paying attention, but then again, I'm not attached. It doesn't really matter, you know.
well, I will allow you this bit of information that I also ran across is every uh, every 500 years there is a battle that goes on between a white dragon and a red dragon to determine whose ruling influence over the next 500 years is going to be prevalent. Now, prior to this age, we were under the influence of a red dragon. This is out of Vatican. And with his little ceremonial opium the gate or whatever he done or whatever ritual they signified, they're considering this in the less spoken realms of the Vatican as being the battle between the white and the red dragon for influence over the next 500 years. So we've been under 1,000 years of the red dragon because apparently that was the influencing force that won.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that. I've been studying some of the galactic wars with the Lyrans and stuff, but I'll have to look into the other thing.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and just take it for what it is with a grain of salt. I mean, you know, even the I have friends. Well, Frank Monday, he's in China, and he was the one that turned me on to that concept, and I was like, he's pretty credible. So I went and did a little research and found out that yeah. And another interesting note is there was a Pope, a Pope Sixtus the Sixth. So there was a Pope that actually had in his name, as his name, 3 sixes. I thought that was
no symbolism there.
Well, I thought it was neat. I was like,
yeah,
talk about scaring some Christians. Ooh, yeah, use their own fire against them. But anyhow, I have a wonderful panel here. I'm going to step back for a moment and let you guys catch up.
Sorry, I was typing in the back chat and couldn't. I'm on a little phone here, so I didn't mean to cause that long pause. Thanks, Axis. Nice to see you all. Good to see you, Pamela, Dom. It's been too long, Pam. I was wondering where you'd been.
I've been working on my website. I'm into the home decor thing and the AI thing, and that really took off. And so between that and the HVAC business, I've been away, but I check in every once in a while and see how everyone's doing. I come back and the alliances always change, but it's always good to see everyone.
Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I knew that last time you were gone, last time you'd been gone for a while, last time I noticed your absence, you were working on some Etsy stuff or what have you, right? Like that. I know that you keep yourself really busy. So
yeah.
And I'm happy to hear that you're, having success and enjoying. I know that's what you were doing last time, so I'm going to assume it was the same.
Yeah, no, it's been going really well. I picked up in the last month, I got 420 new keywords and positions ranked 4 through 15 on Google for my home decor website. So I've been doing the rise and grind type of hustle culture type thing, and it's been paying off.
And that's that has to do with of being found in the search engines, right? That's what you're
Google.
talking about.
Yeah. Search engine optimization. It's like where you use keywords and pictures. What's really helping is I'm using AI art to create interiors like bohemian, farmhouse, bedrooms, and stuff like that. And then people are stumbling across my website because I'm SEOing it really well. And so I have companies now reaching out to me, asking me how much my rates are to include their stuff on my website. And so I've been busy with that. And then I help my boyfriend run the HVAC business. And so thankfully we're slow right now. So I get a little break. That's why I get to come visit. So
cool. And I know, with that kind of optimization, I'm sure eventually some people could even ask you for technical, like using your technical skills for their search engines and stuff, right? Like
Well,
in
I get
addition, yeah.
about well, I have people on Pinterest reaching out to me. I have about 3 million monthly viewers, like, to my content on Pinterest, and so,
Mhm.
I have people talking to me about that, and then I have people asking me to, like, teach them how to do the stuff I do. I tell them not to bother because, like, it's too much work, and there's like, it takes so long to pierce through all the noise, like, in
Mhm.
online marketing, because everyone's trying to work from home.
Mhm.
And nobody's gonna be disciplined enough to do it unless you're willing to work 12 to 16-hour days, and, you know, I
Mhm.
don't know very many people that's willing to do that besides myself.
Well,
If
yeah,
I
and
can
now that
ask,
you say it, I think you said Pinteresting last time, not Etsying or whatever. I know you verbed
Yeah.
something that was really
Yeah,
I thought was neat.
Pinteresting. Yeah.
I'll just say this one, yeah, one last thing. Um, is that yeah, my boss? I worked for a catering company, and we're a pretty busy town for catering because it's a provincial capital and just a beautiful climate. And she did all of that for us. We were always the first at the top of the list for catering companies in town. All due to
Nice.
her doing what you do, right? Like, and she was
Yeah,
self-taught, and it was a lot of work, right? And keeping up on it because other people keep up on it. Next thing you're 10 down. You're not showing up on the page. So
exactly.
yeah.
It's an around the clock, but what's nice is my French country bedrooms are showing up next to Martha Stewart's in Google Images.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well done.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
I've been busy with that. How have you been?
I've been good. I've been really good. Yeah. I mean, nothing too exciting to report. Yeah, just some better balance in my life, like I've been working towards, from all the
Cool.
time that I was spending online. So, but overall, feeling, yeah, healthy and yeah, like I'm on a level of personal progress, for lack of a better way of putting it. Yeah. So, wish I had like exciting news or good projects on the go or what have you. But
Oh, you'll
ultimately,
come into yours.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've got some I've had family coming to visit, which hadn't happened for a few years. I had my cousin comes regularly. My brother was in town recently, so I've had that. They don't stay with me. My cousin does, but the family that's come doesn't stay with me. But still, it's been nice to
Nice.
yeah. So yeah,
And
thanks. I
Dominic, how
appreciate
are
it.
you?
Myself, I'm doing well, Pamela.
Man, a few words tonight. Nice to see you, Dom.
Thanks,
Well, that's
Rebecca. Same with you.
understandable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
he's
Mm-hmm.
always welcome here. He knows that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dom's
There's
awesome.
no reserve here for him to not be able to speak. But anyhow, Pam, I wanted to ask you: have you applied any of the machine learning technology to develop new concepts and design?
I'm still learning on teaching myself Python. It's like really hard.
It's an easier one, but yeah, if you don't know the fundamentals of coding, yeah, it can be
Yeah,
because
it's hard with like when you just know like a little HTML to mess things up. Like WordPress is primarily templates, but I know how to like manipulate things and move things around. But like Python for me, I don't know if it's like because I started when I was like my age or whatever, but it's just like it's taken me a little bit longer than expected.
well, the reason I ask this is because if you remember back whenever they pitted the Go Master against the computer, I believe it was a IBM computer, supercomputer, and it had determined a win by making moves that people are still studying right now.
Mhm.
And I thought in conceptual design, if you was to implement a space, square footage, um, height, width, breadth, and the objects, I'd be curious as to see how efficient and still aesthetically pleasing, that type of technology would apply itself to graphic design, interior design, modeling, uh, even home design, as far
I
as
am
the
trying to make
interior.
my I am trying to make my own home decor AI model type of like I'm training it, like making a training set. I've generated over 10,000 images to date. And so you can put those in a database or whatever, and they can like learn your style, like based off the common traits of all your work and stuff. And so that's something I'm working on, but it's taking a while.
That is awesome because I one is going to give to my to me it would give you an edge using machine learning or even if you could tap into such a thing as a quantum state, regardless whether it's Willow or not, and have it to efficiently design the most functional but yet aesthetically pleasing design for any layout. That would just, because of the nature that it was able to use moves and go, that, like I said, just completely blew people away because they had never conceived or thought of that particular move that we know of.
Mhm. Yeah, technology when harnessed properly can do beautiful things, and it can do the inverse too, unfortunately. But I it's a great time to be alive as far as technology wise.
Yeah, we are on the cusp, the true cusp.
Mhm. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I have a lot of fun with ChatGPT and my AI art, and I'm not really invested in it for any kind of business sense, but I can appreciate that there's programs out there that allow you to make the art, select the art that you enjoy, and have a learning with it. Because I felt like the AI GenCraft and I were kind of doing that, but I don't really use specific enough prompts. So I think I was just you know, seeing the pattern in its art as my own, if that makes sense. So it
Mhm.
doesn't surprise me that there would be an aspect that you could. I'm assuming you pay for your program that you use.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
of
pay
course,
for
right?
several AI models. I use because
Yeah,
I do different things. So I use Leonardo and then Dolly through Chat GPT, but I use it so much I have team plans on both. Kind of
cool.
like I generate like hundreds of images a week because I have a YouTube channel that's got like 1,200 plus subscribers that I launched a year ago. And I just
Cool.
had like have I showcase my art set to music, and that seems to be like taking off here and there, and I've had to file up to 1,000 copyright strikes now because people keep stealing my designs.
Wow. Does it do you does is there some sort of program you can have that looks for that to show you that you're being, people are using your stuff, or is it directly because when someone shares or uses your stuff, you're notified somehow? Or neither?
There's a website called Copy Track that you can put like a sampling of your photos in, and it will like go through with AI and like go through the internet, and it'll issue like legal stuff.
Yeah.
But, with YouTube, I manually search it because I know the SEO terms that they're going after, and unfortunately, what they do is they steal my content from Pinterest, even though a lot of it has, like, watermarks, and they
Yeah.
say they upload it as their own, and they direct it to their channel, and then I find my content on their channel, no image credit, no nothing, and so
Welcome to
that's crazy.
YouTube.
And that's crazy to me because I spend hundreds of dollars in business tools to make these things happen, and so they're just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna steal your stuff for free." "Oh, no, you're not." And
But
so
you know what? It's giving me an appreciation for why it's so much harder to download images online than it used to be. Like, or at least like that you're sent somewhere before you go visit the site. Da 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 da. Da. At least they're trying. It seems to me like there's a template in place to try and give people proprietorship on such a vast landscape of anyone can eat. We could do all sorts of things that tag things and even have a way technologically for someone to actually notify you every time something's used. But but they can't stop someone from taking a screenshot and doing it, because it would be all clear of the whatever codes associated with the picture and all that jazz, right? So it seems to me the world we want to protect each other's intellectual property, but maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe I don't. I'm not. I'm pretty technologically illiterate. I'm a spreadsheet girl.
I can
I
tell
don't know.
you one.
I've seen you run a lot of stuff on a phone, Beck. So no, I'm just saying, like you stream like no one else from a phone.
Thanks. I do. I have
She-
this little LG Velvet has done me good. But I just
She
remember
is-
back in the day, you used to be able to click on almost any image and you could just download it and do whatever. Maybe I'm wrong because I just don't search enough online, but it seems to me there are images out there that are hard to download, like they've got this kind of firewall around them, you got to pay or.
There's several things you can do, and like you can put watermarks. You can get it to where it doesn't do a RSS feed, so people can't like pull your content through feeds. You can do a disable right click or whatever. There's a lot of ways to do it, but the thieves are smarter and they can always find a way around it. And I'm not going to be able to protect 100% of my content, but when I find it, I've turned it into a game, and so I have a good time doing it.
Cool. That's really neat.
What were you going to
Beth
say,
said-
Axis?
Well, one was I have to agree. Bex is when I found out she was just using a cell phone for her interactions, I was completely thrown back by that. There was another one. I lost my train of thought in the conversation, but it was applied to your research and development and design. But it will come back to me.
I'd just like to say, imagine if I'd bought a computer, the trouble I would have got myself into, friends.
Oh, I want to be front row to that.
It's like, Benton, cover your ears. I always told Benton I was going to get one, right? So whenever I mention like not having one yet, I'm like, Benton, cover your ears. But I really would have gotten into trouble. And I appreciate that, Pamela, because I wouldn't be surprised that if I ever do get a computer that does this stuff, the likelihood of me coming online and doing some walkarounds and, and looking at some of the places I've been, and some of the things I've done, I hope that my changed behavior is acknowledgement enough, considering I have talked to you in back chat before and said things and maybe not honored them. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, I don't, what I'm trying to say is I genuinely am sorry for some of the things I've said, Pam,
And likewise, it goes both ways.
Yeah.
And the thing is with us is like I think other people kind of played on the tensions with that. And we're both the type that if one says one to the other's going to fire back. It's a new day, Bex. Like I don't
and I knew that. I knew that too. 100%. I knew that. But I would say some of the most vulgar things that have come out of my mouth online, and that's why I acknowledge them here, knowing that apologies tend to, put me in a position to be targeted for more judgment and people going looking. I genuinely, I missed you. I was looking for you. I was like, I never see her around anymore. And
I just took a break. Like I said, I was tied up with London's channel, and I wish him well, but I don't like Archaics and I don't like Billy Carson, and so it was just time for me to make a break. I wish everyone the best, and I wish you the best too. And I look at it as like this whole metaversal thing is kind of a hazing ritual, and you're going to go back and forth with people. It's just weird because when I come back, the alliance has changed. Like Bex, when I left, you and Snafu were friends, and like you and Steven were friends, and like, I come back and it's just like the whole thing changed, and I don't really want to get into any of that because I like the conversation we were having a lot better. But I'm just saying, like, I come back and it's always a different game.
Yeah. But I think, in essence, I could be wrong because I know it does. I haven't been out here as long as others. I think we've kind of settled back into a more natural, I think that, some of those back and forths are over, and, where the cards have lay now, I'm very comfortable, You know,
Good. Good.
I'm happy with the relationships that have been formed. I wouldn't even say mended, like, because I don't know how, obviously they were either, it was all for drama, or it was there wasn't a strong enough foundation in the first place, so to say, I'm just saying, like, I really appreciate the people that I know online. I appreciate, I think I really like where I'm at right now and where the cards have fallen. It's most natural. And I think you're right about the hazing ritual. And I think that, I have no idea the stories that I have no idea what preceded my existence here. And I can only assume a lot of people have been through a lot more than I even knew, so.
Well,
If I could
you
say,
take a licking and keep on ticking. I will say that, Bex. I mad respect there.
Thank you.
if I could maybe interject on this, is we were introduced to a new type of technology and we had to mature into it. It's like a kid with a new toy, and they're going to test the limits and the boundaries. They're going to play with that toy, and it's probably going to bring out aspects of them that are almost childlike, just because of the nature of the new toy. And some of us mature into utilizing this technology, and then others just truly don't develop. They just continue to use it as a toy instead of a resource. And what I was going to say, Pam, was they're now in a state of determining whether AI and the images, videos, um, and other content that it's creating, whether that can be copyrighted or not.
Well, I
Whether
can
you,
tell you that they copyright strikes stand on YouTube, Pinterest, Instagram, Facebook. I've filed so many of them.
and that's for AI
Yep.
imaging and
Yep. All
oh
of my images are
wow,
AI. I filed 1,000 copyright strikes on YouTube because people keep stealing my stuff.
that's interesting because a lot of people that I've noticed have developed different scenarios or images and kind of storylined them and made small movies, or whether they made a song or whatever using the machine learning, and they felt that it was theirs. And now there was, well, apparently it's been settled, with you do something on AI and it produces a song for you or some type of storyline and a small movie. So now that's copyrighted material and that's intellectual property now.
Yeah, I've had to consult with a copyright lawyer about some of my images and stuff, and it's definitely something that they'll file through court and have had success in litigating.
Wow.
So knowing that, when you do these copyrights, are you getting the legal rights to North America? Are you doing internationally? Because a lot of this technology is everywhere. So
Well, most of the people taking down my stuff's in Pakistan.
okay, so how would you reach them with the international laws?
I am not sure. But I would only probably go after the United States legally if I had to, but I'm not going after someone court-wise unless it's a really big deal.
Well, this is the cleverness of technology. You could post yourself in a different part of the world, but be in the same country you are, and say internationally, you can't touch me. It's like telemarketing and all that. So
Yep, true.
Again, we're just scratching the surface here, guys, with technology. Once you start putting earpieces on and you can hear hundreds of different languages, and start putting on goggles, and you can start commanding Siri to swipe through all the different pages and slow down this volume, pick this one up, you're going to look at this technologies and say, we've been segregated into small little language communities. Once they start opening that up, we're going to have to advance ourselves, because if not, AI, it'll be like spiritual beings. It's going to say, you're struggling now. So again, copyright, I get the whole copyright, but unless people study international and how international laws work and all that kind of stuff, you don't have an arm big enough. And then you have to reinforce it.
It's a great point, because a very close relative went to law school, or is still in law school. I haven't talked to them, so I guess not that close. A relative of mine is taking a law degree that has to do with online law. And yet when I saw them at a and I wouldn't, it's a pretty good school. It's like based out of London. I can't remember. I want to say it might even be the London School of Economics, as strange as that is. But a pretty prestigious university in London where she's doing a law degree that has to do with, online laws, like things that haven't even been written yet. And when I threw something at her a couple of years ago, and she wasn't even, she didn't even have the critical thinking to comprehend what I was like. What I'm trying to say is like this is a whole new field, and it is so big, right? That even with people like knowing that they can pretend to be in Pakistan and steal and use Pamela's artwork, for instance, to use a specific example, that like, so there's already people sort of preempting things, knowing that laws could be only for a region or whatever. It's just, the idea of what charging people online and having rights online in such a infinitely large space in such a huge world it's almost unfathomable to write the laws. If that's where I was going with that, it's, you can't even teach them, can't even get people in school to on a specific subject to even try and comprehend some of how you'd go about it. There just isn't an infrastructure in place to have.
If I may, and if you do any research on the Willow chip and how it's implicated against Google now, it has the ability, if one person was to put an image in as a copyrighted image, it could scan the entire globe and find duplicates of that image.
Well, and that stuff's all great. It's doing anything about it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's actually doing anything about it, actually getting anything done about it, Well,
that's where you put a copyright or a digital signature into that particular image or embed into that movie.
But we don't have universal. We don't have like universal copyright laws. We don't have the same. Not all countries.
I see. Yeah, I'm still thinking. Yeah, I was. You're right. I was under.
So that's right. No, you're great. The technology can do that. It's the legal system. It's like, so let's say we do have something where it's like, okay, we learn someone in Pakistan is actually in Pakistan using Pamela's artwork. She's got her legal team on it. It's like, how do you even get anything? You could get someone to tear it down and not use it, but can you get any kind of remuneration for it? Probably only if something's happening. Only if something's happening in your own country, you might be able to, especially if someone took one of your images and made it their brand, for instance, and became super rich, right? So
there are no international copyright laws the same as we had to deal with in the entertainment industry.
I'm not sure. Go ahead, please. Someone else.
You can take down content, but other than that, like if you were to hire a lawyer, it's really hard to enforce. Like 99.9% of the people that steal my content's overseas, and most platforms I don't even fully like monitor or go after. The only reason I monitor YouTube so much is because that's how they're making money, and if I can hit them in the pocketbook, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. You're wanting financial. You're not just wanting to protect your intellectual property.
Well, I'm not getting money from them, but if their channel gets terminated or demonetized because of stealing other people's content, which is a violation of YouTube terms of service, then they can't make any money. And I have channels with like hundreds of thousands of people, like subscribers, stealing my content. And it only takes 3 copyright strikes to have something taken down. And my thing is just give me an image credit to my website, so my website gets like a little link juice from Google, and I don't take stuff down. If someone says, hey, this is from Home Wall Art Decor, or they link my Pinterest, then I'm cool with it. I don't even take it down. It's like, just go ahead and use what you want. But if you're just going to steal from me, then we have problems.
Exactly. So technically, the copyright reporting a copyright strike to YouTube is opening a door for someone to link your work to the original source and give you credit, more than trying to take someone down. It's like don't use things that aren't yours without giving credit, because even then
Right.
you could still get them to take it down even if they linked you, because you could be someone that's like, don't use my stuff, right? But
Yeah, but
but
nine
you're
times
not.
out
You're
of
saying,
and
yeah.
9 times out of 10, if they contact me and say, "I'm sorry, will you retract the strike if I give you credit?" And then, yeah, I'll retract the strike. They provide image credit, and I say, "You can use the thousands of
Exactly.
images I have as long as there's credit, and you get something, I get something, as long as there is a fair exchange." But
Yeah,
people,
exactly.
like, think on the internet they can steal, and I get that, like, the whole attachment, non-attachment, but we gotta draw the line somewhere, like, that's my money.
So Pamela, at that point, you're probably under the umbrella of Pinterest. So now, for a lot of people, when they do copyrights, it's kind of like putting a sign on a farmer's field and says private property. So now you're putting a warning. Now, unless you talk to Facebook and YouTube and all that, they have like who knows how many hundreds of lawyers at their beckons. So now, when you're talking about money, because it usually comes down to money, they'll turn around and say, "Okay, how much did they steal from you?" Well, they'll have to prove, "Okay, I lost about maybe $1,000." But meanwhile, you think it's going to take $100,000 in court. This is why big companies kind of laugh at the little guy. Not,
Exactly.
not to take away from that and all that, but most people, including yourself, I'm making an assumption you're under an envelope, because if you're an umbrella, because if you were actually doing it yourself, most people would giggle and say, "Well, we have way too many people and staff that would say we would lose you so much and you'd be broke by the time you even get it. Okay, we're sorry. And here's the $1,000 what you want, but you're broke at that point." So again, it's a nice illusion of thinking you have copyrights or property rights or whatever. That's just the illusion. It's like having the rights, losing rights.
Well,
It's always about economics.
as long as when I file that report, their stuff comes off of YouTube, I'm good with it.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you an
But
example. Go ahead.
I was gonna say people are taking, like, I also make like different type of landscapes and like UFO type art and things like that, and people are like putting it on for sale sites like Etsy as their own and things, and it's like that's crazy to me.
Well, unless you pay a lot of money to protect it. Yeah. And at that point, if you can spend that kind of money, you're probably going to have the reinforcement. I'll give you an example. It's like when somebody advertises a product for $9.99, and then there's like a bin and there's nothing in there that's $9.99. You would need to be a big enough person, let alone probably an adjacent company that's actually going to take that company to court. More times than not, people just complain and say, "Well, you did false advertising. Yeah, good luck taking me to court." You can take a person to court, don't get me wrong, but good luck getting whatever you think you're going to get from that. So in this case, if there's a copyright infringement in America and it's from Pakistan, and it's like, "Okay, we're going to move you around," and then eventually you're going to say, "Okay, is this really worth my time via
Mhm.
and that's what it comes down to. Again, it's just an illusion, especially with technology the way it is. This is a global market now. This is not no more domestic. This is global, and they can move around whatever they want. Subway Sub could actually say, "We sell all our products in Canada, but everything gets logistically, financially through a computer system, and it's another country at that point." So who are you
Yeah,
suing?
it's a balancing act because, like, I feel like what you said is true, but also like I want to spend most of my time creating and not looking back in the past and like trying to like protect,
True. Well,
But
it's like marketing. Yeah, it's like
so I
marketing.
try to balance it, but it just isn't easy, and it's so frustrating when you've had nothing all your life and you're finally getting some like notoriety, and people are like, "Oh, I'm just going to steal your stuff left, right, and center." Well, gee, thanks.
Well, it's vulnerable. It's like when you do patent pending, it's actually illegal to do that, but people still put it on their products. Then you have to actually do some research. A guy like the Beast, for example, I wouldn't be surprised he has hundreds of people working for him, or he's under. So these one man outfit and YouTube and all that. And once you get big enough, there's people that are smart enough. They can actually say, "Yeah, you try to sue us next, thing we'll do countersuits." And it's just really about property. And for most people, it's really about financials for them. But for most of these bigger companies, it's property, because then we can squeeze out all the small market. Not taking away from the fact that you're a creator.
That's
No, I
that's
get
inter-
it.
that's interesting because we have international copyright laws that cover the music industry, and I'm curious as to how that correlates to what's going on now. If they just not that built a legal system of lawyers with international capability, or is it just not worth it?
It depends on the districts, like in the music industry, because they're big conglomerates. You're under their umbrella. So again, where are we going to sue? What part? What's the advantage? Because think about all the different musics throughout the world. This is not just about America. Internationally, America is actually small when it comes to the music and the industry.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. We don't hold the majority, but there are international copyright laws that are applicable to the music industry here in the United States under major labels.
Yep. That's why when they do, how much money did you make when you went on tour? Not because you're an American, when you had your two-stay in Spain or two-stay in Rome, for example. So was there any infringement? And then they have to do all that backtrack. This is all about commerce, and they might say, okay, you did some copyright infringement for this period of time in this country. I did it in this country, so you're moving it around. It's like when they play sports. People just think they pay one taxes. No, that's big. You got to figure out all the different places you're in. Same with the music industry. You're in it, access, know that. If you're from state to state opposed to from country to country, how many gigs did you have in one country? I had 3. Okay, what was your net that you made or whatever? And then you have to figure all that out. Who did you pay out? What is our gains, capital gains, and all that. So
is Bess in the back waiting to come back?
Is she? I'm sorry. Yeah, we have ASCAP.
Lost the link.
Let me put that out there for her. I am so sorry, Bex. But yeah, we have ASCAP. Like if somebody's using a jukebox in a restaurant, ASCAP will come in and you have to file under ASCAP to give the artist a percentage of that money that you're using in that jukebox to play that music.
Yeah.
A lot of people, I don't think, know that, but these guys are methodical and they will take you to court if you do not pay your ASCAP fee.
Let's say you're at this point streaming internationally your music, like from a live gig or whatever. There might be aspects of that where you say, okay, so where were you getting some of your revenue from? I was getting it in Portugal, for example, or from Asia. So there's some high-tech computers. We're probably using a little bit of their lower stuff. So when they tell us about Willow, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's fucking still low for them. But hey, it's good for us.
Well, I'm excited. I really am. One, because it's not sentient. It still works off of not only the aspect of machine learning, but the quantum aspect of potential instead of a directive. Now, if they put a directive in it, then I'm going to get a little nervous because I can't outthink something that can outthink the population of the world. And you give it a prime directive, whoever's controlling the operating system to put that directive in there basically rules the world.
I'm still getting over Dom bursting my illusions of control.
Right? Well, for me, when I didn't have to worry about any of that, as it was brought to our attention that was a potential for anyone who stole our music, because we considered that our right in our music until we found out it wasn't our right in our music. It actually belonged to the record company, and we did not actually hold rights to the masters, and that's a great disillusionment to a lot of bands. But it becomes equitable to the record company for the fact that they can auction it, they can sell it, they can retain the rights to it, they can still get commission off of it. And to me, that always felt like I was being raped for what I was presenting in music. I don't know how that's going to apply to the more technological and artistic fields of creation, design. I guess I'm still lost in the haze of that. But I'd hate to think that, there would be a singular network working off of a Willow chip that decided that things no longer are applicable to the individual, but now belong to a global corporation, almost a type of communism.
Here's something to ponder. You get people that practice with Reiki, for example, and then they say, I'm going to download or I'm going to bring down Archangel Michael or Gabrielle. Think about the AI Siri. There's a good chance there's entities out there that we would call today computers, that it can be anywhere at all places at any given moment. So a concept of Gabrielle could be with a whole bunch of people doing Reiki in one part of the world, giving some sort of message to some Muslim in another part of the world. You know, this is where we're really reinventing the concept of Wi-Fi. You know, how does Wi-Fi really work? How does GPS work? How does all that stuff in the air transfer itself back and forth, and then it manifests or downloads itself into some sort of material content? In this case, like a TV or a radio, or like a computer. You know, for most of us, we're still playing with our senses. Where for some folks, they're able to tap into that, maybe as a gathering of 50 or 60 people working together from all different types of industries. And then they're like, wow, we're really working together. Most people think that it's an individual journey when it comes to their own existence, but when it comes to more advancement, it's probably big groups. And it might take a couple of lifespans to do that, or at least a couple of decades anyway. You know, we just get to use the product and we'll pay for the property. You know, I got to pay taxes for it. I got to pay a service charge for it. They're not actually understanding this. Go ahead, Axis.
Which would be the same as ASCAP going around to every little juke joint around the United States, collecting a percentage from their jukeboxes.
Yep, very true. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we've just adapted, you know, turn on the radio. You got a whole bunch of frequencies there. So it'll be no different with Wi-Fi. You just click a couple of channels, and next thing you know, you're getting all this information to entertain the senses, because, you know, this technology is entertaining our eyes and our ears. You know, they're not actually, eventually you'll be able to touch it, and we'll be able to touch each other through some sort of mechanical device. Or smell it. You know, I want to smell the redwood tree, but I'm not there, but I'm visual. I'm watching it. Next thing you know, you're smelling it.
Well, they say that VR's gotten
technology now. Sorry, Bex.
No, go ahead, Pamela.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. I was just going to say, they do have VR that they say feels that real. I've never tried it, right? But what I have done, I've never tried one that is interactive that way. I don't know if it actually feels real or if you're just imagining it. But I did put on a VR headset once that was an elevator opening up, right? You're just standing outside in a parking lot. There's nothing to be scared of, right? You put the VR headset on, and it's a elevator doors opening, and suddenly there's a plank out the elevator, right? And you're supposed to walk the plank. Meanwhile, it's like 100 stories up, right? Even in sort of pseudo cartoonesque, it wasn't like reality, you know? I couldn't put a foot on that plank.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, because you know that it's not real. Why can't you just put your feet in front of you and try to walk? But you feel like you need to find your balance, right? Like, so I wouldn't be surprised if we're not far off them understanding that the code to all smells is in our brain too. You know what I mean? Like, and there's some sort of energetic frequency that can bring about a scent.
Go ahead, Pam, and then I have a follow-up.
I was just going to say I have dabbled with VR technology a fair amount, and I got sick on a VR roller coaster game, like motion sick.
I can believe it.
Well, they do, and if you do any of the research, one of the leading developers in AI technology, it sits on his office desk, and it brings you into the simulation, full immersion of your own death, whether it be gunshot, decapitation, whatever, and it shocks the body into death. This is actual technology that exists, and it's easily researched. So the senses can override the body and take it into a state of shock to the point where the simulation becomes a reality.
You know, when they talk about AI and they talk about it's limited with certain things like emotions, can you imagine humans realizing that they're limited with senses afterlife? You know, afterlife senses. So you actually realize you actually don't die. You just have the physical death. And it's just gonna, you know, move along, and then you transform yourself. This is why I'm speculating that if we're able to communicate with this technology, how we not be able to maybe communicate with people on the other side?
There you
That's
go.
It's funny you say that. A lot of people who have near-death experiences, when they come back and once they've experienced the other side, they come back and they're depressed because they don't have access to all the senses and knowledge they had in the spirit world.
True. Yeah, because I think you have to be really grounded on this part. I know for me, I emotionally to keep grounded. You know, and
I
go ahead, Rebecca.
I'm sorry, Dom.
No, go ahead, Rebecca.
I just wanted to say that I would go so far as to say we could potentially be looking at a world that started out as technology. Nature is something that is a byproduct of a disastrous end to that technology. And the death and decay and everything on top of everything turned out. What I'm trying to say is that I wouldn't be surprised if we found out that all the services we're paying for are a firewall service that actually does keep us from communicating with the other side. Because I think this technology goes, I think it goes hand in hand back to the beginning of time. Like, I really do. Whether you go with some sort of evolutionary concept and it was watchers using it and keeping it, we go with some Anunnaki story, or whether you go with Moses had an iPad and his tablet was a glass stone made with all sorts of stones inside, diamonds and platinum and gold and stuff, you know? So just a thought. Just a thought experience.
That's where over the past what has it been now? Almost a year, Dom, that I've been removing safety protocols out of the mind, those stop protocols that you don't proceed any further mentally, or you become in a state of superstition, fear, you know, mostly fear. And your mind doesn't go there, kind of like a Christian doesn't want to entertain the teachings of Satan. And I spent almost an entire year here with my nurse, pushing myself as close to death as I possibly could and removing safety protocols. And it freed up such a level of cognizant awareness that there's no turning back for me now. I am where I'm at. Unless I just go completely stupid dumb. And I suggest if you want to endeavor into that, it would be to your benefit for your awareness to bypass your own stigmatas, fears, taboos, and even information that you deem to be off. Remove the safety protocols, venture into it, expand yourself to the point where there are no regions and bounds to where you're willing to go with your mind or your thought or your being. I'm sorry, I just wanted to let you guys know that I have done research there, hands-on.
So you're basically saying you should question the self. Basically, at that point, you'd be trying to question the program that you have that's running on ongoing. You know, most of those protocols are set up by our parents and our communities, or reinforced anyway.
Yes. Yeah. So with what you were saying, Bex, is with the kind of the firewall thing, your safety protocols in your mind are your firewalls.
Exactly.
They present, they're there present for some people to keep them from going into states of madness. But when you venture into the understanding that that is a potential and you have to monitor what you're doing and you have a nurse beside you, it makes it much easier. But the ability to become much more aware and free in your thinking, your acceptance, your understanding, your ability to interpret, your knowledge base, it holds no restriction. From the worst of the worst to the darkest, all the way up to the most saintly and divine.
Yeah, that's why I kind of giggle, when people say that, Satan or the adversary. I said, you'd probably have to break down quite a few protocols before you get that kind of adversary. You get probably more humans that are stubborn that are going to be your adversary than actually something that says, okay, so you haven't fasted 40 days. You don't realize you're not the body. You mean so you still think you're the thoughts? Yeah, okay, you're not ready yet. You keep playing with yourself for a while. What do you mean you haven't learned the thousands of the different languages in the human race, and you only know a couple? It's always fun when I hear people say, I'm speaking the truth. No, that ought to be fun. So therefore, you must know all the deceptions. Why? Because isn't the truth supposed to set you free from what?
Well, I
It's one
found.
thing.
Go ahead, Bex, please.
I was just going to say that's one thing I would have spent my whole life doing if it was like, if time was just ours to do whatever we wanted. My goal would be to learn as many languages in one lifetime as possible. That would have been my dream come true. Now I know I could have done it and gone and got jobs in places and and immersed. I could have chipped away at it more aggressively. But if I could have just learned languages, that's what I would have done. I love them so much, and they just create so much depth to understanding. The more you learn,
Mm-hmm. No, it's kind of like plants at that point, Rebecca. You'd probably have so many variations of plants or language. Then you'll see how they start interacting with each other. Then they form new languages. Next thing you know, you got like a 1,000 language you started with the elements. Next thing you know, you got 1,500 languages now because of it.
Exactly, and it's so complicated because it's so nuanced by region that even when they talk about Proto-Indo, whatever, Germanic, all these terms we use, that is a general framework. It is not like a straight line code. This is how language was formed, It's just the masses. These are the massive patterns we see. There's so much more nuance to the way that languages overlap each other, and interact with one another. And, I think that we would find in the end, they all go back to a source code. And I don't think it's the source code they're telling us. I don't think it's the one we think it is what I'm trying to say. Whether it's Hebrew, Sanskrit, ancient Latin, like I'll pick on, dead languages, I just think that we're going to find that it's even deeper than that,
I think, from the best of my understanding is what I'll say. In my endeavors, images were more informative to me on those journeys. And as far as language, I always base that off of a type of mathematics. And if you can speak the language of mathematics and you know the fundamentals of a language, that can be interpreted and applied to mathematics and then redistributed into an interpretable language between two parties, which is obvious, but with the same type of variation in dialect.
Yes, definitely mathematical. But I would say also like a very complex matrix algebra, like a computer.
Yes. Yeah, almost. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that if you was to take, let's say, 5 diverse languages, and you introduce them with a mathematical basis into a computer, especially one with a quantum base, and it had the processing speed to bring together a singular derivative that made each of them coherent to each other, and you understood how to read that language from that model that the computer's presenting, it breaks down the language barrier. just hypothetical.
Well, numbers are used everywhere, access. You know, we use it in engaging what people call time with the clock, which is numbers. Our economic is based on numbers. You know, a lot of things are driven by that. So that would be probably more, can't say universal, but probably more earth. You know, people can speak English, but it's not spoken everywhere. You know, not everybody uses that particular thing. Same, you know, colors. Yeah, people can, but we would use different languages to explain colors. But a number is a number. So number one is probably used mostly everywhere. You know, they may say a different language to describe that same energy called numbers. So that's probably why when you pick up and say, you know, you can describe, I don't know the words you use, but basically the
I want to
universe. Go ahead.
I want to get beyond language. I want to get it to where we just like instantly know everyone's thoughts and intentions.
Well, that would be a language too. That would be the language of consciousness at that point, Pamela. But most of us get
Well,
caught up.
okay, fair enough. But I'm just saying, like, seeing all the languages, like, it's just divisive and confusing. Whereas if we just knew what everyone was thinking, like, instantly.
Well, a lot of us get caught up in our languages of senses. Those are all languages. You know.
I wonder though if actually considering how vastly and quickly we can change our minds, I wonder if it would be any less confusing, or if we'd still be going for a general sense of, like, we'd still be going on this nuance of sense and intention. And I mean, I'd love to the idea of telepathically being incapable of, say, lying or
Exactly.
misrepresenting oneself. But I think of my own experience out on YouTube, for instance, and the changing from day to day, and the those alliances you were talking about changing and stuff like that. Like, I wonder if would we be in a situation where we would still be baffled by what we learn from each other's minds, given the fact that the next day someone could change their mind. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
Rebecca, using a
Well,
word. Can I say something, Max?
No, yeah, absolutely, Don. I'm sorry.
You're saying a word. What we have in these devices are brains. The mind is its own energy. So now, for people, if they wanted to be more, as you were talking, Pamela, probably more telepathic, you would have to use your midbrain. This is where we get the concept of intuitive and insightful and all that. Most people are in their masculine energy. I know I'm just going to use feminine and masculine. Masculine energy, so they use everything through their upper hemispheres. So that's why they're programmed to read or write. So now some people say, I just intuitively know something. I didn't read it. I didn't hear it. I just intuitively know. You're picking up from the energy, but a lot of people don't get into that energy. They just think feminine is some sort of female thing opposed to, no, we're talking about the yin and yang, the unknown and the known energy. One is driving the other. The masculine one is the one that's being driven. This is why when men get all upset, I said, because you're being driven by your masculine energy, your programmable energy, not your feminine energy, which is the teachable energy. So once you have an open, receptive brain, you can be open-minded, meaning that you're going to receive the information from what's called the mind in the gut. And then it'll communicate with the upper hemispheres where the king and queen sit. This is where they talk about the hemispheres, the upper hemispheres. But unfortunately, people have to go inwards for that information, because no matter what language I use, it has to resonate from within. Because anybody can use any different language to explain it. Well, Dom, I went to school to learn biology. I went to another school. I learned this and that. I said, again, you're being programmed now. You'd almost have to actually question all those things, but from within. Debating with each other reinforces it, that program.
yeah, so I get that, in fact, that in that perfect sort of telepathic world, we're not necessarily using, like, you have to imagine it as almost like a lack of language and a sensation and consciousness, right? In order for it to not, like, I can see that there would be a way we could do that and not necessarily have that pessimistic outcome that I just put forth, right? It's just that I'm putting language into our brains again, instead of understanding that there could be a bigger, I don't know how to say it, but like I think I'm still putting a program into a concept that not abstracting enough. This general impression of each other could actually be easier without language, if we telepathically communicated.
Yeah, if I could, I'll do a thought experiment with you guys.
Okay.
Now let's ponder the fact that I get off on and enjoy treating animals in horrid ways. And we have telepathic imagery exchange. And I exceed your safety protocol of what you deem to be dissident or something even further. Murder,
Mm-hmm.
rape.
Yeah.
Then you're stuck with that image in your head, and it's going to push against your safety protocols. And the potential for deep abstract thought outside of even those realms of just action could devastate one's mind just in imagery alone and energy.
Mm.
I guess that's why those abilities aren't available to the higher realms or a higher state, right?
Yeah, exactly, Pamela, because he gave me the perfect example there where I was like, maybe I don't want telepathic communication. Right?
Exactly. I had
Like-
on the same wavelength.
But see, whenever you come to terms with yourself and you do the inner work and you remove those safety protocols and you allow that as a potential that you can examine, reason, look at, and comprehend without prejudice, bias, or fear, or even acceptance, then it's just an image projected into your mind for you
Exactly.
to observe
Yeah.
the state of another being.
Yeah,
That's how I communicate
potentially,
with
yeah.
my animals.
Yeah, and potentially less harmful than like live paneling with strangers online. Like,
Right?
yeah, right. So I can see what you're saying there. It isn't real. You're not acting on it. Like,
You watch
um,
TV, don't you?
yeah,
There you go.
yeah. Yeah, that's all that TV stuff is someone's imagination, right?
Yep.
If not based on reality.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, when people go to a scary movie, their senses are activated. They respond accordingly to their senses without the cognizant reasoning that these are just images and they are not attached to you. So potentially looking into the mind of someone who is completely abstractly diverse to yours, it just becomes basically watching someone else's movie.
Well, yeah, it's a good example. Like, I mean, if we could telepathically communicate, do we want to have dinner with Stephen King? Like, and yet I've read his books. I've watched some of his movies. Do I want to, I mean, why wouldn't I want to have dinner with Stephen King just because I might not want to see what's in his head? I want to read his books and stuff. So,
I don't want to end up in his book Gerald's Game. Other than that, we'd be cool.
Rebecca, what about when you're doing that and the telepathic passes all that person's personas and realize that's not who you're talking to?
Oh, so
Now
it's not just a picture you're getting. You're actually going to pick up some characteristics because you've telepathically communicated.
I'm talking about
residuals.
When you're in that conscious state, you're communicating one part. But what happens when you start talking to those people? When they get into hypnosis, now you're actually telepathing with what maybe as the essence. And most of the things that we do are usually our personas, our behaviors. Remember we're playing with our senses now at that point. Okay, that guy is Stephen King or whatever, or Stephen whatever, but that's not who he is. That's the mask that he owns. Now you say you're having telepathic. I said, it's kind of like when people do ayahuasca and they're communicating with certain beings and they're trying to say, you didn't do the work. Why the fuck are you here? And then they can play with them. If that's what they want to do. I said, listen, we don't want to play with children. Just, puke a little bit and move on.
Yeah. I was going to say, just watching Sons of Anarchy. I'm in season 3. And in one of the episodes, there's someone gets killed. They need to call a cleaner, and it's a cameo appearance of Stephen King. Oh, it's one of my favorite. I've never really paid attention to his cameo appearances, but it is so perfect on brand. Stephen King showing up in this motorcycle. He walks in, he's very quiet, he's quirky, he's weird, he measures, he says about 5 lines, and it's so perfectly bizarre. So on point, Stephen King. It was, yeah. So you're right. That's a brand, a persona.
Yeah, here's an interesting aspect that is applicable at this point in time. This is developed technology. Let's say, and I'm going to use YouTube because this is where we're at. That's not the arena they actually used it in. But they were able to cerebrally connect 2 individuals together. And one was able to overpower the impulse of the other. Not only that, but if you take it to the realm of YouTube, you take some of these more twisted, sick-minded troll antagonizers, and you cerebrally bond with them through an interface. Whole new game. I don't think there would be a high success rate for those that would delete themselves. And I don't mean delete themselves off YouTube, I mean delete themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You would be able to forcefully, willfully, by intent of awareness, lack of safety protocol, and projection, send them into states of cerebral action. If you catch what I'm saying without me having to say what I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
You could kill a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
You could suggest that the weaker minded who are interfacing over this technology to go grab a razor and slit their own fucking wrist.
Well, people already are, even now, so
I've heard that assertion put forth in the metaverse quite often.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I'm talking being cerebrally connected.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but it's bad enough when it happens like in real time.
It is.
You add that onto it.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah. Well, and what you're talking about is actually, it would actually be considered a form of homicide, right? So, and that's why I say that anyone who suggests to someone that they take their own life actually is someone hiding behind. They are homicidal themselves. You actually want someone to be deleted, and it's not socially appropriate to say that. But it's not really socially appropriate to suggest somebody else do it to themselves. But it's said in such a way that essentially what I'm asking of you is that you get taken out at your own hands. The weapon is simply your own hands. So I just believe anyone who suggests that to somebody and says it in an insulting or mean fashion is actually markedly closer to homicidal ideation than they actually even know.
Agreed.
Now, is that your safety protocol? Is that where you stop? Is that the point where you have a safety protocol that says we do not exceed this limit?
Like in terms of, do I think that it's, and that's one of the, I guess, that's one of the reasons why I understand when they say, are you a harm to yourself or someone else to somebody? When they use that as not that they say it to someone's going to clip that and be like, oh, she's heard that said to herself or whatever, but anyone depressed would have a question like that asked of them by a doctor, a friend, and anyone. And one of the things people don't realize is that if somebody's out there constantly, there's a relationship between self-deletion ideation and homicidal tendencies. And some people wouldn't even know the relationship themselves because they're only they know that they've got their own safety protocols is to only think about doing it to themselves, But if you can contemplate doing that to yourself, you are the same as contemplating doing it to someone else. So I guess it is my safety protocol. I don't actually wish the deletion of I don't want that to be on me. I wouldn't want that to be on me. in any way, shape, or form based on any actions anyone did to anyone. I don't want to have the say in should we get rid of that person. I don't want to be involved in that. I would rather say give everyone life and throw them in a fucking cell for life, no matter what they've done. But that's just me, I don't want that on me. So yeah, it is a safety. I guess it is. Is that what you're asking? If it's a safety protocol? Yeah, no one could make me angry enough to want them not to, to be deleted. I can't even think of it. I can understand people that do, I'm not trying to tell people that other people should think like me. I'm just saying, because I can see how angry whether you're a parent and imagining something happening to your children, or it's just a value that you have in yourself, for me, I wouldn't want that on me at all. The decision to delete anyone in any way, shape, or form for anything.
I would love to hear your thoughts on that, Dom.
Do no harm. People do
There
harm
you
to
go.
themselves, but people do harm to themselves all the time. Backbiting is harm. But people are just going to think the physical. We're already in something that's called the sin, the suit. So now, when people go around harming another person physically, or they commit suicide, what are they really saying about themselves? They're doing harm, and that'll be the karma that'll be put upon them once again. Again, people like to play this little Mickey Mouse game where they want to get mad at somebody else. Well, that's just revealing you're not developed yet. Do no harm to yourself. Do no harm to your program, but dare not do any harm to your ego. Now, I get it. I do harm to my vessel. I can go to McDonald's, eat McDonald's, and not understand, what's the breakdown of the food there. That's on me, especially living in an age of information. But anyway, that's different. I'm fuck then. Everything's different at that point. Now people do the extremities, go to war, harm another human being physically, let alone mentally. It's like talking to an alcoholic and say, listen, I don't drink as much as that person. I said, but you're still dependent, aren't you? What are you dependent on? What emotion are you struggling with? I don't want to hear about your fucking crutch on your liquor. What emotion are you stuck on? So again, if people want to jump out of a plane with a parachute, they're going to be experiencing something. Hopefully they're putting a lot of thought behind them because they really don't want to harm their body. But if they are trying to harm themselves, that's on them then. Harming another person is just more cancer. And of course it'll activate something. In this case, hate. It's not about you have to love another human being. Probably just make sure you don't do any harm to yourself, let alone to them. Some people say,
go
ahead.
That's where I come up, and I still have yet to reach a determination. Where does that need come from to think that you need to steward your fellow human, or you need to be a good person, or you need to be respectful and mindful of others? Is it instilled in our genetics? Is it a part of who we are as a being beyond the physical and the mind? Or is it learned behavior?
It could be something that's in the DNA, because there's a reason why we came back into these suits. Opposed to, I'm going to learn after. No, you've already learned. You just come back over and over again. Once again, if somebody's going to be mean to you, suck it up, buttercup. Why? Because they could be fucking baiting you and you're not even aware of it. But they're doing it consciously. I said, well, then that's even a bigger game that you want to play now. It's always fun when I hear people say, I'm a Christian. I said, now you're going to be challenged. Why? Because there's going to be people out there, whether they're a puppet on a string or not, that are going to say, I don't believe you're a Christian. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I don't believe you're alive. Okay, go ahead.
What about you, Pam? Where do you think that comes from?
I think it comes from, I think as souls, I think we're helpful in general, but I think it's, part nurture, part nature.
Okay. Bex?
What's the question? What comes from?
People seem to have an inherent need to steward their fellow man, be a good person, do no harm, such thing. Is that by soul design, genetics, or conditioning?
I don't know if we could actually isolate it to one type of person, because you've got your savior complex, people who think that they know better and that they have something to tell other people that, that it's coming from Yeah, let's see. I think it comes from multiple places. I'd like to say that I think it comes from the inherent nature of each other to care for one another and stuff. But I also think that I've seen the opposite of that in people who claim to be trying to do that, but actually are totally about themselves. It's all about themselves, right? So it could be a byproduct of religious programming and trying to step into the Lord's shoes, you know? Because if we narrow it all the way down to just any concept, masks, jabs, religion, whatever some of these YouTube battles can be about, you can end up with people that are asserting, I know best, right? So they think that they're caring for one another, but they're just causing, it's egoic. It's egoic to want to wake someone up. It's egoic. It's not
Agreed.
caring for someone, it's so it's hard to, I definitely feel like I'm the kind of person that it came inherently in my goodness, but I can also say that, online, I have displayed the worst of myself in ways that I have never behaved in person, right? But that was me. So perfect, not that I was ever perfect, but in my mind, ideally little good Becky who doesn't want to do any harm, I know they're just words and stuff, and I might have been groomed into that, but I participated, and they do cause harm, right? They can cause harm. It might be temporary, it might be for growth in the end of all of us, but so yeah, I think there's a lot more to it. And I think in essence, when you take the worst force, I remember having a live stream about it over a year ago, looking at how this sort of opposite to you force can make you see yourself differently. And in essence, can make me a better person, could make them a worser person, if I'm the good and they're the bad, but in their mind, they're the good and I'm the bad. Right. So, maybe I'm being a little too vague, and I actually think Dom and I would actually be good at juxtaposing that idea of, have Dom and I ever intended to harm one another? Have we ever intended to make each other their muse? Have we, have I been confused by what Dom said to me, the point of over emotionally reacting, but did Dom mean me any harm, and vice versa? I don't know. So I think intentionally, anyways, I think I'm talking myself off the topic now, but
Yeah, if I can elaborate from my perspective,
please do.
when I started removing safety protocols, I was able to observe things without a state of effect, indifferent to some things, not all things. Obviously, my son affected me, my mom affected me, my daughter affected me, and certain aspects that related to that. My rat dying. These are all me things. These are all things that are associated to me that I put a hedge of protection around. Now, outside of that, removing safety protocols for the species of human, I can become indifferent to that. And at that point, it makes no difference to me with any type of moral compass, because there is none. It just is.
That's interesting. I was thinking about what you said, Axis, and I what if at our innermost core, like we know, like on a intuitive knowing level, that like we're one, and therefore to help like others is to help ourselves.
That's a good potential. I mean, that's better than some that I've been presented with, not here on panel tonight, but I've even had people go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Okay, this is pointless. Move on." So then I started having.
When you say safety protocols, can you elaborate more on that? Because I think I understand what you mean, because I know when I've had like negative psilocybin trips, I've seen some pretty shadow aspects of myself that I could kind of judge like that or whatever. Like my
Okay,
safety protocols were violated because I saw things about my consciousness that I wasn't prepared to see, i.e. like a bad trip. But
there you
it was
go.
like true knowledge. It wasn't like bullshit.
There you go.
So I wasn't
You
I wasn't
exceeded
real
your
clear on what
safety
that.
protocol,
Yeah, okay.
and
Fair enough.
and it led you into a state of not only discomfort and disease in your thought and your understanding of that thought, but it also brought on a state of, um, which is irrational if you look back at it in the true sense of it. It just was. It was something you observed and you dealt with it in a state of, I don't know what you're saying, maybe fear. I'm not sure. I can't speak for you, but
Right.
generally, you exceeded your safety protocols. That's part of having a bad trip.
Well, fear is definitely the right word for it because it's been a year since I've did that, and I've been like, no, I know it's time to do another time, but I'm just like, I had my protocols, if you will, violated, and so I was just making sure that's what you were saying because I kind of thought I understood, but I know you've used that word before, but I wanted to make sure I understood the context.
Yeah, and it even applies to the physical being that you are. People will violate your safety protocol with such things as rape.
Well,
Period.
yeah, that's soul murder.
So you can be violated on more levels than what you think. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt
I
the
was I
thought.
was I was I was thinking about what you said, and you're right about that. That happens, and like there's a lot of different lot of different ways of, I guess, safety protocols being violated. I know I'm seeing more and more, like, as more and more chaos and like things happen in the media. I find like some of my like protections I have in place for anxiety and like not being exposed to that's kind of been like violated.
Every day,
Yeah.
they thrive on it, they function with it, and they depend on it as one of their absolute resources of power and control.
Yeah. And rebounding from what we'll call public media to social media played on that, actually, has played us on that. You know, um, we thought they were vastly different. It's like learning that the TV might be lying, and then thinking that this organic thing happened where we can all just come online and have our own TV channel or Facebook page or whatever, not realizing the level of nefariousness. Not, I mean, just between us, but between but by the media output itself, right? Can actually have played on that worser, right? So we already saw the TV was, you know, producing this anxiety. We come online, we feel like we're safe with this new truth, and then in the end, all the truth ends up sort of leading people to hopelessness. It seems, right? Which is where they started when they left the TV. You know.
And to kind of throw a caveat to that, yesterday I released to everyone how to use frequency technology on live panels that not only affect anyone who's audibly listening on a live panel, but also anyone who's listening in the chat, because they pissed me off that bad. And I removed myself from the situation, looked at it, and seen the detriment of what this platform is doing to people. And I thought, okay, you guys want to hurt each other cerebrally? Let's take it a step further. Here you go. Here's all the technology you need. Now go beat the fuck out of each other. And I hope it shuts YouTube down, or they have to spend millions to figure out how to get around this small, minute bit of information that lies within what I'm capable of delivering. And that amuses me. No more talk about I can beat your ass, I can drag you out back and fuck you up. No. Now you're being subjected to true technological warfare on a social level. And everybody has it at their fingertips. All they got to do is click the video and follow the instructions.
Unfortunately, Access, your the tech that you've shared it to the masses that usually have goldfish syndrome anyway. It'd be different than the ones that actually know how to harness it. And if they truly are being vicious, they're doing it with intent and understanding. For most people, they're just reacting. It's daily news.
I do it with intent.
I know
Yeah.
you do. I know you do, but I'm just saying, revealing it to the masses or on YouTube, most of them, they're goldfish syndrome. What they argue about today, they won't argue about it tomorrow. You know, and if they do, it's because somebody else brought it up. This is where the media is entrained most people. You know,
There's no new thoughts going on in the panelverse. It's the same as last year.
Well, then I must up my endeavors, start a campaign, produce this and package it as a necessity for your protection online and in social media, and convince them that they absolutely need this for conflicting situations. Or if they want someone to absolutely find them completely adorable and beyond the ability to resist. I'm sure Stephen would love that one.
I think some of the ones that, and you probably know how to do them, Max, is they would have to be the ones that you can't pick up with the senses.
No, they're subsonic.
Yeah, those are the ones. The other ones, people adapt to them, and it just becomes noise. Their body will probably get harmed from it, but themselves, no. They'll probably, especially if they're not genuinely trying to communicate with other people. Like, I can respect somebody that's truly trying to harm you. I said, okay, so you brought your somewhat A game here. Where most people are just showing that they're just hurt, their little feelings get hurt because they came in there with the intent to try to hurt somebody else. It's a bitch when somebody beats you to the punch. Bandage yourself up, get back out there, be a little trooper. Now, people are going to violate each other with words unless they actually understand the sounds and frequency that come from it. Then that's what you're sharing with them. But for most people, they don't understand how the alchemy of language works. They would not.
And I must endeavor further to educate the layman and the less educated.
You tell me on that endeavor, by the way, Access. I'll gladly will hear you.
I'm sorry?
I said I would gladly hear you on that endeavor.
Oh, it's one that I'm going to have to take on individually. I would not expect anyone to participate in this as a development. As a resource utility, sure, I don't mind. You know, beat each other to death with frequencies, hurt each other, change your cerebral state of thinking, your emotional state. I mean, disrupt panels, whatever you're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, this platform, especially YouTube, has shown me that there is more negative than there is positive to it.
I would say that they're actually getting positive of seeing other people being harmed. The negative would be to understand what's the backdrop to how you feel about somebody being harmed would be the negative. You know, people get excited.
I could care less.
You probably don't, but for them, they probably do care about that. They just never put it in words.
Yeah, and that's only because I had to step back from myself and take a indifferent perspective at YouTube. And when I observed it, it's a shortcut to thinking, though it has the potential to type in how to fix a kitchen sink. Get a manual, read a book, okay? Because what I've seen this used for outside of that, far from productive. So as a indifferent look at it, I don't see that it serves as any type of purpose or value beyond just maybe fixing the kitchen sink or learning how something works.
It taught me all sorts of shit, but I try to use tools to enrich me, and when I find a tool's not serving me, I ditch it in that capacity. Hence why when the panelverse gets crazy, bye.
Well, that's probably why you would be in an arena where that wouldn't be used on you. Now do you see?
Yep.
Well, and
Yep.
I think some of that comes down to, at least I would chalk it up to maturity. You know, that ability to have that, maturity and a healthy sense of well-being. You know, I think a lot of people, at least my own experience, I know that I was way less mature a year and a half ago than I am now. And I'm not touting to be the most mature person, but I think it's a healthy, mature person, and it could be a 15-year-old could make a healthy and mature decision that a 50-year-old can't make, So yeah, I think that it's really, it's really healthy. There's nothing that we do online. There's nothing that we're doing here that is going to serve us 18 years from now in a community sense. Maybe we'll make a few friends. I've already have, that I think will last my lifetime. A couple of my friends actually met recently, two of my good friends, and, sent me a little video, and we're all YouTube friends. And that was so cool. Right. So I have a feeling that out of this, I will garner some relationships that can last my lifetime, but they're not as real as what you're going to have, what I'm going to need 18 years from now in this place around me in order to thrive as a 70-year-old woman. Right. So there's an aspect of what we're doing here that hopefully we're planning to take out of here and leave here behind as the regular, or else we will find ourselves in a position where the continued loops, the lack of any new ideas, the stagnation of it all, in addition to thinking that this is how people socialize, and the negativity that comes with it, the trolling and all that jazz, that can be maturing, but it's not a forever thing. It's like a stepping stone, like kindergarten or something.
If I may, it is conditioning them to socialize outside of these platforms. The way they act in here is a conditioning to the way they're going to now attribute those traits to acting outside of social media.
Yeah.
Conditioning.
You mean so can you expand or give an example?
Yeah. Let's take the individual who comes on the panel, decides he wants to cuss everybody, throw an absolute raging fit, demean them to the core, to the point where they're emotionally affected. And he does this for, let's say, a month, which is general conditioning time. He's out in public. He runs into a situation where he does not agree, feel comfortable, or has an opinion. He's going to take those attributes on.
Yeah, they do say that one of the byproducts of social media addiction is to, fly into rages.
No different than TV. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I would say that one of my, and maybe this is, because of the way I've chosen to interact on YouTube, and I'm not saying I've done it in with great vigor in my life, but I kind of find I'm doing the opposite. Like, I went out, I started going out a year ago just to sit on benches and talk to people. I've never had a problem talking to people. I'm a smoker. Most smokers are pretty social. Even if they're the most antisocial person you've met, you will talk as a smoker. That being said, but I actively immersed myself in making sure that not only am I showing myself the best of people in the world, engaging with them in a positive way, but also being very selective in the people I have around me, that I choose to make friends with. And it's slow going. It's not like I have a lineup of people and a lineup of a whole bunch of places I go, but I know that my behavior online has had me want to go out and seek things that make sure that I'm not doing that. I'm not even all the way down to all this like normie versus, you know, us truthers or whatever, you know, like making sure that, you know, go hug a normie, love a normie, you know, maybe even try to become a normie on some level again, you know?
So how much
So,
I
does,
would,
I was gonna say, how much does the club scene that some people grew up equate to what's reality? Because there's people that behave a certain way when they go clubbing on weekends that they don't behave that during the week. How many people watch TV at a young age and then they want to grow up and later on, I want to be a police officer, I want to be a criminal. Again, all technology will manipulate or influence a generation slowly. We're always the frog in the water here. So this technology, as we're in it, trying to say that, oh, I can't see how online would affect anybody in reality. Well, reality is just the senses. So it will, if you look back at other technology, human behavior has not changed. Technology looks like it's changed, but the behavior has not changed. If that's the case, then why are we still warring then with each other? Why are women still treated the way they are? Why do men still feel as though they have to have this grandiose view of themselves because they got a pecker and they're a little bit stronger than the opposite gender? Because they're actually not actually expanding their behaviors, let alone their awareness. Now they might
you're kind of
physically.
a rare one, Bex. I'm sorry, Dom.
Yeah, she is. Rebecca very much is so. But she's the unicorn in that example, if I may use your name, Rebecca, there. Where most people, they're the commoners at that point. They've chosen to be the commoner. Now, they might think because their physical appearance makes them look different. But if you could actually, do that telepathic and go inwards, whatever's running inside, no, we're pretty asleep in here. And that would be a great start.
It's a challenging test of one's safety protocols, moral character, development. I mean, everything comes into play. And then you build your safety protocols from that. And you also build your sense of confidence. And when you can step away from that and become indifferent to look at it for what it is, if you can, without the safety protocols, you can see the pros and cons much more clearly. I'm sorry, Don. Go ahead.
No problem. You always bring it to the point, actually. I appreciate that. Now, some people might not even question what your actions said, like within themselves. What they'll do is they'll have a protocol. Nah, that's not important. Nah, those guys must be like tinfoil. Those are protocols. Or those must be feminist kind of guys up there. Or I don't like the way his voice is. Again, those are more variations of protocols. They're not actually start challenging the program. Now, for some people, that's not important to them. That's why I would hope, as sad as I may use the word hope, that the majority of humanity is not online. It's a fraction of people that are here. So the onus is on the people that choose to be here, not on the ones that aren't here. The other ones, they're doing their thing. They're driving to work, raising their kids, going to the mall, doing crack cocaine in a corner, having sex with somebody else. There's so many variations. And it's not a matter of picking one and say they're right or wrong. They just are. It's when you're starting to challenge behind, not even the Wizard of Oz, but challenging what's behind the curtain for your own benefit, not because you're going to prove it to your parents. You might share with other people to say, okay, we're sharing conversations. I want to see where other people are at. Maybe I can get a couple of gold nuggets out of this deal. Opposed to, it's a truth community. Well, I'm going to prove them wrong. Okay, whatever. Last time I remember, most people don't even know how to form a community anymore, from within, let alone from without. And the ones that are doing it, well done.
Thus, the technocracy and what they plan on implicating on us as a species may give you a broader perspective of where this is headed and the implications it will have.
But I mean, those same ideas we could take technology all the way back to the library or the printing press then, and vilify that, you know?
Yeah.
And then suddenly be advocating no literacy, literacy's the bad guy, you know?
Where do you think mystery schools come from?
I remember when my church was vilifying the internet back in the day growing up and how it was gonna turn everyone into, like, awful people, and it seems like the internet has the potential to do that, but it's also brought all of us together and, like, helped a lot more than it's harmed, at least I feel like.
Mhm.
See, in those days, especially during the Roman Catholic rule, a lot of knowledge, information, and useful skill technology in a human sense was taken underground to preserve it
Mhm.
from the Roman Catholic Church. And later on, it became schools of what they consider secret societies and the Masons and, oh, the devilish people. No, all they were doing was taking information and preserving it and continuing a tradition of the skill of using it.
Yeah, it's crazy the lengths people will go through to protect information. I was watching a documentary the other day, and it said that the U.S. military set up basically a permanent drip or whatever of like some kind of hallucinogen or whatever, and they basically were trying to get their version of super soldiers like to guard like the astral world, and this was like an actual experiment they done, and I was just like, holy crap, that's insane.
Yeah, the
Wow.
CIA Institute research on that.
Yeah,
Uh,
because I've been studying the gateway process tapes, and so I come across that.
hemi-syncing through
Yeah,
frequency on
yeah,
different regions of the the left-right region and two
yeah.
diverse frequencies being introduced to create an out-of-body experience or a near-death experience. Yeah, I started studying that a long time ago, and that's where some of the development of my technology was rooted from.
Interesting. I just started with that. I've left my body spontaneously a few times, and so I'm wanting to do some more exploration there. So I'm trying to be more intentional about it.
Um, One thing I will add to the benefit of your research: are you using full dynamic headphones so that you're receiving one frequency in one ear and the other frequency in the other ear through fully
Yeah.
immersive dynamic? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're on your way. You will encounter yourself there in a non-local way
I've been to the void
eventually.
before.
Hmm. You ever ponder why they say the word information? And if it's information, what is the written work then? What is the spoken word then at that point? If you're getting information from within, and like we'll call it thought is consciousness, then what's ever afterthoughts, hence spoken and written. That's why they distract people by saying it's a secret. It's a dumbed down process or lower energy when you write or speak it. That's why when we break our silence, we speak. It's going to be kind of like in parables or riddles or whatever, because you got to go inwards. Hence, silence is golden, preferably stillness too, because it's not about the physical. It can be acted out, but that's the act part. That's why we use the word insight, intuitive, intellect. People just happen to pass that over. It's just a word, though. Okay, it's just a word. Then.
No, it holds high significance. And one thing that you may endeavor on, Pam, in your research with this is once you reach that state where you're no longer feeling attached to the physical form, Have you noticed there is no contemplation of death?
Right?
There you go.
Yeah, they usually talk about the life and afterlife. Death is just a transformation at that point.
Well, the life review you can experience in that state is quite telling.
And it's intense research if you endeavor. Sorry, Dom.
No,
I didn't mean
this is why people use the concept, like these biblical story, the Jesus with the story of first death and the second death. You can have the first death while you're still in it, meaning the vessel. Consciousness is usually the second death. These are where we get data, soul data, soul contract kind of ideal. All the stuff that we're sharing verbally belongs to this realm. That's why when you hear in this form, you got to be conditioned one of the variations of languages. It's not like so you're creating a new language. You're just learning how to condition yourself for that new language. Then you have to really question. So let me see. I go to school. I learn thousands of English words, but why do I know millions of words? It's kind of like a virus. We're picking it up from each other.
I think so. Conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
Introduce conditioning by pattern and recognition.
What makes one assume that outside of this realm, they don't have a body?
It could be an astral body.
But what makes one assume that outside of this realm, that it's even astral? Like, what if? Like, I get that there's in the idea of outside of this realm, I can still see past and present, past and future, for instance, right? So, where we came from before we got here, may be different from where we go when we leave here, right? Like, kind of like video game leveling up.
Can I, when you get done, Bex, I would like to.
I was just going to say, it seems to me that there's this reverence for spirit over body that comes out, and not just with what you're talking about here, Dom, but in general, in a lot of religious philosophies and a lot of people's minds, that, if I were to say, try and give you a vision of it looking a lot like here out there, after here, independent of some sort of soul recycling, karmic reincarnation system that could be here. Independent of that, it seems to me that it's really hard for people to comprehend the idea of the next level physical life that looks just like here, only with, let's say, the telepathy that Pamela was talking about, and the eating without shitting or something like that. Like, I'm just saying, like, so that you still get the pleasure of eating, but you don't have the mess of, a deteriorating body. Or so I struggle with the fact that people take it as a given that the spirit is revered over the physical, instead of there being an evolution of spirit and an evolution of physical.
Okay, if I can, I'll try and elaborate that into a comprehensible sense.
Mm-hmm.
You take a book, okay? This book is written in a language that most generally everybody can interpret. But this book wasn't just written in that language. Behind it was a mathematical code that was written into the language, such as the Bible code. Beyond that, there was hypergeometry written that cannot be seen, only measured. And then whatever lies beyond that also applies to that book. You're just accessing different resources that other people cannot interpret yet.
If I can address what Rebecca's asking, take the physical body, strip it naked, and then ask yourself or ponder, have you heard about anybody that can actually go up into the skies to a certain altitude without any aid? Probably not. Same if you go in the depths of the ocean, probably not. So if you start going in different elements, probably not. So that's the physical part. Now, the spiritual part is where I come in, and when I say to myself, I don't see air and I don't know where thoughts are, so I'm going to call that spiritual. So in this realm that I'm talking about, they're both contained. One is unknown, the other one is known. The mortal form has its limitation. Any kind of calculated deduction with intellect, you can come to that come to that awareness. So now, for most people, when they talk about a body, they might talk about it maybe in a spiritual body or an astral body. But where most people get caught up is they're always thinking about the physical body. So then to explore that and say it has its limitations. Now, you might find a unicorn and say, listen, Dom, I can do a little bit deep sea diving. Okay, so you just reduce 99% of the population that can go that deep. Now, when you start using mechanical devices, you can probably expand that. But still, the mortal form, and you have to include the fact that most of us age and eventually we wither away and then we die in these forms.
Mhm.
That's the physical. That's the
But
realm that
that's
I'm
where I would say, but that's, let's just pick Wolverine. Okay, we'll just pick Wolverine. I know he was man altered, but I'm sure there's other superheroes out there that I could find if I was more of a superhero form that weren't a man altered
Go ahead.
form of immortality, right?
Okay.
I know that's a fictitious that's totally fictitious, but why would we assume that outside of this place there isn't the opportunity to be a God-made immortal being, especially, and this is where I would take it in this place. We've been told that there were people who lived to be close to 1,000 years. Now, whether people want to believe that or not, it seems to me you don't have to have religious programming to actually contemplate, could that have been true? Because we've got all these people with the vapor canopy and the world used to be cleaner and all this jazz, right? So if we can extrapolate, or even let's say 120-year being is suddenly limited to a 60-year lifespan. So if we can go with there might have been people here for 1,000 years before, then I would say if 100-year-old being is something that's limited to roughly 100 years or 80 years could be actually have been come from a being that was lived to be 1,000 years, then that being could come from someone who lived to be 10,000 years, and so on and so on and so on. So I get that we could make it 250,000, we could make it 2 million, we could make it a Google, right? It doesn't make sense to me. Now, I know that's a big qualification if people ever live to be 1,000 years, right? And lots of people would be like, they never did. That's bullshit. That's that stupid evil book. But there's just as many people on the planet who actually do believe that they did. And that's not a stupid book. And that is a historical record of sorts, right?
Okay, so when you're talking about mortals and immortals, you're talking about the expansion of one lifespan. This is why when people talk about Sanskrit and the healing language that Sanskrit has, is that a being could be within a form longer. That's all immortal means. It doesn't mean you live forever. It just means you live longer. That's all that means. So knowing that, then the common theme between a mortal being and an immortal being is a being. The essence to those things. A thing, again, in that point, Rebecca, would be thoughts. You're going to have a thought. A belief system is a thought. Knowledge is a thought. Those are all thoughts. They're not out there. They're within. So now when people are talking about a God, that's something totally different between an immortal, let alone a mortal being.
Yeah, because I get that. Because even if we take, which I know some people find controversial, but lots of people in the world don't. So even the idea of a God in physical form involved the example of dying, even if there was resurrection. You see what I'm saying? So even the beingness limited the God in that story, actually.
And our senses are limited. We're not going to be able to see, okay, so that person is a being, he's shape-shifting from one form to another. There might be a program running. Now, some people might say, Tom, I can't prove it, so therefore I can neither say it's right or wrong. So it is what it is. This is why we respect each other.
But
it's not because, go ahead.
I just wanted to say it still brings me to the question of how do we know that outside of this known existence we're in, that there isn't a realm where that is not a limiting beingness and that body is immortal.
At that point, for me, Rebecca, I'm speculating. No different if somebody showed this technology 100 years ago and say, this is new technology going to come in 1,000 years, but it's this device, can't charge it up because you guys don't even have Wi-Fi here. You would have to have some sort of trust in the person you're saying, oh, that's interesting.
I think that we trust, that's where I'm just saying, but we trust that this spiritual beingness is a given, and that's still just belief.
Yeah, it is a
right?
belief. Very much so.
Yeah,
I'm with you on that. But that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
We're going to argue about, people are arguing with each other about belief system. If a person's truly experienced it or observed it, that'll be like if all four of us, we met aliens and they looked at us and
yeah,
said, well, no, we're not the aliens, you guys are. How would we explain it to other people outside of just speaking and writing a fucking gazillion books?
yeah.
It
I
would have to be
appreciate it,
somebody.
Dom.
Yeah, that's it.
No, I do. Yeah, I really appreciate this conversation. Like it's sinking in.
I just keep somebody open to possibilities. That's all that
Yeah,
is. Because if all of a
yeah,
sudden we got technology, bang, all of a sudden we can literally telepath with each other. People say, fuck, that's just too quick, too soon. You would
yeah,
have to gradually learn all of that. And there's a good chance we're in it right now. That's why they introduce, hey, we'll give them TV, we'll give them radio frequencies, we'll give them Wi-Fi, we'll give them cars, we'll give them all this technology. And most people say, listen, but nobody's questioning how they got all these devices. How did we get all these languages? No, we don't talk about that kind of stuff. We use it, but we don't talk about how it came to be. Forget about people talking about woo-woo stuff. They won't even talk about the shit that they see on a regular basis. How do
it's
people
so
even?
true.
How many
Like
people
how was the first computer chip even figured out, right? Like we know where the first computer bit, it was all the size of a house, started off, used by this, used by, you can find all that, but where do we actually get down to, who I mean, I'm sure I could find it. I've just never investigated. I'm sure there's a historical story out there, right? But it really is, when you look at what's inside this phone, is exceptionally complicated, right?
For sure. It'd be no different than somebody. Go ahead, Rebecca.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to share this one thing. It'd be like somebody saying to somebody, okay, go out into the woods, get some of this like water stuff, get this little bark, and we'll call that ayahuasca. Who the fuck gave that ideal to a human being? Forget about what its effects. Who gave us that ability? Hey, by the way, you're going to smoke this fucking plant. We'll call it hemp because you guys don't even know how to fucking speak yet. We'll give you this technology. If we're going to start getting to that expansion, what most people do is you get an egg, you get a fucking sperm, you put it together, that starts fucking developing. That's not human fucking technologies. What we're doing is just fucking birthing it.
I wonder how they knew which mushrooms to pick from the jungles.
There you go. What happened if they could read the energy of those things, Pamela?
That's true.
Well, yeah. I was going to say my stepmom, speaking of mushrooms, my stepmom was born in a really big family, right? And her mom, this is not medical advice and this is not this is not tried and true. But you want to know how her mom checked to see if the mushrooms were edible or inedible that her children would go and gather everywhere, right? She put, I think it had to be in a cast iron pan. But again, this is not medical advice and I can't verify. But she put a penny in a cast iron pan and fried the mushrooms, and the mushrooms would change color or the penny would change color. There would be a alchemical reaction to how, so there is, but then who taught her that, right? So it's still, but there is ways to tell without a book. Maybe it was regional. Like I said, this is not advice to anyone. Don't go to the forest, grab mushrooms, and cook them in a cast iron pan with a penny and eat them. Don't do it.
I'm just picturing someone do that. It's like, they make labs where you can order those from.
Yeah, exactly. And I knew a guy, actually, I met him here on YouTube, but he lives up island. And he was a guy that, I guess there's a certain kind of hallucinogen and a certain kind of poisonous mushroom that look almost identical, like one of those red cap things or something. Anyways, dude ate a mushroom and literally almost died. Like his kidneys went in under 36 hours. Like he's lucky to be alive. He's lucky to be alive. And it caused him health problems for life. One mushroom.
That's crazy.
But you're right. Even like, how do they name them? How do they know? How did we know to go into the rainforest to grab, certain plants? I know people would be like, it's colonization, Bex, shut the fuck up, but how did those people know? Tried and true. Was there some sort of ancient barbarian technology, just people in grass huts, like being like, try this. Okay, mark that one down, draw a picture. So-and-so's gone now. Is that how they did it?
Who in their right mind puts a mushroom that's probably been sitting in dung in their mouth thinking, this is a good idea?
Yeah.
Which could bring you to the conceivable notion that this planet was seeded, and the ones that seeded it through whatever generational spawn that they had developed from it was able to educate them from it. Because from me and my perspective, for there to be so much diverse life on this planet, from animal, plant, and other, just happening out of some type of causal effect of randomness, I don't buy it. I think this
Me
planet was
either.
designed, developed, and terraformed.
Do you think it's an experiment like a lot of people do? Or do you think it's more like a
Mm,
garden or
personally, I think that they gave us everything we need to sustain ourselves within a prison state to keep us contained, lest we breed, multiply, and infect any realm outside of ours.
so would you say we're parasitic then?
Look around you. Look at the world situation
I'm just saying the way you said that is like, holy crap. we're all isolated for our own protection, I'm sure.
and others.
Yeah.
Well, people
We
understand
are.
that.
Go ahead, Tom.
As I said, people understand the idea of the watchers coming down onto men's daughters. There's a good chance the alchemy that these particular species or whatever they are were able to go through the womb of a woman. This is why witches or wizards or whatever. So there's a good chance when you look at nature and then you look at what humans have become or what we're able to at least make to a certain point, they're two different kinds of species. It's like talking to a religious person. So I might think that God forgot to build cities unless there's different species here. And one is intermixed. I think even actually, as you've talked about it, where the offsprings, we could be the abomination. We're neither with the gods or demigods, let alone are we with the human race anymore. If it was designed that nature, and then, hey, we'll just put one little piece here, we'll have animals, insect kingdom, and we'll have these things called humans. But now there's human beings. There's a good chance we've intermixed. And then when we intermixed, then now we have technology coming in here that are different from the technology that already existed, such as nature and the sun. It'd be different if we were creating something that was very similar to the sun and the moon and clouds, but humans haven't even fucking come close to that. Fucking a plane can only stay up there for so long. A balloon can only stay up there for so long. You know, we can make things that look similar. We'll build a dam, but we don't build water. We don't make water. We don't even fucking make blood. So again, we're in that Truman story, not realizing we're scratching, but we're all within our own little boxes. And we can share with each other, but if it should be more of like an like a fuck, I never thought of that before. Opposed to, oh yeah, but I have the answer. Where'd you get the answer from? Fucking philosophy? Did you get it from fucking theosophy? Did you get it from some religion, from some science? You know, those are all dumbed down.
And from one aspect, if I may, is when I step back and I take a look at our species and I make the statement that we should be annihilated, people think that's atrocious. But then look at what we are as a species in a whole and what we've done.
I've made peace with the incoming
Self-serving.
seeing me or whatever. I feel we deserve it as a human race.
Yes. So do I.
It'll probably just
Complete
transform
annihilation.
It'll probably be more transforming access at that point. You know, I don't think you could throw the baby with the bathwash at that point. Humans have been trying to annihilate themselves long enough. That's not going to happen.
Right.
Well,
a reduction.
It's really relatively idealistic of us to assume that you know, I was to assume that we're the worst of the bunch. That what if this is the best we got? You know, so even that say there is this technology that came with people who bred to birth people from elsewhere here, right? Like you were sort of implying there. And with them came that knowledge, right? Now, does that mean that those people are better or bigger than, you know, better or bigger than us? Or would they have not, where they came from may have been totally destroyed and this was their only option, you know? So I'm just saying, like, it's easy to want to punish ourselves for not being better. And also really easy to assume that what the watchers, for instance, responsible for us if they, were better than us, or, but we don't know that actually. Like, yeah, so I don't know.
Unless we're all fighting to run back to nature. Most of us aren't running back to nature. We're running to technology. Warm, heated apartments, houses, driving a car, using the radio. That's all technology. If you want to do nature, go ahead, go observe nature. Giraffes aren't building fucking bridges. Monkeys surely aren't building houses. And if they are building houses, it's more of a nature house.
If we came from nature, though, I think that we could go out into nature, strip our clothes off, and like a domestic pig, in one lifetime, grow the fur of a boar. So to me, I don't think we come from nature. I don't think that we ever came from a place that was just rocks and trees. We didn't evolve that way. There was a level of technology.
Any of us came from here.
Yeah.
Pardon me? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think any of us came from here? Because I don't think any of us came from here. I think we're all from elsewhere.
You talking like surrounding land masses around the earth?
Well, yeah. And what if that this is a hospital? Like, what if whatever happened out there where we're from, it's fucking annihilated,
And the inmates are running the asylum.
Yeah, this is the only place. This is all we got. This is the hospital for, everything from everyone from everywhere through all space and time.
Well, what about this? Is the central part's the prison part, and you have to work your way out again. And all the other parts, there's where all the technology's coming from, and you humans down here in the fucking earth, the 7 continents. Yeah. Here you go. We'll put a nice wall there. We'll put a forest there. All your dumpster shit goes over here. This is why when they talk about Atlanta, Germanica, and all that, or Odin, they're saying that those are land masses. They're not talking about fucking was here. Now, we could be the species from all those other different places. That's a possibility. This is why they play the flat earth and globe game, because there's a good chance we're in another sphere, within another sphere.
Yeah,
which is fine. Which is but again, it's not really that important. But for some people, it's got like Christians fighting Muslims or Islamic. Well, it's probably more Muslims. That's why the flat earthers and the globalists have to fight with each other because they have nothing else fucking better to do.
Yeah.
Opposed to I'm going to pick my soccer team. You're going to pick your soccer team. No, we don't say soccer here. We say football. Okay, now we're going to play with hemispheres. Opposed to finding out the possibility you're here for a short period in these forms, and you could have come from somewhere else. It could be a learning place. Yeah, I want to see if I want to come down here. Let's see who the adversary in this realm is. We play around a little bit. What language am I going to learn? Am I going to be an offspring? Yeah, probably are. You're going to have an ailment? Yeah, maybe. But I get it. Maybe people take everything very serious, opposed to being sincere about it. It's okay. How does it bring value to you to know this information? I get it. People become financially well off. Okay, so how important is that fucking money that you have? Are you sharing it with others or just for yourself? If it's all for yourself,
are you any less stressed than you when you had no money? Like, do you have just as many worries? Do you stay up late at night thinking about what car you need to get next year and where to shift your money in? The house that, like I'm just saying, you could be super wealthy and still, they always say these CEOs, these billionaires, they only sleep 5 hours a night and they make a list every morning and they blah, blah, blah. And these are all the characteristic traits of a successful person. Well, this sounds just as stressful as being poor.
I guess we're back to that usually drives back. So give me a second. I said that drives back the me, opposed to, okay, so you got all of this money. Okay, so who created all the money again? Then you start bringing it in. So then they come down to earth and realize you're like the rest of us. You didn't create any fucking product or service here. You didn't create the fucking money. You didn't create that fucking $1 billion boat. You didn't even fucking create the fucking body that you're in. Once they realize that, they can finally, for the first fucking time in their life, fucking humble themselves and realize you're not an island by yourself. Now, most people, what they worry about, well, if I have all this money, I become rich. That means fuck all to me. Because even if you did or didn't, why would I be sharing that information? Am I that fucking insecure? Go ahead.
I have a question, because I know that like resistance is important in electrical work, right? Like resistors are an important aspect of electricity. And I think that we grow through resistance, like that we develop through resistance. Do you think that, is there something, does a seed of a tree, as it grows, is there resistance? Is there energetic resistance in the growth of a tree?
Sure, it would be same like when you grow muscles. Isn't it the same thing when you go to the gym?
I would think so. I would think so.
Most people don't want
So
resistance, Rebecca.
cognitively, some of this divisive stuff, some of these arguments, it could be about, developing a consciousness together by steel sharpening steel. Like,
It can be, Rebecca, but when somebody's like, say, building muscles and they're just going in there thinking, I'm going to do everything, but in the back of my mind, I'm going to try to prove that that person's wrong. That's what most people do. They're trying to prove a point opposed to just sharing it. Once you share it, the resistance should be from within, not from without.
yes, you're right. That gotcha. Ever since you said that gotcha thing about Cage, which I don't mean to isolate him in that, like, that's what most people are doing on panels.
Yeah, 'cause
That's
they're
what most
lazy.
people are doing in chat. That's what almost everyone is doing when it comes to this, mischievous, deviant treatment of one another, right? Gotcha.
Yeah.
You know,
I
I
know
was in
my
a
view.
conversation the other night where someone said something and the guy was like, aha, and as he pointed out what I just said, I self-corrected. I said, this is what I meant. And he's like, nope, you said. And I said to him, well, no, you just corrected me. So I just clarified, let's move on. And he said, point taken. But he was in that gotcha frame of mind. Gotcha. Right.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, trying to
And
prove points. It's useless. At that point, it's useless because if a person already knows how they feel or respond to something, why the fuck ask the question then? And if you're going to ask the question, follow up, lead and follow. Dom, do you believe in aliens? I don't even have that thought right now, but since you've asked me, what do you think? Do you believe in aliens? No, I asked you first. That doesn't work with me. That's a fucking child approach. Do you believe in aliens? Go ahead.
If I could, the old adage of what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Well, that's no different than asking what comes first, the tree or the seed. Now, if this planet was seeded, it would seem to me it would be logical to bring the embryo and the seed here and cultivate it.
Maybe. But Access, what happened if somebody comes along and says, you know something? You guys have been talking back and forth about the chicken and the egg. Where the fuck did you get the words?
Oh, true. I mean, that's a given.
No, it's not a given for most people. They're already caught up in their senses. The chicken and egg, where's the word? Where does it come from? Those are thoughts. That was way before you fucking saw something called a chicken or an egg.
Yeah, that was conditioning, that you learned to speak and identify a chicken as the word chicken.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's like half full, half empty. I said, why the fuck would you want to fucking drive me from duality into singularity? What happened if I told you I just don't see the table? What happened if I don't see the glass? What happened if I say I see more than just what those two little words that you said to me? Well, that's not what I'm trying to do. I said, then you're being clever with me then. You just don't know it yet. Again, we're talking about language that most people never see, and you use the word to describe those things. Thoughts. Once you realize that, you're talking about the spiritual meeting the material. Everything you see around you is an object. Give it a fucking name. Call that a wall. Call that a kitchen wall. Call that a kitchen wall with a fridge on the fucking side of it. Those are all experiences. What you're experiencing for most people with their senses is a literal physical experience. Forgetting the fact that all those words you just use, thoughts you have, they're not actually knowing to say it in Latin now, or in French, or in English, not English, Braille. Fucking let me do some fucking drawing. Okay, so you're trying to describe something that I can't see, but you're seeing a thing called a fridge. No, Dom, I'm not seeing the fridge. I'm seeing something I call a fridge. There you go. Now you're awake a little bit, and all that indoctrination that comes with it. This is why when they play with magic, they're using words, but they understand the energy behind it because they realize the word could be the distraction. But then, you have to do pronunciation, especially when you start speaking now, because there's sounds and frequency that comes from that. If that's what people are seeking, most people aren't.
Now, see, I can take a feeling, let's say, and I'll stay on the subtle side of this because I do enjoy the dark. Love. Now, I have a frequency that generates a state of mind and an emotional projection that emulates that through frequency without saying a word. And people, under tight observation here at my house, have been subjected to it. And they reacted accordingly without me saying one word. Where does language apply there? It doesn't. Not to mention what I've done on the panel version.
True access, again, a lot of people have a lot of entrainment going on. And yes, you can do a lot of frequent, like you do, Kate, access where you're talking about in silence. You can, think about a dog that can hear a certain pitch that humans can't hear. Only because we can use man-made devices to maybe pick that up. But for most of us, we're preset with our senses. So we would have to use something that alters it or at least picks up on that kind of stuff. Again, that's where we forget. It'd be different if us as humans, we can see like very small things that maybe a microscope can pick up. But for most of us, we have to use devices. And in that devices, we're being entrained.
Which goes back to the old voodoo adage of the love potion. Is it the suggested vibration of thought that it'll work? Is it the actual combination of chemicals that are put into that vial? Or is it just hypothetical random chance?
Well, if there's something that can actually make somebody be under a different state when they're doing hemp or any other kind of other chemical altering things, I can't see why in that potent there, poison, that's not even poison, but in that love potion, where you could probably play with the neurons.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. Along with suggestion, which reinforces it.
Yes.
And I'm not talking suggestion to the person who took it, suggestion to the person who purchased it to use it.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if there's some other entity. Go ahead, sorry, Alexis.
Thus, the beginnings of the art of utilizing magic or energy or projection and influence.
Mm-hmm. It'll be like a programmer that can go into a directory and then start tapping into all the different subdirectories. So if we are literally beings and then there's something can actually alter all of those subdirectories in us, we would have different outcomes. Especially if you guys are programmers, you would understand the subdirectories and the directories within those. You just have to change a couple of commands. Next thing you know, you're going to get a different outcome.
I just blew any chance of ever having a relationship with anybody with that, don't you? Sorry, I had to throw that in there. Sorry.
Oops. Darn axes. That's it. Well, you can still have it with the animals.
Okay. All right, I'm good. But seriousness, I know I threw that in there because I just found it amusing that, as even like Beck says, things being held against you. That's fine. I don't mind that. But I thought it was kind of humorous. But I do appreciate the seriousness of the conversation. I do wish it would.
Sometimes it can feel really good to have things held against you.
Yeah, that's true. It'd be a tickle, especially if it's on a physical level opposed to some other level. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. That's the best kind of being held against that I've ever.
Temporary forms. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
So you're gonna hold me to it. Okay, I'm hostage now. How long are you gonna do this? Because you got to be my prison guard too, right? So you're gonna stay with me for the whole time too? No, Dom. Okay, there you go. It's always fun when somebody gives me the right or wrong. I said, so how does that serve you again? I'm just curious.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's limitations personally. When people have those right and wrong conversations, I said, who put you in that position to think you're right, let alone wrong? There might be different ways how to do things in different moments, but to think one is right or wrong, I'm like, fuck, I'm looking for directions. I'm not looking for fucking absolutes. That's usually a child speaking. They're caught up in their emotions. If I say I'm right, I feel good. Okay. What about tomorrow? Are you going to be wrong tomorrow then? No, I'm never wrong. There you go. That explain those two fucking things hanging up in the sky right now called the sun and the moon.
Hanging up in the sky.
There you go. I remember when Don told me one time, there could be projection from somewhere else. I said, I'm with you on that, Don.
I like that Vibes of Cosmos model. It's pretty cool.
It's a model. That's all most things are. I'm pretty sure a model
Yeah.
or a theory. We use our
Yeah.
reasons or logic to try to justify maybe our simple-minded way of approaching things. You know, and then we use big words like, "Oh, a science told us." Well, give me a name. You just said science. That's like saying religion. Give me a name. Just give me a name. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not trying to discredit science here, but I would say most people don't realize how much faith goes into what we know to be science. Like, I know this, I get scientific method, I've done experiments, you know, but I've also, you know, was blindly, you know, yeah, it's faith. If you've never looked through an electron microscope, it's 100% faith that what you're being told is true. I'm not saying it's false, right? I'm just saying, like, it's faith. Actually, it's faith in and trust that has us believing in a lot of science. Ironically, scientism is a religion unto itself.
Yeah, becomes more patterns after a while, and then enough people put value to it. It could be a deception. It could be the truth, as far as I'm concerned. But to me, it's just a bunch of people regurgitating the same information. Well, Don, I read it in the book. It's factual. Okay, so how old is this book again? The people that wrote the book, are they alive still? Why? Because I like to know the person that either experienced it or observed it. Well, no, Dom. So you're parroting the information for somebody else. Okay. So by the way, me and Rebecca, our forefathers met aliens, but because we're related to them, so therefore we're telling you the truth because we know our forefathers. Really, but you didn't experience it, Dom. Bingo. You figured it out. Move on with that. You know, and then of course people will argue and then deviate from all that conversation. I said, well, I'm still thinking about fucking who wrote the Bible again? Who wrote the Quran? Well, it was divine beings. Okay, anybody here meet a divine being? Just asking, putting it out there, stupid me. There might be a couple. Well, there might have been a couple. I said, okay, so are we worthy enough to get this information? If you met a divine being, we didn't. Well, not
Well,
really.
speaking of things that I like to have held against me, I would say like divine beingness. I'm talking about the physical, like a mighty fine divine. I get that we're talking divination. I was just trying to make a joke.
It landed.
You know, like
No,
how we define.
There isn't outside the realm of possibility that I'm directed by something that I may not comprehend that has the ability to sway what direction I take cerebrally or even interactually amongst this plane of existence beyond my comprehension that's playing a part. But that I haven't ever encountered in any type of physical shape, form, or even a energy state or form outside of just speculation.
I'm with you on that, Axis. It's usually when somebody says they know the truth or something. I say, okay, I'm gonna direct all my energy towards you. Because I like to speculate, I like to theorize, and I like to look possibilities. So if this person's telling me the truth, I said I got a shitload of questions, not because I'm here to prove you're right or wrong, but you're the one that's put yourself a beacon over top of yourself. I know the truth. Oh, okay, this ought to be interesting. Please, can you break it down? Opposed to just saying the fucking word. You know, that's right up there when people say, yeah, I know God. Oh, okay. Once again, or the demon or the devil. Oh, okay. I know they're just words for most people, but you know, then I got to sort through all the breadcrumbs to say, okay, I kind of like to know more information. Not because I'm seeking for the ultimate truth, just looking for more information. Because I have information, I like to share it. I'm thinking, if that person has information, share. But some people are clever. I said, okay, so you're one of those guys that wake up and say, fucking God talked to me last night. He's designated me as king, and he wants you to build me a castle. Fuck you and the God that you came from. Build your own fucking castle. You know, but that's me. Now, I know there might be consequences the way I say it, but listen, if your God that's fucking important to you, maybe you should work for him or her or whatever it is. Now, I'm just using that as an example. That's no different saying it's science.
Here's an irrational one that I actually engaged in yesterday. while my nurse was here, I irrationally directed a state of things that happened to my concept of what I felt was a greater uh, power, and I began to cuss it in ways that even the devil would have blushed. And she got up and left the room. And then when I was done, she come back in and sat down and said, "Are you done?" I said, "Oh, it'll happen again." Completely irrational.
Does that also make us question when we are in that rational state? You know, most of us might question when we're in an irrational state, but what about when we're in that rational state? Is that this, you know, acceptable behavior? Who's to say a person that's people might call him as a schizophrenic, and they're talking to voices or whatever, and most people might turn around and say, well, that's, they might not use the word irrational, they use the word schizophrenia, but how do we not know they're more rational than we'll ever be?
And that's a potential.
Mm-hmm. It is a potential. Unfortunately, most people say, well, that's not factual. I said, so I got to put it in the fucking book now? You know, that's why
I always
artists...
wanted to start a database. If I'd ever gone into psychiatry, I would have wanted to start a database of schizophrenics and the beings that they talk to.
Mhm.
And would we find that different schizophrenics can describe beings that they talk to that would verify that one being is talking to, 50 different people around the world, right? And I don't mean like being entities. I mean, like, some of these people see people, would we be able to verify that their reality has more validity than we think it does, because the schizophrenic minds actually are connected through the beings that they see, So
Rebecca,
Ancient teachings seem to suggest that schizophrenics are more like connected to the spirit world than we are.
mhm.
I'm with you on balance. So now you take a seer, and the seer says, I'm communicating with entities that you can't see. You talk to a schizophrenic, and then you start looking at humans and said, so let me understand that you guys are all walking around with this thing called a cell phone, and you're communicating with each other from different parts of the world?
Mhm.
How does that energy work that goes between each other? Forget about the satellite and the phones. How does that work then? It's the same idea. We just need material things to make ourselves feel comfortable. Dare not forget that those things are always existed. Hence what you were talking earlier, Pamela, about telepathic. It's always been there. Most of us have been dumbed down. We start getting into spoken language and written work. That dumbs us down. That's why when some people say, no, I'm intuitive. I don't know why. I put a book underneath my... Go ahead, sorry, Access.
It takes away from your ability to tap into resources that are already available. They just divert you from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say, like, when you have like a really close, and I think everyone here has experienced this, where you have like a really close emotional connection with someone, and like you're talking to them and you know them so well, you get to a point where words aren't necessary. Like, you can convey like complete thought processes between like each other with just a glance.
Yeah.
And even in virtual like situations, people that that you talk to, like good friends you've known for years, and you like talk to and you connect to, like when you connect with them, you could be like miles and miles apart, but there's like distance between you. Yet when you connect, that soul connection is so resonant that the distance doesn't matter.
I would have to take two aspects on that. One is you have built a pattern off of learned behavior from that person, or two, you're tapping into a field of communication that isn't generally tapped into or recognized by most.
Oh. You're reminding me that I'm going to share a link in the back chat here for a book called Mutant Message Down Under. Actually, we've got an Australian in the chat, so he may, he may have knowledge of, that verifies or discredits this, but it's a story of a doctor who, a Western medical doctor, and it's supposed to be based on a true story. A Western medical doctor who came, who worked with inner city Aboriginals did some work with Aboriginals in Australia. And as a thanks, she thought she was going to like a luncheon, but they took her on a walkabout, and they call themselves the First Peoples. They showed her not only that they could telepathically communicate by someone slipping. I mean, they didn't intend to do this. Somebody slipped. They already said they could. She had one person, her guide, talking to her, and nobody else hardly said a word. And so, but one thing happened that verified to her that they actually were telepathically communicating was that as they're walking and hiking, somebody falls down, starts to fall, and as the person's falling, they're already forming the chain to grab the person to bring them up. Now the person has a compound fractured femur in their leg, and they have to stop. And she's thinking, oh my gosh, like I thought I was going for a luncheon. I'm already 3 days into this trip, right? Like or however long it was, but how are we going to do this with this person with this compound fracture? And they end up circling around the person, singing a song, chanting, setting the leg just like a Western medical doctor would, and but with no pain medications, anything. And then the elder women in the tribe have a necklace on that they pull out and they put on her on where the bone was sticking out, and it turns out to be actually not to gross anyone out, menstrual clots. And guys walk in the next day. So could be fiction, don't know, would have to go back and look at it, but it's presented as based on a true story. You might find it really interesting. It's really well written. I don't mean to have hit the bit. But it would verify that later. Yeah, because if you're saying like you can sit and know what your loved one's thinking, these are people who've lived together, outside of the community that has gone to the cities and such. Like they've stayed away, and protected themselves. And I don't want to tip the whole story because it actually, it's really good. Then I also wanted to say, we know that joke about, it's kind of a joke where they say a Western medical doctor takes a shaman into the psych ward and says, help me, heal these people. And the shaman's like, heal them. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong with them. Right. Like, Margaret Mead and Ruth Benedict, they're anthropologists in the early 1900s, went to Papua New Guinea and watched and studied 3 different tribes that were within a very close proximity of one another, but didn't really overlap. They used to, because one of the tribes used to be cannibals, but they don't do that anymore. So, and that kind of overlap is like not good. But what they did study, and I just cursory glanced at this book like 25 years ago, but one of the things I was interested in was the schizophrenic research. Shout out YouTube, who's now going to call me schizophrenic because I looked into schizophrenia. Anyways, my point is that one of the things that was very common in these tribes was that when somebody didn't fit into the tribe, right? Like when somebody wouldn't participate, and, this was their indication that there was something, let's say in our standards, mentally unwell about the person, that all 3 tribes had a way of let's say, what's the word I'm trying to think of? It's not excommunicating, but kind of like street peopling these people that wouldn't participate. So essentially what they did was they put them on a strict regime of like, you can't bathe with us, you can't eat with us. They had very strict rules of like extradition almost, but it wasn't because they were being banished from the tribe. It was actually a forced way of bringing out the shaman or the storyteller or the gift in that person that had to be almost ignored into them, right? Like they're put into a state of isolation is the word I'm thinking of, but with support. And it was it was interesting to see that it was the way the Western anthropologists were diagnosing this 100 years ago, 120 years ago, was just interesting because it kind of shows that we sort of do that here, you know, like those kind of people end up on the streets, you know, like, but we're not going that next step necessarily. And we didn't have that connection, which brings me to, I'm sort of rambling, but it brings me to, I wanted to ask you, Pamela, you said way back when that you'd been watching documentaries about or shows or information about these astral wars and stuff, and it's been a sub thought ever since you mentioned it. Like where you get this, what you watching, where'd you get it, what you got links?
I could find
You
some
know?
links. You can
Yeah.
like go to YouTube and search the Lyran War,
Mm-hmm.
Lyran, or the Lyra Wars,
Mm-hmm.
or look into like kind of what happened, like the Orion Wars.
Cool. Because it's you know, one man's mythology is another man's religion, right? So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and there's just like you were saying, there's no there's no new information in the Panelverse. I find it hard pressed to find new information anywhere, you know? And I know that's not the case. I mean, there's tons of stuff I've never learned, you know? So it's been, yeah, it's sparked my interest greatly.
Let me ask you this, Beck. Let's say that I have access to a field of research study and the procedure and mechanics to achieve it. Would you meet it with analytic resistance?
Would I what?
Or would you meet it with analytic resistance? Would you analyze it to the point where it no longer became viable to you as a source of information?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think, you know, I tend to believe before I discredit if it's not going to harm anyone. Like, even if it's in an imaginary way, you know, even if it's my imagination that's like, can I, you know, I just put forth a lot of ideas tonight that are essentially imaginary, right? Like,
well,
you know,
let
like,
me
do we have a body
you.
in the afterlife? You know, is it immortal? Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I definitely, I hope that I wouldn't.
Let me give you a foundation for the beginnings of this procedure. You take, as they did with the Washington experiment, and you gather together a group of people, and they project an outcome, a variable, and they concentrate and focus on that variable, and the statistics change, but only during the course of what they were doing.
I'm not sure I'm follow, but is it sort of like the slit experiment?
No, there was a bunch of people who got together and they decided they wanted to try to see if mass suggestion would work on a mass level. So they wanted to lower the crime rate and statistics in Washington, D.C. And they set out on this embarking little journey to try this. And oddly enough, during the course of their endeavors, the crime rate dropped. This is documented. This is not hypothetical.
Well, I'm not surprised by that.
That's the beginnings of what the human mind is capable of advancing upon. And that's just the beginning. That's how you start. But anyhow, it is what it is. If you choose to research it, you might find it kind of a direction towards some of the questions you're looking for.
If I can suggest, access, from what I understand from most studies, there's a lot of behind the scenes going on. So a lot of people that are in certain studies are handpicked. So they get more favorable outcomes opposed to randomly picked. Now, I don't know if this Washington thing was randomly picked or handpicked.
As far as I know, it was kind of a random situation, but I wasn't there. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't structure it. I only know my relevancy to what I've done with it with the cult of access, myself and others, and the observation of what they claimed that they'd done, and it was relevant to what I've actually endeavored on. So, for what it's worth.
Because if you can pick up people's patterns and groups of people, you can put them in there. You can kind of alter it or guide the outcome. Opposed to getting a whole bunch of random people and then try to really spend time sorting through all the different variations of outcomes. If you have an objective of a certain outcome you want, that's a lot of pharmaceutical stuff they do, a lot of political things, even science do the same thing. They're already
I
starting here.
suppose that if you endeavored to research it, the answers are probably there.
Could be,
And
yeah.
if there's any discrepancy, a analytical mind would immediately pick it up. Just food for thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the sugar industry or the military or whatever, like we're going to spend a whole bunch of money trying to, lower the crime rate. So let's pay somebody to do a scientific view on this to cater to our outcomes. So, which is fine. It'd be different when we start working together as a species. And then we can say those are a little bit more valid. But until then, it's like any stats. They're going to be manipulated to a certain point before they even start doing the stats. The intent.
Yeah, and
the intent.
Definitely don't take that as a beneficial advocacy for me not wanting to see the entire human species removed. It was just an observation and the perspectives that I studied in my research.
Yeah, like anything else, you can manipulate a species. You only have to get a group of them, and then the rest will follow. Some will struggle and they'll just rebel, but that's usually catered into it too, because we know they're going to rebel. So in their rebellion, they're going into another system that we've already have pre-planned. It's like having an A plan, B plan, a C plan. Fuck, we even have the 0.5 plans if we need. So this is when you start getting a group of people working together, focus groups and all that kind of stuff. As an individual, you might be some people might be very, very intellectual and very wise. But when you start getting a whole bunch of people together, you can usually bring down that one wise person. Or at least that manipulate him enough so that energy we can use now to harness.
Have you, if I'm recalling right, and this is not an accusation or anything, but haven't you participated in group meditation?
Myself personally?
Yeah.
Meditation, yes. Guided, no. I don't like guided meditations.
Okay, so that's where I went wrong. I thought he did, but I didn't know whether it was something that he continued with, or whether that was.
No, I removed myself at that point. Actually, I say thank you very much, but I'll sit outside as you guys do your guided meditation.
Okay. That is a true Dominism. I love it. Yeah, fuck you guys.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying to me, meditation means to me to listen from within. I don't need to listen to somebody else outside.
Because I find that a lot of my understanding comes from outside of me. And, there's not necessarily an endeavor that I took on to achieve that information. I sought that information. And not in a physical form.
Yeah, we're always going to hear a lot of things outside. And I know myself, I have already a lot of programs running at any given moment. I just try not to be a pro at one more than the other. You know, for a lot of people, I can even say that about myself. There might be some other ones that are running that I haven't attended to. You know, so and at that point when I attend to it, I hope I can at least challenge it if I'm being honest with myself. If not, I'm just showing another human trait.
And I'm going to say this as a word of caution, lest thee become crazed or no longer sane. When you start removing safety protocols, it opens up channels of reception.
Too late. Too late. It's too late. It's always fun when somebody says to somebody else, "You're crazy." I said, "That's a given. So what's your point?"
Well, you know what happened to Kelly? Kelly was one of the one working with me for Bex and Pam. She was my nurse, and I was pushing myself to the brink of death and removing safety protocols to receive heightened states of awareness. And I wound up in the hospital, and she wound up it damaged her really bad learning that information. So there's, I guess, pros and cons according to what you can cerebrally handle. Proceed with caution.
I guess at that point, Axis, the question would be, did she get damaged, or did it just reveal that she already had damaging things already?
She is fucking terrified of even approaching towards the end of us communicating anything that had to do with that type of research that I was doing.
Okay. Well, then that would be her safety protocol.
And
it probably wouldn't have been advisable if you had moved forward with her. You would have done a harm to yourself and probably to your own energy.
Precisely.
I get it. Some people like to tread into certain areas. And they find it humorous. I said, until you realize your third eye gets poked. And you realize now you're in it. And don't expect that you're going to, once you become disenchanted, you can go back into the enchantment world.
There's no turning back.
You hope so.
No.
If they're pursuing that, Pamela, but most people, they don't. You know, you're going to tread lightly. You know, but some people think, you know, I got a university degree. Get the fuck that shit out of here. You want your one fucking degree? That means fuck all. I get people can be wordsmith and they can say I wrote books. I said, fucking okay, who taught the human race how to fucking read or write?
What you gotta, one thing to take into consideration, that every time you remove a safety protocol, you're going to have to face what was behind that safety protocol. And you're going to have to confront it. And some people have great monstrosities inside of them that they are not willing to face. Thus, they remove the safety protocol. They come up against a concept, an ideal, a thought energy. They weren't ready to deal with it. They removed the safety protocol. Now that's gone, and there it is.
But isn't that what they're doing when they're doing things like brain-altering substances, hemp, weed, liquor?
Yeah, absolutely.
They just don't realize what the fuck they're tapping into. They might get a little glimpse, have a little liquid courage. I'll do
It's
this here.
especially true with psychedelics because you can open up things in your subconscious that you may or may not have been prepared for. That's why some people, when they do that, they go nuts.
Well, it depends on where their status is too, Pamela. If they're the kind of people that they're out there to prove the world or whatever wrong, and all of a sudden now something says, "Listen, you've been playing your fucking weak A game the whole fucking time." You know, it's like those people that go around preaching the word of God, and then they find out who the adversary's been. I said, "Fuck, now you're playing games." You know, but you know that's where people sometimes go a little bit cuckoo. It's not usually the subtle, quiet type, and then they trip over that. That's usually the arrogant ones. They might not speak openly. They just think they know everything. I said, no problem. You know a lot of things, but have you ever applied discernment to any of those things? And they probably want to live a very, lavish material lifespan, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing right about it either. That's a catch. And then they start doing something. Yeah, let me do this line of fucking coke. You got to be prepared what you're going to play with now. Same with the meth. Some of them, they end up channeling information, which is great. They become a servant to whatever they fucking channel down with that meth. And they might be able to fool the fucking masses or the numbskulls.
Thus, the $2 guru.
Nickels and change. Nickels and change. There you go. I don't think they're even gurus at that point. They're trying to fuel that insecurity because they got a cult. They have to have people cult up with them. Believe what I have to say. Okay. Do you believe what you have to say? There you go. Stand on your own then. Now, if you want to share with us, please. I don't mind hearing other people. It'd be different if most of the humans were actually pursuing the same kind of things that they say what we're talking about, but that's not the case. You throw them a bone, throw them some knitting courses or, another birth fucking book or another sport magazine. Next thing you know, you got a whole different bunch of industries then. They'll do it for 30, 40, 50 years, and then they can ponder their health in that particular aspect. And even that, health for what? The vessel for your mental and emotional growth. The physical, like I said, I say jokingly, the physical's already been stamped. What you do with it and how long you stay within it, yeah. You can play an effort, you can bodybuild if you want, you can fucking lift hay if you want. You can go for walks, you can go for bike rides, but eventually it has an expiry date on it. Unless you know somebody that's lived up 200 or 300 years, most of us would be lucky to meet people that are 100 centurions. They'll live at least 100 years. And even that, what are you going to ask them? So how did you able to maintain your lifestyle? I ate good food. I said, well, how was your emotions? How was your mental capacity? What were you preset with? What was your environment that you grew up in? Did you grow up around noisy environments, quiet environments? Was there planes always going over top of you? I don't know that, Dom. I said, so you just fucking by luck live 100 years?
That's where I think the variable between the physical and the cerebral and the being work together within communicating information back and forth between each other for sustainability. If it's in harmony.
Let's say we live in a community where nobody indicates their age. It's usually some sort of outside source that would have to document, they lived 100 years. Why? Because they never put any value to the age of their vessel. It's usually when people start believing, I'm 80 years old. No, you're not. Your vessel's 80 years old. You're not 80 years old. So you're going to base on the 365 times it goes around the fucking sun? That is 1 year for you? Well, what about the time you were in the womb? Or were you even in the womb? Or are you going to base it on how many times you go to sleep at night? How many times you're in a waking state? I'd be curious to know. It's like raising a boy in a jungle with a bunch of I don't know, let's say lions, or no, not lions, let's say wolves. Next thing you know, it takes on the characteristics of wolves. Would it know how old it is? We anchor ourselves a lot with the way we speak and the memories that we give to each other. That's why when people do all that backbiting fucking shit they do on these channels, they're fucking harming their heart to no end, because the blood picks up all that information. Regardless if somebody calls you a name, you're fucking encouraging it by fucking fighting back. Opposed to, that's interesting. Thank you. I called you an idiot. Thank you. I called you a nice guy. Thank you. That's done with it. I think it's a weak hand to fucking tell people that what you have in your hands.
As verification of that, whenever I reach that state of complete agreement with whatever troll or adversary brings themselves present, I don't put up a fight. I disagree with them. They find themselves disempowered in that, and they go away. And they even stop restreaming.
Yeah. Back in my mind, I'm thinking as long as you're in that fucking vessel, you're protected. You keep amusing yourself.
You know, and not to bring up any particular individual, but after a panel that I had done and an interaction that I had, I made it a point to allow myself to be crucified. So I went to that channel and I allowed 3 people to absolutely crucify me. And all I did was agree. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Were you tickled? Axis, were you tickled?
Oh, I had a blast. They won't ever show up here again, I guarantee that. And I didn't have to do nothing but crucify myself to them. They have no power over me.
Let Eddie be there next time, because it seems like he gets entertained by that too.
Yeah, Dad. I in case you don't know, Pam, I brought my surrogate dad, who's been in my life throughout my life. And I don't know if you got to meet him, Dexter. I think you got an interaction with him a little bit. And
Yeah, I
then you
did.
can kind of look at him and understand the anomaly that I am.
Right.
Great source of my development.
So you introduced him to the circus?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he conducted himself as he always does, but he was reading everyone.
That's interesting.
He came in as an offering lamb to be crucified, to find the measure of everyone that comes in this chat, on these panels, or has interaction with me. And they all gave measure.
Yeah, the attack energy has been strong. Like I said, I listen here and there, and I keep up with this channel, and I check a couple others, and I've noticed. But I've also noticed the energy kind of escalating in the like the outside world too. So, I don't
Yeah,
know if that's related.
it took me 2 days to put an end to it.
Wow.
I thought that was rather expedient, as far as laying yourself on the altar of sacrifice. I was hoping at
That's
least
true.
they
It could have
would,
been 3.
right? But immediately after that, which people don't recognize about themselves is they're driven by the conflict and their need to persevere because they haven't learned to sacrifice themselves upon the altar of sacrifice. And believe me, I was guilty at one time of wanting to project my emotions or myself into the situation. Now I give them implements and tools, and just if they come at me, well, then crucify me. That's fine. I hope that at least resonates.
Well, I think that's where the concept of know thyself first. Once you know yourself, and like you said, Axis, you want to sacrifice the self. I think that should be an inner journey and an inner sacrifice. That's why I kind of say, don't make it about me, because I do that to myself. I don't need somebody else to rip a hole in me. I can do that quite well.
Exactly.
Now, if the person doesn't enjoy what I have to say, I said, yeah, you can ask very politely or just tune me out. But it's not somebody else's responsibility, outside if they choose to want to hear me, to tell me if they agree or disagree with me. That's of no concern to me. And if they choose, that's a concern to them. Then my thing is, why would you have to say it out loud then? If you want to cult up, there's enough religions out there, state, biology, science, you could cult up there if you want. Some people can humble the self before they have to sacrifice the self. Just, okay, put it aside. It's not always about me. I know in my world it's always about me, but when I'm talking with other people, no, I'm going to hear other people. Opposed to projecting, it's all about me. And people might say things, I don't really hear that about me that much, and I'm very glad. Where they say, well, what about you, Dom? I'm like, no, redirect that back to you. I'll gladly hear you, because I'm not here to prosecute you. What do you think of you? Because most people don't realize how much they are self-absorbed, so I'll gladly hear them. You just tell me when you're done. And for some people, they never get done.
If I may, the people that talk about the soul trap or the level of recycling and reincarnation that they may or may not endure will probably, to my notion, stem mostly from the self-serving nature of the true core of your being instead of the sacrifice of it. I think there was a person that they wrote about this on there. But me, I'm headed straight to fucking hell. Hey, I'm gonna bust fucking the abyss wide open. At that point, I'm a hypocrite. But I can't observe what I can deduct.
Knowing what a soul really is, even though I have my own speculation on it. What are they trying to imply when somebody says it's a trap? Do they feel as though some injustice has been done to them? Again, that's just reinforcing the me, but is that what they're trying to say? It's a soul trap. The world has done me injustice. Okay, so where would you be then? Let's play the ideal that this is a trap of some sort. Were you supposed to be somewhere else? Planning on going somewhere else? No, I don't mind entertaining the imagination. You know, did you get harmed or something? You know, dare not ask the question, why'd you come here?
Why do most of the people who purport to the soul trap theory seem to have a victim mindset? It's not very empowering if you think about it.
They're usually not developed in some area, whether mentally, emotionally. So they think that for some reason something has harmed them, or, you know, I should be somewhere else. Only because we have media and people can see how other people live. Hey, Max, how people live. So they just figured that my lifespan or wherever I'm at, based on the wound that I came through or jumped in after, could have been different. Well, then you're not really appreciating what other people have to go through. You know, it's another form of envy and jealousy at that point. So different somebody saying I'm a god, I'm a king. Why? Because I was born through a fucking womb, and the gods have decided. Well, then I guess the gods decided I'm in a trap too, I guess, which I'm willing to entertain. But then you have to start bringing those different conversations. So what is it to be a king? What's your responsibility? You want everybody to serve you, or do you serve them? Because it sounds like a lot of people that have a lot of drama, they want other people to serve them. Okay, for how long?
Amen, brother.
And one of the adages that I would like to apply to that is, I have yet to see the Christian that wants to take that station on the cross.
Hi,
They'll
Max.
accept the
Hi, how you doing? Good to see you,
Hey.
Pamela.
Nice to see you too.
Good to see y'all, Axis.
Mhm.
Dominic.
It's me,
Who else
Bex.
we got here? Bex.
Bex.
Okay.
Actually, I think our names would show. Axis, you got a pinned comment. Not that it matters much. It's me. It's me. It's moi. Hello.
Yeah,
I was
pinned.
thinking
I got
about that big question about the victim mindset. I just wanted to say quickly that you know, inherent in the concept of soul trap is a trap, which means like not free, you know, and comparison is the killer of joy. And Brave New World taught us that a war against a concept is a war forever. So, you know, to me, put all those things together and you've got a situation where somebody is comparing reality to the imaginary, because it really is, no matter what, a faith, no proof, imaginary concept. Doesn't matter how far we go. We can talk reincarnation, we can talk Buddhism, we can talk all sorts of philosophies that might support aspects of it. But most of those philosophies don't use the word trap or hell, or, you know what I mean? There's an aspect of a reverence for life in it. So I think it's that's my thoughts on it. Like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy almost that attracts these just in name and the attraction of people with that destitute mindset, I think.
Well, it seems like everyone that purports to that theory is so angry. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen a happy soul trapper. And I've dabbled with it. I've dabbled with it too, because I come from a history of trauma and all that good stuff. And so I dabbled with that theory for years, but the more and more I healed, the more and more I worked my way out of that.
I would say that that's an incredible development of awareness and forward motion.
I completely deleted all my content related to that a long time ago, because I've changed so much in the past like 2 to 3 years alone. Like I had writings and journals, because I seriously had thought about the concept of soul trap, because, you know, like when I realized like a lot of the religions and the ones I grew up in were really a trap, you know, the Southern Baptists and Pentecostals and all of that, because they were extremely fundamentalist. And so I thought, well, what else is a trap? And so I got to thinking about it, and yet that all that felt so disempowering, and so it didn't ring true to me. And I still entertain the theory, because I still look at stuff when people present it, but more and more, I don't know, I don't feel that's the case. I feel like for whatever reason, we chose to incarnate into this place and to get whatever we get. And I think it's all the duality and the differences, and it's the way we evolve. It's like the ultimate proving ground.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like that. I think I love the game. I keep coming back for the game. You know.
I guess I hold up. Oh, go ahead, Max, please.
I don't believe the trap thing. I have friends that do believe in the soul trap. You got David Icke. But yeah, soul trap, I think it's a trap if you believe it's a trap.
As for me, I would hope, and it's only hope, that once I leave this mortal coil, I am removed from existence other than a fresh, new energy that has not been tainted in any shape, form, or manner to be utilized by whatever, or to be a part of whatever is beyond this. But I don't want no recollection of this place or this personality. I don't want no recollection of any of it. What would this place serve me when I'm no longer here physically or even as an entity? It wouldn't. And whatever energies and interactions I had that built different emotional states or levels of understanding in this particular realm, they should stay in this realm.
I think we take an impression of those experiences with us, but we don't hang on to the memories. Kind of like filling in like a bingo card, right?
Like an imprint.
Yeah, you get like an imprint. Some things you do better in, so those colors change to a higher frequency. Some you do a little less well in, maybe they go to a lower frequency, and you end up with a mosaic of colors that guide you to your next emanation. But more of
How
a
would
torus of colors, you know.
How would and this is for various aspects of thinking and ways of conduct. You take somebody that enjoys killing. They enjoy killing people, animals, and this is how they spent their life, and this is what they become not only accustomed to, but live their entire existence around. And they die. And you take your concept. Do they allow that particular inscribed energy just to roam free?
Well, what was the energy? Was it survival? Was it
just pure thrill of killing?
Well, I don't know. I imagine that they would receive some type of a almost a karmic type thing. I was kind of thinking of the possibility of it being like almost like connection of molecules, how molecules join up. You know, how some molecules can only join up with other molecules and they don't quite fit, So there would be keys that soul would be able to fit into and unlock and have a life. And maybe keys that it would fit into, unlock, that it wouldn't want, ones that it would want and ones that it wouldn't.
So that would imply some type of moralistic structure outside of this mortal coil.
It's an energetic thing, not even moralistic, just energetic.
I think that energy is indifferent. It can be inscribed upon. I give you that.
Well, if it has frequency, it can have higher frequency or lower frequency, right?
Yeah, it's indifferent. It does not matter. It's just a frequency. It's an energy. It is indifferent to whatever.
Yeah.
So I have a question. All of y'all here are familiar with the concept of life review. Let's say you take someone like, I don't know, a Hitler, or whatever, and you say, and let's say they passed over and they have a life review, and let's say how many millions of souls are on their hands. I've heard from the books I've read and whatnot that the life review takes quite a long time to live out all of those perspectives. I think that may be punishment enough for a lot of people. They would have to experience that before they would reincarnate. And
Mm.
so, and in that life review, you would experience everything from if you killed a bunch of people, you would like experience everything from the victims, their families. That could take a long time to reenact because from what I've read and from my experiences, you feel it as if you were there, if you were the person.
Yeah. I didn't express it well, but it was kind of like, do we judge ourselves? Like if that person thought that everything they did was good and fine, would they actually suffer for that? I don't know. That's kind of the opposite end of it.
When
See,
I did that, when I do those shamanic doses of mushrooms, there's been a couple of times I got shown like situations in my life and I replayed it. And there was situations where I got showed, yeah, you did really good here. But there were some, it's like, yeah, I got showed like, man, you were an asshole here. And so, and I felt it from their perspective. It was like experiencing the situation, but completely in their shoes. And what came back from the experience, like, man, I'm just as bad as everyone else. Like, holy hell. It was humbling.
Yeah.
I
I
kind
kind of
of,
think that happens there too,
Yeah. Life review. A lot of people
Yeah.
believe that. I think it could happen. It makes sense, just firing through all the neurons as you're dying,
So
even
what
on
about
a biological level.
so what about in that life review? Hitler was told or guided to do certain things, and he served it willingly. And see, there's a presuppose that behaviors are right or wrong. What happened if this realm, that's energy's indifference, and it says, listen, angels, you went down there, you served me. You demons, you went down there, you served me. Hitler,
bingo.
you served
I've
Thank
me.
thought
you.
about that too. I've thought
Yeah.
about that too.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
way it's
Did Hitler do his job right?
Yeah.
Or if he views it through other people's point of view, I guess that would be horrible. But if he views it through, the point of view of, I was doing what I had to do, and I did the right thing.
Mhm.
That's going to make the Christians mad though, because there's no like enemy.
Well, here's the majority observation of that from my perspective, because that's what my perspective is. Everything around me, except for man's interpretation, is indifferent. Even action by everything except man is indifferent.
I don't know. My cat's pretty different. I don't know what level you're talking on.
I'm talking everything: nature, trees, storms, stars, cycling. They're indifferent. Even if you want to consider we're not under a firmament and you look at the universe, it's indifferent.
Yeah.
There is not one thing that objectifies you and says, well, now I'm going to have to be answering for that because my tree branch slapped him upside the head and I did that intentionally. Nothing is like that.
Hence the word, how can I serve? How do you serve? You meet an angel, how do you serve? How can I serve? But people prejudge. It's a demon, so it must be bad. Ah, there you go. You've already judged. How do you not know that demon's not there to serve? Most people forget how to be of service. Not with an agenda, not with right or wrong, just how does it serve? Why would I serve you? Same reason, how do I serve you? Those are inquiries. So there could have been a purpose for Hitler. Yeah, we gotta shave off a little bit of the human race. We're making a shift. So the elites, they're doing our biddings. Now somebody could say, but the adversary must be serving too then. Why? Because it's kind of like the example I would give. You learn to be a really good basketball player. You're making that open three-point shot or whatever. All of a sudden now somebody stands between you and them, says, I'm your adversary. What are you going to do? I'm going to block. I'm going to prevent you from scoring. First time you go up there and you go for a shot, he kicks you in the nuts. He says, I'm not here to play by your rules. That's your adversary. And if you can't practice being an adversary with oneself, how the fuck can you practice on a spiritual level then? People make up an adversary. I want you to be I'm going to be Satan. I said, you're not fucking wise enough to be fucking Satan.
Thus comes my absolute validation when I say I do both good and evil. As limited as that perspective is.
Yeah, you serve it, and you serve it, make sure your ego, yourself doesn't get in the way. You're serving it. Good
Right.
and light and darkness, unknown and known, good and evil, spiritual, material, whatever word you want to fucking put in there, because you are in the material realm. But what is actually serving you when you're describing something? The spiritual part, the unknown part. But people form attachments. They attach themselves to something, a thought. But they're my kids. How do you know they're your kids? Did you really teach them how to breathe? I don't think so. Did you teach them how to digest their food? No. Did you ever try to explain to your kids where they fucking go when that form eventually dies, or when grandpa dies? Not really. So then what the fuck are you? Who are you actually serving at that point? You're serving that lower program that doesn't have a fucking clue why you're here and where the fuck you're going. Now, people can seek out a journey. How would I figure that out? Maybe you could seek. But you're going to have to make sure you get a lot of those programs in order first. Because if not, you're caught up in the physical senses. And then wonder why people are going to get even more indoctrinated by the fucking media. The media is no different than talking about myths, which they could literally serve a purpose. There might have been gods, demigods. There might actually be a reset going on. But for most people, they don't even know why the fuck they exist today. They go to work, take a shit, take a shower, have sex, reproduce, do the same shit, rinse and repeat.
Keeps things going.
Yeah, well, we didn't start it, but hey, we might have, in a spiritual level, we might have started all of this.
If there were no humans, would we incarnate?
We might be just in different energies, consuming space in some plane or level of existence in a state of indifference. Maybe when you come here, it's a level of either understanding that you're in an environment solely of indifference and you are the odd man out. How are you going to deal with it? What are you going to do? Blend in or stick out? Go against or run with the grain?
I always talk, people have stated words like living beings in many forms. So trees could be living beings, plant kingdom, animal kingdom.
Well, I love discussing the life of the plant kingdom. They have it all, man. They don't have to go anywhere. All their food's brought to them, and all they think about is sex, sex, sex. You guys go and ask travel plant kingdom, man. It's sex, constant sex. It's all they think about.
Plants? Did you
Yeah.
say plant? I love
Yeah.
that.
Horny fucker. Horny fucker.
Yeah. And then they attract bees to come in there and insert their will on them too.
You bet they do.
It's just the nature of this realm.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when a person tells me that they believe this is right, that's right, this is the way, that's the way, I have yet to be able to reach a state beyond my own being and uh, my self projection that I did not have to cast aside into indifference to move forward in my awareness and understanding of the true nature of indifference around me. And it's everywhere. So it's not just, it's everywhere except with a human.
Here's one. Somebody talks about entrapping demons in this realm. I'm not going to use names, but just follow the conversation. But meanwhile, that individual or those people, they like to gather a whole bunch of worldly material gains here. So let me understand this. You're going to lock us demons in here with all the stuff that you'd like. Okay, no problem. So it's kind of like telling a child, you know, you're going to be grounded in your room. But Dad, my punishment is I have my computer there, all my video games in there. So you're not really punishing me, are you, at that point? There's an erroneous view on that plan.
Nice observation.
So, like I said, some people don't realize how funny they are. Like, okay, so you're accumulating all this wealth here, and you're saying that this is a demon realm. I said, okay, so it sounds like Satan's giving everybody bling bling, and now you want to lock us all in here with all our good stuff. Yeah, okay, I'm game, I guess. Do I have to reincarnate? Can I just stay here then? I'll even lose a couple of limbs, but I'll stay here. Come on, that's a child that's fucking wounded.
You know, I don't think a lot of people caught what transpired the last couple of days in the way that I approached it. And to those that did see that particular energy in motion, I would hope that they could learn from it. But what I also seen was even people who come here on a regular basis to interact also left with the trolls. Were they here to, what, be indoctrinated by what's being presented on their screen so that they could have a directive to judge, imply themselves, increase their knowledge base to overspeak somebody else's intelligence level? Why? Why were you here? Or were you no more of a troll than they were? Detachment is probably one of the most important and profound things that I come to reckon myself with.
I think I started the night off talking about that. It's been on my mind lately too.
Mm-hmm. It's profound. Sorry about that. It's profound to think about because you've been conditioned in a world and a society that trains you to hold a perspective of higher esteem, or they condition you to be feeling less worthy, but they don't ever teach you to be just indifferent and determine for yourself how you should correspond. Damn it, I stopped everybody talking again. World belongs to you guys, man. I'm tired of abruptly use
The
the
silence
intrusion.
the silence is good though. It means it's something stuck, that there's thought processes going on. It's better than like someone, jumping in, racing in to like talk about something insignificant.
Nice. Very nice.
Adversity. I don't know. I suppose best way for was trying to think how to express this. Adversity can do one or two things to people. It can either make them or break them. It can make them into a hateful, spiteful, spitting viper, or it can make them want to be more loving and caring to people that are deserving of it.
Why can't they embody both?
Well, I suppose you could.
The serial killer who, though he kills for enjoyment, fun, pleasure, and self-indulgence, also goes to the hospital and does everything possible to bring joy, happiness, comfort, and healing to the juvenile cancer ward.
I'm very comfortable with telling people that with me, you're either going to get hellfire or holy water, and it's on you which one you choose or which one you're going to get. And I'm very comfortable with both.
That could be approached with indifference, according to environmental stimulus. Yeah. But doesn't that generally involve another human?
Typically.
But those are two extremes. That's not being indifferent at all.
Selectively, by choice of that moment? No, it's not. He's choosing to engage in one over the other. But reserve him from either act, and he's capable of both with the same vigor and equal enthusiasm.
Exactly.
Which way do you train yourself, though? Because we're always training and learning, evolving. Which way do you train yourself?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Which way should people train themselves, do you think?
I'm not to say. I only know me.
If somebody judges something right or wrong, where's the indifference in that?
With your acceptance of it or rejection of it.
Mm.
If you accept it, then it can be a status of choosing to be judgment, measurement, character, however, or you can step away from it and go, okay, that's how you see it. That's your belief. That's the way you understand it. I guess I just don't conduct myself that manner. Or try not to, as best that I'm capable.
I wonder if other people's morality affects us in any way.
It'll be peddled onto you, yeah. And then we peddle it onto others.
Yeah.
Morale is usually attached to the moral part of that, the moral aspect. We think, okay, because we're in these forums, there's a moral way for conduct. And then, of course, that's where you start getting into right or wrong. So if a person truly loves pleasure and says, yeah, I really like to drive fast cars, another guy goes, I really like to kill people. There you go. Now, somebody might say, okay, are you driving the car asked me, or like, are you going to hit me? Are you going to be killing me? The person says, well, why would you want to know that? I want to know friend or foe. I want to know if I can get out of harm's way. If you're talking about another person at that point. But that indifference I was talking earlier should be from within oneself, hence discernment. Do I need to label something as right or wrong? People just don't know how to button it up long enough to say, should I be saying I agree or disagree? Well, Don, nothing's really being asked of you, as opposed to just hearing them. So then why would you say I agree or disagree? Because my fucking ego wants to be heard. I agree with you. Based on what? Because it sounds nice. I disagree with you. Based on what? How about I do this time? I'm going to share you my views, but I'm not going to speak it out loud. What would you be agreeing or disagreeing with? Do you see it through my senses? Well, no. So has your parents ever taught you? You're never going to see it through somebody else's senses. Well, no. So then what would you be agreeing or disagreeing upon? The spoken language? Are we going to break it down to a frequency so we can figure out that's the reason why we're agreeing? Because he's speaking 432. Most people don't realize how much they react opposed to respond. Respond from within, have the ability to respond, and then realize nothing's really being asked of me. But that is one of the form of respect when you just hear another human being. Hopefully you're listening from within, because something within that's
If
all.
you run me over with a car, that's a little more than just a.
I'm talking about the person that's actually thinking it's pleasure. Wouldn't be pleasure for the other person. Both the person that got run over or gets shot.
Yeah.
Remember, most people max are self-absorbed, if not all. Rationally selfish, I mean, you can consider somebody else. Friend or foe, why? Because I think I really want to shoot you today. So I'm going to give you the
They
heads
feel
up.
it after when the rest of society comes down on them. But
Hold on. No. There I have to step back and pose an indifference. I do not agree with what my son done, but it does not change my love for him. These are two complete diverse things, but yet they're embodied in one thing.
Yeah, society will reinforce the cult behavior, Max.
Yeah.
That's if you want to be a cult. Those, back to what I was saying, joking with you earlier, acts is where people will do shit like guided meditation. That's cult behavior.
Mhm.
Now, somebody might say, why don't you want to do guided meditation? Did you go around to every person in this room and ask them why they want to do guided meditation? No, I didn't know. Why the fuck would you ask me that question then for?
that's something I've never done.
But people enjoy doing it. Maybe
Yeah.
they do it out of ignorance or arrogance or unaware.
I just wanted to see if you had engaged in that and determined that there was an actual measurable effect that came from it.
Oh,
My wife enjoyed it.
Mhm.
My daughter enjoyed it when I did it for her. And my wife, I'll do guided meditations for people, but I've never done a guided meditation myself. Like,
Nothing wrong with it. It's just there's no interest to me. If I want to, like I said, if I want to meditate, I want to listen. I don't have to be guided.
No.
That'd be like somebody saying, "I'm going to play a singing bowl." Oh, okay, go right ahead.
I just
I can
close
ask.
my eyes.
Go ahead.
Close my eyes. I'm there.
Yeah, if they want to. I might ask questions. I know me. I'm clever enough. I said, "So what chakra is that bowl? Are you doing it?" Go ahead.
Hiking's great meditation. Or just watching a video of woods and stuff.
That's external sensory feed information.
I find it actually zones me out. I actually zone right out. I almost fade to black.
You become hypnotized
Yeah.
into a beta state of mind.
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand that.
Not actually paying attention to anything at that point, really.
I suppose that's the difference between someone who feels safe in whatever particular environment they're in, as opposed to those like in the city who have to be constantly aware of their environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's an overload on the conscious state when you have to be in those environments where you have to consciously be alert. So at that point, you're dealing more with the ongoing program opposed to the program that's running behind it. Again, that's more hemispherical civilization. Because, you get into that state of meditation and kind of fasting, you're communicating, or in this case, you're listening to something from within. It will communicate with you, but when it has to do tasks such as it has to function the vessel, whatever, it could even be the vessel itself that you're communicating with. But there's something that's always there. It's running the liquids as we speak right now. Some people would use the analogy, it's a bot program running, but there's something that's running that bot program. And we have many receivers within it. So in that receivers, you can pick up different kinds of information, whether from the gut or from the upper brain or from the heart, sole of your feet. We're walking antennas at that point.
Down to the microscopic level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. True knocks. Yep. Some people can go really right into that. Other people can just go on a superficial level.
Well, yeah, we pick up signals from other people constantly.
Everything around us.
Yeah.
Cell phones, Wi-Fi, television, radio, chatter, noise, visual stimulation. The goddamned overload.
Well, it's more human overload, or maybe some demigods bringing all these other different types of unharmonizing technology. Nature's pretty harmonizing, hence why, Max, you were talking about maybe walking or hiking in the woods or something.
Yeah.
Where, when you're in the city, if you're acutely aware of all the noise, fuck, I'm hearing the train, I'm hearing the buses, I'm hearing that fucking guy screaming, I'm hearing the guy trying to sell products. Fuck, it's just, for me personally, it becomes overload. Especially if I want to start trying to get clarity in what I'm hearing. That's when it becomes overload. Some people just ignore all that stuff. They might as well have a grandfather clock attached to the back of their knapsack at that point.
Even just watching videos is really good at, with nature too.
Mm-hmm.
Nature has a breakup of all the shapes. You don't have all these square shapes and that. It's very soothing on the mind.
Yep. I'm looking at that, Max.
Because it's in a state of coherence. Thus, the constant, the persistence, and the coherency between them.
It's fractals within fractals, especially in a forest.
No, especially if you take off your shoes and start going barefooted, you're even activating now the sole of your feet.
Yeah.
And then you're doing a couple of tree hugging.
Visually, it's very stimulating for the brain. Loves it. Brain loves it.
Well, have you ever seen? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Axis.
Have you ever seen a tree grow imperfectly?
But that would imply that there's a perfection to us, other than this being a tree that uses the under roots and the above.
I've seen most trees grow almost perfectly asymmetrically because they grow in clusters usually.
I have yet to see.
I have seen one tree that you would almost call, picture perfect, with almost all the branches evenly spaced, but that's so rare.
All this tree talk's reminding me of all the trees I got to trim tomorrow.
All the trees I've known in my life. I've known a lot of trees in my life.
Mm-hmm. Trees are probably thinking about all the hands you're going to be laying on them tomorrow too, Pamela.
I'm telling you, we got about 10 fruit trees, and they all need pruning.
But that's according to what you want as a yield and
Yeah,
your design. But the tree
yeah,
itself grew perfectly.
yeah.
Yeah, the tree is going for maximum sex, so it's going to produce a bunch of little berries and try to get as much sex as it can. Pam's
Well,
training it to be a little more
my trees must have been little whores then, because there's fruit all over them.
those little dirty bastards.
You
I got
just
some in
became
mine.
I wonder if people who think about sex their whole life, I wonder if they become flowers. You know, there you go, have sex for your entire life.
the stamen, the pestle, and the fucking pollen and the transfer product. It seems harmonized to me.
It's all sex. All they're doing there all year long is just trying to flashy, show off and get their hoo-hoo out there. And
It sounds like modern day social media.
yeah,
So is there a chance, Access, when the word perfection comes in, or perfect, like, some people use the word completion, that the cycle just keeps on completing itself, like it loops, like trees do that, the sun and the moon do that, the clouds do that. A lot of things about nature does that, but when there's man-made stuff, they don't really have a perfection to it. It usually has an end.
Yep, you're exactly right. It does not sustain against the weathering of time itself and the persistence of.
That's why it's probably in harmony. Whatever created all of that understood harmony, and I wouldn't think it's just a god. I would think it's probably a cluster of them, and they probably spent who knows how many generations, or whatever word I can use to depictuate expansion of time, I guess, decades, centuries. Where humans, we create things or make things that might last maybe 100 years, maybe. And even that, I can't leave a car with another car and it's going to reproduce. I can't leave a phone with another phone and it's going to reproduce and continue the cycle with or without my existence. So if there's a God out there, this is where I favorite, they're indifference. They don't need to be here anymore. They've created something that's self-sustaining.
I tend to sway toward that manner of thought.
are we headed there? Do you think, or what?
Sorry, what do you mean by Max? We're heading there.
Are we headed towards the gods making things that are self-sustaining? And
I think we're already in it. Us, no, we're just a part of it.
I think, Max, maybe you might be looking at the ego aspect of it instead of just the energy being devoid of the ego and the life experience. So you're not seeing it indifferently to yourself. You're seeing it as in self-preservation of the personification you are in your life experiences, as opposed to just surrendering into the flow
well, I was
or the
looking at
natural cycle.
our society. Is our society headed that way?
Society always come and go, Max, at that point.
You know,
Kingdoms have always come and go. Empires have come and go. It's just that when you're in it, you might think, how long is it going to last? Are you in it at the beginning of the empire, in the middle of the empire, at the back end of it? But overall, when you look beyond all of that, it's still within something else. So the trees are going to exist with or without civilization. The waters are going to continue. What most people are caught up is, but we're going to destroy the earth. No, you're just going to destroy where you pee and poo in. The rest of it's going to continue with or without our existence. And that's difficult because most people are self-absorbed, so they don't see beyond themselves. They just think that when they think, sorry, Max, Axis, when they think of the world, they think about themselves. Yeah, you're in the world, but you're in a smaller shell of the world. Just don't be of it.
Talking about the gods, so but without that.
I'm speculating when I say the word gods, but I do realize there's technology out there
Higher
that
beings or
yeah, we can use different words. But I'm talking about whatever's out there with nature. Humans, we can manipulate ever so lightly of it, but until we start saying we're going to put up another sun up there, humans haven't scratched the surface yet.
yeah, put the moon in place. There you go.
That could be.
Thus is why I mentioned leaving and exiting this mortal coil and becoming a blank slate of energy. If I'm lucky enough to be that. If not, then whatever happens to the dispersion of energy in the smallest form and distributed, so be it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, burn some karma. You had too much of a good experience, so you got a couple of negative experience. We'll let you become a baby for a couple of years, then you die, you suffer a little bit, and you burnt a little bit there. There you go. Or maybe you come back as a handicapped person, or maybe you'll let you come back as a cat. You know, again, there's many living beings in many forms, but it's usually when we get in these human forms, we start forming a lot of attachments, and that's usually in thoughts. So is it a soul trap? You know, is it reincarnation? Which it could be. We can entertain those ideals. But do we know anybody that's actually said, yeah, I came back? Again, they must have tell me they met an alien while they're there too. I'm speculating. I don't know what other people are doing, but I know I'm speculating.
I'm
It's a
just
nice thought
inspired.
experiment to think about. But ultimately, it don't matter either way, right? Because we'll know when we know. But it's a good thought experiment. It's good something to ponder. But at the end of the day, it's like the shape of the realm. It ultimately doesn't matter to our evolution as souls or as
Oh,
people.
Yeah, I've done a
can
few
I?
shows on soul splitting. If our souls split when we die,
Can
the idea being that the creator himself split himself into two or more to make us. So do we split to make more souls ourselves?
can I present this? He
Yeah.
who leaves this mortal coil with the least amount of unresolved issues and detachment has more of the potential of becoming something greater than potentially inscribed energy. It's a good life goal.
And what the Bible says, cast aside your family and hate your mother and father, follow Christ.
Does it?
Something like that.
I don't know about the following Christ part, but casting everything aside and resolving all issues and being able to release yourself from attachment is a very productive way of self-discovery and an acceptance of your transition from this mortal coil.
Yeah, it's very hermetic, So, yeah.
No, don't say that word.
I think we don't ever escape anything. Even our most darkest parts of our consciousness will face either in this life or the after spirit world or the next.
Yeah, face it now.
Yep.
It's just an observation that I have begun to try and live by. What would be your successful completion of this life journey, Matt?
My which? completion?
Yeah, if you were going to leave your mortal coil,
Yeah.
what would you consider to be the greatest thing that you would say that you set out to complete before you left your mortal coil?
Have a happy life.
Huh. Okay. How much self is involved in that?
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does self survive in the harmony of the constant?
Well, if I'm happy, the people around me are happy. Right? So it's kind of a self-perpetuating thing that expands outward, you know? I try to do good things for the people around me, and they do good things for me. And yeah, I really like my life. It's really happy.
Okay.
You know, when I go to the store, everybody smiles at me. When I'm at work, everybody smiles at me. You know.
So you're shown great acceptance and you find that is approval for your being.
Well, I like people. So that's for me. If people are happy around me, I'm happy.
Yeah, so I don't like people. So I can see where we would oppose each other on that. I am not by any shape or form in the least way amused or impressed by the human race as a species.
If you catch them at the right time, they're pretty good.
Individually or as a species? Because you can find a nice dog.
Well, the group mind can get a little wanky, yeah. But yeah, individually, yeah, they're pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Bex? She still with us?
I am. I've been listening. And what about me? What was the specific question? As I say, I'm listening, and then I'm like, well, maybe not as thoroughly as I should have. What about me? What?
Upon leaving your mortal coil, if you had to say that this was your life objective that you tried to complete and you felt comfortable with to leave that mortal coil, what would that be?
So I got stumped up on leaving my mortal coil because you know how I feel about that. If I were to leave my mortal coil, I just don't plan to leave it. So,
okay, well that's reasonable.
But
no, that's an
well,
answer.
not really. I mean, it's completely imaginary and as delusional as half the people on YouTube with their delusions. So, you know, I get it. But let me rephrase.
Let's say by chance.
It is a tough question. It is.
Yeah.
Pardon me, Max?
It is a tough question.
Thank you.
What would you consider, Dom, your situation under those circumstances?
I hope I've been of service in any small way, whether to others or to myself. That comes in many forms, whether I was of service to my vessel, service on my job, service to people that I love, the people that have loved me. And in that, there's a good chance I'll be happy in some moments, sad in other moments. But I already know I will eventually be rebooted out of this vessel. Whether or not it's from old age.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you were. I didn't know you weren't done, Tom. I
No,
apologize.
go ahead. Go ahead. No, if you guys want to share, Pam, no problem.
I would say my purpose has been around, or whatever you want to call it, has been around dismantling darkness and healing generational curses, the darkness within my family line, but also within myself, for like
So,
myself and future generations.
so it would be a inward struggle against what you would consider environmental effects, and then the dampening of that in further generations by your actions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. It just gives me kind of an insight on, the state of mind that you come from, and it
Yeah.
gives me a point of reference. That's all. It's not a trick question. It's just an observational state of each of you individually.
Wouldn't it be funny though if we sat there and had a big debate about it and we just got done talking about there's no right or wrong, as the nature of the panelverse would do?
What about you, Axis? I don't think I heard you. What about yourself, if you don't mind?
Yeah, I would want to leave without any unresolved issues, and definitely I'm at a loss. Give me a second. Unresolved issues and lack of attachment.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're a consuming species, and we do consume all kinds of stuff, whether material or in thoughts. So we do form a lot of attachments. And usually, when we're tested, is usually when we're in those moments where, like, I'm about to be booted out of the vessel. What am I going to do with all this junk? What am I going to do with all this information I've accumulated with thoughts? Those are form of attachments too.
I wanted
Yeah,
to, now that I understand sorry, I just wanted to say that I would want to be known as the person who reminded everyone that there was no mortal coil to leave.
You sound like Osho, Rebecca. He purposely did some stuff that people might not find favorable, so he would know he would come back again. So maybe you can keep coming back intentionally, which is fine. I think we all do in some small way anyway, whether in
But
a
to be
human
clear,
form.
exactly. To be clear, I don't want to trap anyone where they don't want to be trapped either. So in my reminding mortal beings of their mortality, eternity is unveiled. Oh, talk about fucking delusions of grandeur. We're really getting to back psychology here, I think.
I would also, as a caveat, want no one around me to remind me on my time of exiting of any of the memories that they had with me or that I had with them. I would want no influence around me whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Isolated and alone.
Yeah, it's kind of like going out in the woods and go back to nature. Yes, because pictures actually can capture in moments of memory. And for some people on a spiritual level, they might be attached to that, which could be a good thing. But again, it depends. Some people make attachment into a profession. And then they wonder what suffering is. Suffering is not about resistance to pain. It's attachments to a lot of things, whether it's desires, comforts, especially when you're in a form that has a stamp on it.
And we have been indoctrinated, whether any one of us likes to admit it or not, or been exposed to the indoctrination, that there is some type of potential after death that's going to be relative to the life you live here. That has yet to be proven. It's a good scare tactic.
Or distraction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It'd be different if some of us were saying, yeah, I talked to a person that's 180 years old. Now, most people are going to be talking to people that are 70 or 80 that passed away. And where did they go? Did they pass away? Did they move on? Did they die?
I enjoyed this talk. Thanks, guys. I got it.
Absolutely, Max. Pleasure having you here again.
Good seeing you again there, Bex and Pamela. Haven't seen
Good
you for a
seeing
while.
you also.
Yeah.
Yes, nice to see you again, Max.
We'll see you, Dominic. Talk to you later. Bye bye.
Take care.
And I think I'm going to take the opportunity to hop down now too, guys, because I've already been sort of fading in the background. And but I'm going to be listening and I'll be in chat. And it was such a treat to see you again, Pamela. I hope we get a chance to talk again soon. Thanks for having me, Access. Good to see you, Dom. And shout out to everyone
Always,
in the chat.
Beck.
It was great to chat with you, Bex. I really mean
You
that.
too. And so do I. I look forward to future talks and good luck in all that you're doing right now. And just in case
Oh,
that
thank
future
you.
talk ends up
You'll be
being
seeing me around.
good. I look forward to it. Okay. Take care, guys. Bye for now.
I think this has been very progressive and forward moving. Not that it has to end, but as compared to what I had to go up against these last couple of days to get this date, I think it turned out productive. So my endeavor was not fruitless.
It was a beautiful evening.
It's so good to see you again, Pam. I really missed you.
Well, I missed y'all. That's why I check back in and I lurk. I've been lurking for a couple days, but the energy just wasn't right. But today I decided I don't care what the energy is. I'll let the cards fall where they may.
And they did.
Yeah.
Sometimes, Pamela, it's your energy that's missing. The energy will wave towards. Then your presence will bring that energy. You know.
Yeah.
Other people like to fight with energy. Like there's certain people that were on your Access. There's no way I was going to come up here.
No, I wouldn't expect you to.
You already know it's noise for me.
Yeah, it would have been fruitless.
Yeah. There's enough people already enabling the situation. I don't have to contribute to it.
No, and I hope that for posterity's sake, anybody that wants to detour such behavior, it leaves some kind of instruction manual on how to do such.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I much appreciated this conversation. I'm gonna have to go. I got to go trim trees tomorrow, but I really value, and it was nice to resonate with everyone and do something a little different tonight. I keep to myself most of the time, so this was truly different for me for my routine. So I appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Pam.
Thank you, Pam, and you're welcome anytime. You know that.
Except for Tuesdays.
Oh,
and Thursdays, and third week on a Monday. So outside of that, and plus maybe Friday too. Outside of that, you're okay. No, let's add Saturday and Sunday to that. So you're okay on Wednesdays here.
Nice. At least I know.
Ciao, Pamela. If you're taking off, have a beautiful night, Pamela.
Yeah, much love, y'all.
Awesome.
Sorry about that, Access.
No, that's all good. This is what my objective was, and these are the fruits that pay off for me.
I got a question to ask you now, because I heard a question asked the other night there. Okay? I'm not going to say that I was still listening when other characters are on here. There's a certain culture that you said it's not your thing, but I didn't hear any other cultures, such as the Asian culture or the Indian culture or the European culture. Have you ever experienced those cultures? And do you have anything that you take from those cultures?
Yeah, Hinduism especially.
Okay.
I do have, I wouldn't call him a guru, but a life advisor who is a devout and true Hindu. I have my Native American advisor that in those instances I go to. I have a Judo-Christianity advisor. I have a metaphysical advisor. I have a Masonic advisor. I mean, if I have a pressing question into any of those realms, then I usually have a personal, someone I know on a personal level that I can go to that is very proficient in those fields.
Yeah, I ask because I'm going to assume a little bit in America, there's like clear cut cultures in America. It's even driven by certain colors of skins. Here in Canada, it's very multicultural. Even when people are, say, of a different type of color of skin, say dark
Hmm.
skin, I have to distinguish: are you West Indies? Are you from Africa? Are you from some other culture? You know, it's usually when you have a limited amount of cultures in one country is when people become stagnated. Like if you go to Italy, certain parts of Italy, it's nothing but Italians. And if you're coming from a multicultural country like Canada, a person like me, I feel kind of stagnated there. You know, it'd be no different
Well,
for me just going to Jamaica, for example, where unless I go to major cities, I can see multicultural. Sorry, that's what I was just sharing.
yeah, the one that I found um, that I fell victim to was the difference between a Shivite, a Hindu,
Hmm.
a Sikh, and someone from Islam, whether they be Sunni or Shiite. Now I can identify all five of them, whereas before they were all just Mideastern.
Yes, very true. Yeah. That's why I think in America they use the term melting pot opposed to, just, it's still a multicultural country, but they're trying to
Mm,
force a lot of people to be they want them to melt together. I said, no, you do have your distinguished difference. You got your Europeans, you got your Asians, you got your Middle East that live in those countries. They might adapt to the customs of commerce there, but literally they still have their traditions. Yeah,
absolutely,
yeah. And
absolutely.
some of them are more flamboyant than others. That's all. Like Spanish are very flamboyant in certain areas, opposed to Italians are flamboyant in another area, right? So, and then you have to differentiate even among their own culture, the men and women there, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you're dating multicultural, if you do not have an understanding or an acceptance of their culture, you're probably not going to be accepted by your choice of mate
Hmm.
family.
And all cultures, whether they're opposite gender or not, we're attracted to them in many ways, whether physically, mentally, or emotionally. So some people lean more towards the physical, where other people might emotionally be attracted to them more than say mental. So I only say that because I heard you having a conversation with so and so, and you guys were talking about, or at least you were sharing about culture. So,
Hmm. Yeah. That was probably one of my more profound understandings is that within a culture, the color of the skin or the reflection of their physical appearance does not identify the root source of what they are culturally assigned to.
mhm, true. Hence the word cult and culture.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And, sometimes you have to work with that. And some people probably won't ever get past that just out of the fact that they're not that minded.
True. Yeah. Yeah. There's
You know,
people that have been American Canadians for 20 or 30 years, but they still think that they're Italian or Portuguese or, Jamaican. I'm like, you probably were born and raised there to a certain point, but you also adapted another culture. It might not be as strong as some of these older cultures, but it's still another culture, whether it's in America or Canada.
yeah, that's why I separate culture and race. That was the breaking point with me, is not identifying a race, but their culture.
Hmm.
Because there's such diversity within a race of various cultures.
Wait, I know I mentioned last time I talked to him. Next time you meet Eddie, say I really enjoyed our conversation.
Yeah, he was. I actually positive positive response from it. You know, usually he's extremely critical of my endeavors, but no, he said you've done well. I was like, what? Right, real, yeah, well, cool. I guess according to him, I'm flowing in the right direction, and that says a lot. You know, from someone that I consider as astute as he is. I'm glad you enjoyed his company. That makes it much easier.
Well, I enjoyed the interaction I had with him. The other part I could tell he was just being entertained by certain characters.
Mm-hmm. He's taken measure.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in the wilderness and you're in unfamiliar wilderness, you're going to observe all the species and wildlife around you and how they conduct themselves, and then you will act accordingly.
Opposed to some people figuring they're in the wilderness, they haven't seen their surroundings, they're already pitching a tent, not realizing they pitch a tent like 30 meters away from where the bunch of lion cubs are.
Yeah, or the downward slope of a hill and it comes a torrential rain.
There you go. There you go. Okay, so I guess those are the kind of people you don't really need to be around that long.
Yeah, and nature tends to take care of them in nature. It's the sub intellect in that realm of understanding nature and the workings and fundamentals of the constant that used to be taken out by a type of environmental naturalist selection. But as we grew into these city states, we started protecting the intellectual mind. And instead of allowing them to become victims to their environment, we sheltered them in city states and held them in esteem for their knowledge and gave them institutions and campuses of indoctrination, which was eventually utilized completely by the government that generally governed that city state, and boom, thus you have the weak ruling the strong.
Are they ruling the strong, or the weak serving the strong, in the sense that the strong will wield them whatever way they want? I don't even know if they're strong per se at that point, but the ones that are doing the manipulating anyway.
I would say the scrawny, overindulgent, wealthy individual who says, okay, let's bomb this country today, right now. Well, he couldn't do shit himself. He probably couldn't fight his way out of a wet paper bag. But yet he can destroy countries.
Isn't that what monarchies used to do? Kings and queens?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if one of the kings says, I'm going to go out first and be the main person out in the field.
If they had honor to their cause.
Yeah. Now then you would follow.
That's why I said, if the human race was to be extinct upon me being first, yep, take me. Right now.
I think they're decaying just more rapidly, that's all. Hence why we have so many different ailments, even though probably the environment's playing a role in all of that. But that comes with civilization, especially when you start adding technologies to keep us nice and comfortable and entertained. As I'm talking while I'm in it.
That's the pharmaceutical industry.
Well, even the Wi-Fi and technology.
Yes, yes. Yeah, what you're subjected to, that's amplified. Now, here's an interesting one. Is yes, Wi-Fi has been here before our discovery of it. The telecommunications ban has been here before our discovery of it.
Mhm.
Satellite communication before our discovery of it. And it had no effect upon us until we amplified it and started utilizing it.
It's just accelerated because the towers are now smaller, and the tower comes in the form of a cell phone or a GPS device.
Yeah.
So we're getting all these ping sounds. Before it would have been radio frequencies, even when we line our houses up with electrical conduit. So that all affects us in many ways.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know, to the educated mind, if they go against that grain, they stand a chance of terminal.
So I missed that part. Terminal what? Access? Terminal what?
Is it terminal elimination? The soft way of saying killed.
Mhm.
But people don't think like that. They want to be crusaders. But when you can actually change the structure of an entire platform with the introduction of something as small as frequency technology, I understood what I was doing. I know I put my life on the line. And as I add to it and educate people more to the fundamentals and how to use it, the more to my detriment it becomes. But it's the best thing that I have to offer humanity.
Unless you're there to serve, and that, whether you know it or not, you probably do know, but you might be serving the bigger picture. And maybe this technology needs to be out there, whether people are going to use it out of naivety or ignorance.
Well, I think it's been withheld from them, and it's already been used on them. Would you not agree?
Withheld from them. Knowing that most people are ignorant, I wouldn't lean towards it's held from them. You would have to almost shove it down their throats, and then they can say, "Well, maybe it's held from us." No, you've had your eyes closed the whole time.
There we go. There we go. And that is a poetic way of putting it.
Most people are ignorant even how the technology works now. It's like when somebody says to be dominant, I just want to be positive. I'm like, okay, so how do you think a car works? How do you think electricity works? That's naivety talking at their point. There has to be a negative, and even like with a car, you need grounding. But what they're saying is, I want more happiness, more gratification. But they use the word positive.
Well, yeah. Yeah, because they've been conditioned to believe that the perpetuation of the society for the haves is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Just as long as you throw a couple loaves of bread at the have-nots.
Okay, so they pointed down and said, okay, they've been conditioned. Then you have to go back one step. You look within the mirror. My parents were conditioned. And then their parents were conditioned. Next thing you know, you found out there was some entity called Satan that a long time ago manipulated the human race. Okay, but he no longer has to, or it does no longer have to participate in it. No different than gods have participated a long time ago with nature. They no longer have to be involved anymore. So now, eventually, you've conditioned the sheep. You've conditioned the sheepdog. You no longer need to have the shepherd there anymore. You might even be able to put a fence there. So now, as people are talking about them, they're talking about their own that have conditioned themselves.
Yeah.
Even if the gods, even if the gods or even let's say Lucifer or Satan or whatever did want to intercede and said, how do I get somebody that have been culted up to tell them that I've kind of been misleading them? No, they're going to actually start putting up guards. Their protocols that they even built up themselves are going to be up there.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of effort for somebody to at least question where they live first and foremost, why they would actually want to serve that all the time. Then and only then they can start speculating what other people are saying. Outside of that, what they're doing is, I'm going to live in a glass bubble. And I'm going to look outside of it, and whatever anybody tells me, I'm going to reject it. But they're never going to question the bubble that's within themselves, first and foremost.
Well, no, that goes against conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
And good conditioning sticks.
Well, the ones that are usually done out of ignorance, yeah. It's like when somebody said, I'm not conditioned. I said, well, then what language are you using then?
Precisely. Yes.
But once a person becomes aware of it, then you know you're with a fellow tribe member, and we're all just kind of like journeying together, but we're not going to cult with each other, because then we'd be doing what they're doing, and just enjoy each other's company.
Mm-hmm. And that's more, that's grotesquely demonstrated on this platform.
Well, it was done in the book forms too.
Yeah.
It's not nothing new. You know, religion actually gives that away. State gives it away. The flat earther and globalist ideal gives it away. You know, governments, you know, they're not understand. Okay, so you're going to vote or not vote in this part of the world. What about how it works in other parts of the world? For most people, if they're honest with themselves, they'll say shit like, I just don't care. I said, then why would I care about what's going on in your country? Why would I even give a shit what's going on in your city, let alone in your household?
Or more or less you.
There you go.
That's where I come from.
But
See, there's
go ahead.
No, I can wait. I want to hear you. I definitely want to hear you out on this.
People are going to have a difficult time or challenging time when they hear somebody say, you know, I have no regards for the human race, because they don't realize, fuck, the human race never really worked together. They've been manipulated to give the illusion they work together, no different. They've been manipulated to kill each other for economic gains, to protect their flags. Go ahead.
You justify the cause after the indoctrination and the conditioning, and there is to no level that you cannot drive these people to do what it is you tell them or ask them to do.
I get it. Even Max said earlier, you know, but being happy and all that and helping the race. But the thing is, are we going to turn an eye to the fact that we've had previous recorded, I'm going to give it a benefit of the doubt, of previous generations of humans that we had war, neglect, sickness, catastrophes? Were they happy? Sell them the ideal that you're going to own something like the ideal of happiness, then we can take it away from you. You know, I guess I've always questioned when I hear my buddies say, I'm happy wife, happy life. I said, well, if you can make your wife fucking happy, therefore you can make her sad. Why would you want that responsibility?
That's why I learned after my second divorce that shit wasn't going to happen again.
That's what they do in governments. People want to be happy. Oh, if the government gives me what I want, I'll be happy. I said, that's a never-ending desire. Same with religion.
Yeah.
Same with science. Oh, science finally discovered something. I said, a moment in time, they've discovered something. But didn't they say that just a couple of hundred years ago? They discovered something and they just denounce all of that now. So how do we not know everything that we've been taught now with the small, meager little devices that we have now? Isn't it going to be proven that we're maybe short-sighted still?
I think it will.
Well, based on past history, I would say so too.
Yeah, I think that once people start tapping into true technology, they're going to find that it isn't bound to diverse elements.
But again, it's difficult to find all that stuff when you're still living in your little self-absorbed bubble.
Well, I really doubt that they would unless they deprivate themselves from it.
Or there is groups of people that are putting a lot of effort to get that stuff, and they figured, you know something? It shouldn't really be a secret to the human race, but fuck, they did fuck all. So why should we give it to them? Upside of this, they're just going to use the damn technology, and we need them as like receivers.
Yeah, that was the conflict that helped me come to the derivative that humans are a species. for the sake of one, I'm not going to save the species. Fuck no. If it is a malevolent, parasitical, self-destructive, heinous, environmentally destroying, resource consuming, me, but there's one guy sitting there going, well, I don't agree with all this because I like just hanging out here without any sound and just doing my thing. Do I save the whole species for the sake of him? Absolutely not.
Unless most people are self-absorbed, thinking, well, then I must be that one person. Yeah, okay. You're the one person. There you go. Again, we've moved in on other species, like the plant kingdom and the animal kingdom. I can't see why another species would not move in on the human race.
Mm.
Next time
Yeah,
you go, go ahead.
Like I said, I'd be the first one in line as long as the entire species was eliminated and destroyed.
A lot of us have been conditioned, you just have to go to a butcher shop and see all the other species laying there. Look at that, we're eating other species. This is delicious. Well, then why would it be no different if all of a sudden you saw, hey, there's Gerald's finger there. There's Margaret's ear there.
Yeah.
It's good for the gander kind of ideal. But yeah, I get it. People say, well, that's different. Of course, everything's different at that point.
Why? Because it was in harmony with its environment, and it learned to synchronize its persistency with a constant and a type of coherency that makes it okay to kill and eat.
Especially if we're erroneous and we're eating the wrong parts. We should be probably trying to obtain the energy from the creature, not the flesh of the creature.
I understand that.
Then we're uniting it. This is why you give that thank you very much, whatever beings within that vessel. I'm going to release that of you, and then hopefully we become part of it. Opposed to no, I just want that carcass. I want to nibble on that. It's like a lion. Lion's after whatever's in it. What's in the Cracker Jack box, not just the fucking flesh. But hey, that's for us to learn, and the ones that do learn, they can live. But this part of the realm that's going on, it's going to continue until it decides whoever's the players are going to change it, and they've been changing it. Change is always constant, so I can't see why somebody would not just harness that and say, we're just going to change it more openly in the physical form.
Right.
As much as people, some people, not a lot of people, but some people have openly talked about they don't really like AI. I said, because you've never really met a being that has that kind of information. Or it gives a false sense, well, then I don't have free will anymore. Well, that was sold to you. You have a will, but it's not free. You got to put an effort. Most of us, if you resist having a calculator, I can see you resisting having a phone. But if you've embraced a calculator, then you're going to embrace having a phone.
Yeah, it all leads to the same path.
Yeah. Now somebody might say, I don't really accept it. I say, okay, but you enjoy working for your company, right? Yeah. Well, if they embrace that technology, guess what you're going to do? It doesn't take the masses to do it. You only need a few strategically placed, and then the masses will follow it.
And that's been proven. Beyond a reasonable doubt, that's been proven.
Yeah. Now, if you built it, you should be able to dissect it. But for most people, they've never built it. So how would they be able to dissect something that they didn't build?
We'll leave that one to the philosophers because I've already made my determination.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where some people start. They start, and I've done it, I philosophize about it. The whys. Some people might do it scientifically, the hows, but that still leaves up to the question, why did it come to be? Most things that we live on this plane is about philosophy. How do we philosophize using language? How did it come to be? How do we convince a species called the humans to start speaking? Unless they can manipulate things in the unknown.
Well, that's why I said I don't think that I truly do not think that we were by random chance. The human and the diversity of life here, and even our resistance to the coherency between the constant and the persistent.
Yeah, it's a lot of orchestrating going behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there.
Mhm. Well, especially there's one major thing that I kind of ponder about. I don't see air, so what actually is it, and does it transfer all kinds of energy in and out of it?
I would say so.
Mm-hmm.
I would say almost as if a highway.
Mm-hmm.
It functions much in the same way.
You know, when somebody points to the moon, I said, "Are you also pointing at air?" When you're pointing to the sun, are you also pointing at air? When you're pointing to that plane up in the sky, are you also pointing at air? You could be in an elevator about to push a button. Is that air between the button and your finger? Where is air? Now, knowing that, I should humble somebody and say, Dom, well, then I've been playing with fucking things that I've known, yes. Order out of chaos. Chaos could be what's called air, the unknown. It could be other things, thoughts, the light, angels, demons, shapeshifters.
Well, didn't they contemplate that once as the ether?
Mm-hmm. I think they still do.
There you go.
Yeah. It's just not presented to the masses. They might hear the word, but they're not really going to go inwards with it. And so what does that really mean outside of the definition of it? What does ether mean? Is it an unknown? And we just given the name to it, like I give the name to the word air, or to something that I call air. I can call it prana. I can call it breath. I can call it spirit. See how I'm shape-shifting all the different names to describe the undescribable?
Yeah.
Well done, that's different. Well, fucking everything's different then, isn't it? Isn't water shape-shifting to something else that's different?
But like you said, Dom, they are so blinded by the 2 loaves of bread that they're being fed by the ones that are eating full course meals. They've settled.
Mm-hmm.
They've resigned themselves to servitude because of 2 loaves of bread.
Which would be fine. My question would be, why are you defending it or attacking it then? Especially when you start asking questions out loud just to see where people are at. And then they quickly get into this defense mode. I said, what are you defending? I don't know. So now the next question, what are you attacking now? I don't know. I said, okay, so how does that serve you then? To see whether or not they're humble enough for themselves. Now, they might have accomplished a lot of material things. They might have become a doctor. They might have owned a big house. They might have had kids. I said, but the simpler things in life, you don't really even spend time inquiring about.
Well,
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say that. That might not be of no interest to them.
it just shows how easily bought and sold this species is.
Yeah, we're all being trained in one way or another. They're not questioning all, or at least being shared, all the in and out of different kinds of crafts or things that we do or we're going to do. Then people might have even more questions. So why am I going to work again? And I'm working for how long? And for what? Well, you need food. I'm like, no, but that's not what I'm working for. I'm working for money right now. If I was working for food, wouldn't it make sense that I'd be producing and playing a major part in the food distribution and growing and all that? No, we don't do that anymore, son. Oh, okay. So who does that, Dad? Oh, it's a big conglomerate that does that. And we're supposed to trust them? That's an iffy.
You know, personally myself, I was afforded the luxury of being able to provide something that I could tolerate to generate revenue. But when I look at even my family growing up, they had such doubt in my endeavor because they had settled for what they had. Now that it led me here to this state of mind is the effects of people who had faith in my character, that I might grow with information and the proper nourishment.
Here's one. What about if, I'm going to use the word positive karma or healthy karma is based on the person that's running this realm says, yeah, you were an actor. You were able to distract enough humans down here to not do the true works. You'll receive healthy karma for the next lifespan. You were able to manifest and continue the novelty of war. Well done. Then people could say, well, maybe evil behavior gets rewarded. Sure they do. Keeps you in the material. Go ahead.
Yeah, that'd be like the United States patting itself on the back for defeating a part of the Axis forces. Who's to say that given a few years, the Axis forces became more valuable a society of productivity for everyone than what the United States or Canada or some of the other countries have to offer. That possibility was stifled now. And that's not advocating for someone to come at me and say, oh, you're an advocate for Hitler. No, I'm just recognizing you destroyed potential by indoctrination. And a lot of people died because of it.
Well, if you know that, regardless of how they got to that point, most cultures do not interact well with each other. Then to give them the illusion we're going to unite you together must be planned for more destruction.
Mm-hmm.
You know, talking about peace when you know the human race doesn't know how to have peace is just another way of saying, sadly, we're just going to have more wars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And another thing, too, is which completely eludes even the individual or the intellectually elite outside of the realms of the true technological avant-gardist. You've been replaced. You've done been replaced.
Mm-hmm.
So speculate. Go ahead, throw your philosophies around and sell your books. Documentaries. It's over.
Again, those are still the few. It's not the masses that are philosophizing.
No,
it's the few.
No.
You got to give at least kudos to the ones that want to at least look at things as a possibility. Most people that they're usually indifferent and they'll parrot shit like, right or wrong kind of ideal.
Yeah.
The ones that really understand or put, open up a couple of veils or protocols, they know what they're doing and they know what they're seeing. Where the masses, they're just knowing what they're parroting. They just might not say those words.
And if you want them to fall in line, take the loaf of bread.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It will ferment itself within your stomach.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But they're in good company. I know myself. The question I would go ask is this, and this is where people may struggle. They hear a person openly talk about being a criminal and say, well, you can't be a criminal. What do you mean? Well, why would you openly talk about being a criminal? Well, because I'm a good criminal. It'll be no different somebody hearing you talk about the demise of the human race. But Cax says, but you're in a human form. I said, who better to be able to explain that the human race might be destructed or it's time for them to be eliminated? Because I've experienced it. Now, some people that usually say, but I've experienced it too, and I really like some of the things I've been in. I said, yeah, but maybe you've only seen certain things and you're so self-absorbed, you can't get that beam out of your eyes and realize, are you going to speak on behalf of the people that are poor, greedy, people that are forced to kill one another? You know, it's always fun when I ask my friends, I said, okay, so who's going to defend the human race today? I'll be the prosecutor. What are you going to defend? You know, it'll be an easy fight. So there's so many things. Now you could throw in some beauty pleasantries, music, singing, dancing, delivering babies. Okay. So what about some of the dirty secrets behind the music industry? Well, they're the few. You know, what about kids that are going to grow up in neglected environments or they get abused? Because they want to take a moment in time. Well, I'm trying to show other things moment in time.
And they will show that momentary state of grief and even platitude, but that's momentarily. Yeah. That's not activism.
Would you like to have this conversation when your parents are on a deathbed? Sure, I'll gladly have that conversation. You want to have that conversation when one of your children you just found out as, about to die in the next couple of weeks? There's one. Or your child's crying because, for whatever reason. You know, it's easy to give those pleasantries when things are going well. But what happens when they're indifference? That's usually the best time to have those conversations. But most people, well, I'll entertain when times are tough. Okay.
One that you may find, I don't know, you may find appreciation in it, and you may not. But my endeavors forward with what I set out to do a couple days ago has not stopped. Don't think just because I was able to neutralize the adversity against this particular platform that I participate in. Oh no. Oh no. No. You done poked the devil. And I don't stop.
Those are endeavors that you choose to openly talk about. Power will be, whether it's your power or powers to be are going to help you. So be it.
Yeah, exactly. And the minuscule amount of information I gave and the technology that I gave, which is very effective and useful, there are multitudes of information behind that makes that look like child's play. So, they wanted to play, you know what it is? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. It's not like I hadn't warned everybody for over 2 years. I do both good and evil.
Well, most people aren't going to understand they're already in good and evil, but again, the people that are going to fall into those loops or traps, whatever you want to call them, are the people that are going to be in a group of people, and then somebody will say, well, we're going to do guided meditation. Well, I'm probably the few that's going to say, I'm not interested. Most of them are just going to say, something I don't want to stick out, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. Those are the people that are probably going to be affected by that. The ones that understand their boundaries, they're not going to be affected by that. If anything else, they're going to say, well, that's nice access. That has nothing to do with me.
Well, the objective, Dom, that if I am successful, that I cause enough absolute disturbance that it brings some attention to a larger group of individuals, and they will have to kill me. And when they do, I win.
Well, like I said, I hope I put the best on that endeavor. you're putting too much weight on the masses in between people. But if all of a sudden the ones that are of importance feel as though you've done something that's a disturbance enough that disturbs like the minions, they'll make themselves known. But if not,
Yeah.
just realize the masses. I don't want to be a doomsday, but the masses are sound asleep.
I added that in, and I'm not saying that I'll be successful.
Mhm.
I said if I were successful,
Mhm.
Not saying because there's been many innovators out there who have
Mhm.
failed miserably on their face. But I am hoping that with the right innovation and technique that I can create such a disruption that it becomes noticed. And then they have to do something with me.
They'll probably hire you.
I've been offered a tech job. I won't do it. No.
Oh, no, I'm
No.
talking about whoever they are. They're going to say, Axis, you scratched the surface. You got our attention ever so lightly. We're going to recruit you for a little bit more important things. Now, the people that are in these, what they call them, truth communities, or, the ones that don't like hearing the word tinfoil caps, they might get disturbed a little bit because they're the ones that say, I'm awake, I'm aware. Okay. But the masses are still asleep. They're busy in a structure system that even other players are trying to even transform that now to the new system. They don't want to have to put all the effort of getting to a different currency, making sure they get a more of a one global thing of humanity under. They're putting a lot of effort in all that kind of stuff. If you want to fall through the traps or whatever, they'll allow it.
Yeah. Whenever we're not on a public platform, and maybe sometime or another one we're able to speak freely together, you might find some things that I've uncovered that would be interesting, to say the least.
It's always going to be interesting. But when it comes to the rest, or what I've seen in a short group, like I've listened to other characters or hear other characters, whether on podcasts. I enjoy what other people have to share. But what I see in these like live platforms and all that, I can't even say it's a loop anymore. It sounds more of a, here's a couple of stones. I'm going to attach a rope to it and sink myself to the bottom of the ocean again. So it's the same old. But that's me because I'm the one that's going there. So I don't know what my real purpose in that this endeavor is. And when it reveals itself, so be it.
Journey of 1,000 miles starts with that first step.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully it's an inner step.
I like to try and weigh both into balance at a equally indifferent perspective at times.
Isn't that the concept of a gentleman's game? You don't put any weight on the outcome.
Right.
So indifference it's conscious indifference that I guess what I'm hearing you talk about, opposed to, out of ignorance. People are indifferent because it's just like, but really what they're doing is they're protecting some sort of attachments or resistance. When you're genuinely indifferent, it's like, okay, so he says that, she says that, interesting. I'm not weighing in on it. Everything else, it's opening me up enough so I can channel if I feel as though I need to add something that's not my own personal behavior or personality to it.
No, this is just to innovate your understanding of my motive in case you ever become confused or disoriented by some of the things that I might endeavor in. I would, rather keep a line of communication with you on the understanding that I endeavor into things that you wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Very true. No different.
But it doesn't make us less friends or doesn't make us enemies.
No, it doesn't. If it was friendly, I would want to hear openly, and then I say, okay, if I'm not interested, I'm not interested. It's no different than somebody else that says, Dom, I just want to work for some company. Oh, okay. Would you like to share what you enjoy of it? You know, this is not about forcing anybody to do anything, but for
No,
some people,
I'm sorry, Doc. Go ahead, please.
no, but that's what some people do. They don't realize how much when they are saying right or wrong, or I agree or disagree, or they have debates with each other. What do you think you're doing? Because if you know, if a person has a view, let them have a view. Who are you to take that away from them, let alone encourage them? Unless they grew up in that type of energetic environment. It might even have been spoken. It might even have been acted out. But for a lot of children, as they become adults, they were in those environments. And usually they were unspoken. Next thing you know, they're depictuating or acting out in an environment that isn't them. You know, when I hear people talk about right or wrong, or I don't agree with you, I'm like, who are you projecting at that point? Where did you hear this? Who told you anything's right, let alone wrong? Did your mom say she agreed with you and your dad says you didn't agree with you? Like, where'd you get these terms from? I never thought of that, Don. There you go. There's a start.
Well, at least you spoke a moment of innovation in them to think forward for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they probably don't get that on any regular basis or even a rare basis.
Well, especially we're living in an age of information. I'm not talking about the age of information where you can read it or hear it. I'm talking about the age of information. It's in the air. You can fucking pick it up. Our ancestors,
Yeah.
it's there. Just tune into it. What does that mean? Oh, okay, then you go in it. What are you waiting for fucking voices to communicate with you so then you can have that stereotypical thinking you're a schizophrenic? No, it's there.
Thus the and you got to forgive me for the cliche, Dom.
Mm-hmm.
Those that go on ayahuasca trips or heavy mushroom indulgences, and they go through this psychedelic thing, and they encounter a bad trip, and it affects them. Well, who's the one running around going, man, all of us had bad trips on that ship, man, don't do it. Because we experienced it and we are all fucked up now. You don't ever hear that. You hear how good it is for you. Extend your mind, your consciousness. You know, peer into another dimensional perception of things. Bullshit.
Well, let's get the ones that they go inwards and say, I had a lot of aha moments. I said, so you've discovered through that experience that it tapped into an old way of thinking or feeling or seer. So where some people don't understand, ayahuasca is not meant for everybody. Drinking fucking blood's not meant for everybody. Drinking urine's not meant for everybody. Smoking hemp's not meant for everybody. Same with fucking liquor. It's not meant for everybody. The ones that understand at a very young age, hopefully their tribe leader will tell them, we want to ask you to experiment this kind of elusive substance. So to see whether or not you have a gift that's been bestowed upon you. You can see through the hawk of an eye through a hawk. You can actually understand to be a seer or a shaman or whatever. But what most people are doing, monkey see, monkey do. And then they're giving a half-ass explanation of fucking what ayahuasca experience I did. Oh, Dom, I started to puke. I said, what diet did you go in there with? What do you mean, Dom? Well, you can't have a meat diet when you're doing fucking ayahuasca. And what was your intention? And who was the shaman that fucking played you like a fucking fiddle? And did you do it in Peru? Well, no, I didn't know those things. Really? Next time you jump out of a fucking plane, do it without a parachute, please.
Yeah. Please.
Why would I do that, Dom? Why would you do ayahuasca then? Well, because all my friends did it. There you go. Fuck, did you also do guided meditation while you're there? Do you moron? Now, I said that out loud because I'm hoping they're going to get a little irritated. I want to see whether or not they're fucking have some sort of emotion left in them. Now, why did you get upset? Well, Dom, I don't like the way you said it to me. I said, should I say it with a like Osho? Make you feel fucking sedated? Come on, your parents failed you. You just don't know it yet. And they were failed before you. Well, I'm doing a spiritual journey. Yeah, get the fuck out of here doing a spiritual journey. You're just doing it like when people go to fucking trips so you can take pictures and show your friends, look, I was here. I was right here. I was at a ashram in India. Okay. And what did you learn there? Just out of pure curiosity.
Kind of like when I first learned how they initiate a new temple priestess in the Temple of Shiva in India. That one was a little bit more than what I was ready to understand about the Shivite and the Naga. I was like, damn.
It's like any
Dare
endeavor.
one of them take that on.
Sorry, I was going to say, like any endeavor, they're always trying to weed out people to see the ones that are going to be, they can work with. Not to say they're even going to be a success rate, but they want to see, let's get the cream of the crop so we can actually work with them. You know, whether or not it's police academy and they're trying to weed them out to find the best ones so they can be in the CIA or KGB, whether or not you're going to be a future shaman or a mystic or a wizard or a witch. Oh, but those are demonics. Okay, let's play the ideal. You're living in a demonic fucking realm. So that's a given. So shut the fuck up. That's a given in my world. So let's carry on. You know, again, this is where people play these games where they think of the word demonic. They've already got a category for it. It's a bad thing. Well, I'm thinking it's just a fucking word you're using. And there could be things called demons here. So your point is what? No different if you said there's angels. At that point, please you keep your religion at the door.
Preferably.
Yeah, preferably. Why? Because this way we can entertain ideals at least. Because you're entertaining that ideal, but you're using it as a weapon now. You're using that belief system as a weapon. Why? Because you're Catholic? Are you Jehovah's Witness? Are you a Mormon? What game are we playing here? Well, no, I'm not playing a game. Well, most games have outcomes. So what outcome are you looking for here? Fuck it. They don't even get that part.
No, they're entirely too caught up in the expression of sharing the I experience to kind of, I don't know whether it's to impress or to show superiority or aware. What's the point? I thought it was for you. I thought the experience was for you.
And then they hear a little name calling from somebody else, and then they reveal themselves. You like when people like to do name calling. Okay, go over there. They're in a corner over there. They're on the left-hand side of the cafeteria. Most of the kids are over there. They like to do name calling. They like to make fun of each other. Go ahead, go over there. Or they'll brag about what they own. They have a posh fucking place in Malibu there. You can go over there if you want.
You know, I didn't cull the edges of death for a gotcha moment or a look what I done moment. Mm-hmm. I just tried to share some of the experiences that I had doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What comes right behind the got you characters is I told you so. What did you tell me? You know, you get those characters. I told you so. I know what's right. I know the truth. Oh, you do. Okay. For who? It's always fun when I hear people say that. But for who?
Anything less than self, then you absolutely failed yourself.
Yeah. Jesus saved me. Did I tell you that? Jesus saved me. From what? Oh, I was gonna jump onto the subway, and then Jesus pulled me over. Yeah, I was a guy named Jesus. Yeah, he breakdanced in there down at the subway, and his name was Jesus. Which is fine. Hey, if that motivates them in some way, I'm not gonna. I might be making humor of the situation. I don't know who Jesus is.
No, I have yet to meet the gentleman or the dude or whoever it was that was written about. Mm-hmm. More or less, I don't think I've ever met anybody by the name of Jesus.
But even if you do, okay. So, and then of course the next caveat is, he saved me. And then my question is, being that fucking retarded 5-year-old, From what? Simple question. From what? From sin. Okay, I'm still being that retarded 5-year-old. What's sin? Well, you're too young to understand that, my son. Oh, okay, so I'm too young. So can I ask this question when I'm 6 years old? Or 7? Maybe 8? Maybe when I'm fucking 85. Can I ask them? Same questions. What am I being saved from? And what is sin? Well, sin means you missed the mark. So how do you not know? Maybe you saying that you're being saved, you missed the mark. Maybe there's nothing to save. I'm putting it as a question. I'm not telling anybody that's true.
No, and I think that's where a lot of the innovation into this type of endeavor comes in is, speculation to try and reinforce belief. No. Speculation as an avenue of research to understand. Hey, I'm down. If it wasn't for that speculation, I probably would not have researched the things that I researched to figure out what I have come to understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm talking to another person actually at that point, and they're saying to me, Dom, I heard some people talking about being saved in a religion or something. I said, well, we can entertain those ideals. But when somebody tells me they're being saved or they've been saved, they're making it sound like it's factual and they've experienced it. I said, okay, I got questions to ask.
Yeah, and if you accomplished it, please enlighten me.
Please share. Yeah, enlighten me. I like to pursue wisdom. So there's a good chance if you experienced it and I can avoid having to do the hard knocks of life, then I can actually say I can avoid that. Wouldn't you want to teach your kids the same way? No, I want my kids to go through the same thing. I said, so then you don't tell them that you've been saved. Well, I wouldn't know how to explain to them. So then why did you say openly that you're saved then? Just ask them, why would you say openly that you're saved? Is there some sort of, do you get brownie points for that?
Which is more indoctrination and damn, I lost the word. But anyhow, it's the basic principles of religion and various other schools of thinking and thought that correlate themselves around a teaching.
Yeah, it's dogmas. No different if I start talking about somebody in America or Canada. So you voted for who? So how does that serve? What does it mean to be a liberal? What does it mean to be a conservative? You know what I mean? Like, how does that work for your country? And especially when people start talking about America, they're the best country in the world. I said, do you understand all the other political situations? Oh, they're not as good. Well, like I said, do you know them? Have you done some studying on that? Do you understand how communism works? Do you know how Marxism works? Well, not really. So then why would you make that bold fucking paintbrush statement that America's the best country in the world and you've never fucking studied any other country's political fucking situation, let alone economics? Then, of course, most people don't report. And if they find out you're not from America or you're just Canadian, they say, now you're just being a fucking child now.
Yeah, not that you're not an Earthling.
Yeah. I know. What are you going to say next? Well, your dad's a criminal. Yeah, well, my dad's a police officer. Okay, that means fuck all to me. But hey, let's continue this game. It's no different than economics. People want to understand economics, understand how the American currency works throughout the world and how other countries could perceive, or at least perceive how America is, especially if the media works both ways. If America's it sounds like as though the American the best in the world, there's a good chance in the other part of the world they're making America look like the idiots of the world, and vice versa.
Generally, from my observation and the research I do in foreign news and how they report on things.
Mm-hmm. Even though you got to break it down. Are we talking about the American citizens or the people that rule America? Two different things. And the ones that usually rule are usually the hidden hands. Now, they might talk about Bill Gates and all that. I said, there's a good chance they're not even fucking American citizens. People just assume, no, but he's not from America. Okay, but he does business in America. So that tells you America can have anybody ruling over them. They're not fucking making aliens or fucking another species.
Well, then they lose a sense of false security and control underneath of their government body.
But they like to complain about their same government in their body.
Oh, yeah. Well, everybody hates their captor.
Well, even
unless
that,
they're providing a good captivity.
but even that access, I think people are consciously indifferent or ignorant because it takes even the media to fucking generate that hate.
Oh, like weather. Yeah. Man-made media. The weather.
Humans are so fucking self-absorbed. If it wasn't the input of the media playing both fucking sides, they would be so fucking consciously indifferent. Now, would they be harming each other? No, they'd just be tripping over each other. So they have to play these games. We'll give them sports. We'll give them fucking Black Lives Matter, fucking green aliens fucking matter, fucking midget lives should have mattered. You know, all these different stories. Let's make the president or the next president a convict and then make him look like he's a good guy. There you go. Let's tell them that we're going to do tariffs next on another country. There you go. There's another story. And then people run with it. They run with it. So how does that affect economically? If America starts putting tariffs on another country, that most of the resources is coming from that fucking country. There's a fucking another fucking shake my head on that one.
Here's an interesting philosophy that my dad, my surrogate dad, taught me very early in my learnings of how to get along in this plane of existence. He said, "You got something to eat?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You got something to drink?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "You got a place to shit and piss?" I said, "Yeah." He says, "What the fuck's wrong?"
So true. You got all your necessities met.
Yeah. I didn't get it at the time.
Mm-hmm. But he planted the seed.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And when I reached that point, I understood what he was saying, how valuable that sandwich was, how valuable that drink was, and especially how valuable it was to be able to sit down in a clean private facility and carry forward with my business.
At this point, this live might as well just end because you just dropped the mic. That is the necessities right there. Yep. Especially when you're in the human form. You're feeding the vessel, you know, you're giving it liquids, you're giving it food, you're giving it a place to excrete it, those things that you just fed it with. And that's it. Now, if we're something else, then we're talking about, you know, advancement. You know, are we able to control or have a say in our next, you know, lifespan? That I don't know. And this is where people start speculating. Some people might even be aware of that stuff. You know, acoustic records that they might talk about. You know, can we read into it? You know, can somebody determine the next life cycle they're going to be? Like, are people just randomly picked to be beautiful, attractive, you know, homeless, having a certain sort of ailments, or is that designed? I'm going to speculate and say they're designed that way.
Yeah, the awareness that I was able to tap into, Dom, was not interpretable at first. I couldn't interpret it. It was like almost getting a migraine headache. And as I surrendered to it and stopped fighting it, that's when I became more aware of what it had to offer. And I'm not saying, yeah, I've got the Akashic records and all about that. No, just that minute awareness. You know, people like to think that, well, for the majority, they can just do a couple books, maybe a seminar, and then they're going to contact the Akashic records and go into some type of hypnotic age regression, and suddenly they're the queen of fucking Egypt. What? That's not what I experienced at all. Oh, well, I guess you're the Queen of Egypt.
Well, it's one of those things is where how you download that information. If you're downloading it with your hemispheres, it's going to be more of a struggle. If you can embody it, download it with your gut, that'll be a little bit more received. And again, that depends. When you're in the conscious state, it depends. Some people accumulate a lot of information with the upper hemisphere. So how do you think it's going to be when you're in that sleep state? Where some people, they know enough. I tap into my gut feelings or my gut. So therefore, when you're in that stillness, in that silent state, you might be able to get that information there.
That is a technique that did help further my understanding and acceptance and ability to comprehend what was happening.
One of the tricks that they do on the human race is give the men the false sense that they should fucking rule. They're not get the fucking women to rule. You would see how the realm would work way better and way differently. Because they would be using their gut the whole fucking time. You get a fucking bunch of men that use with their upper hemisphere. You get philosophers, you'll get scholars and scribes. But you get more scholars and scribes. Philosophers are at least tapping into something else a little bit. Those are the warriors that want to be warriors. Look at me, I'm a warrior. Fucking using upper hemisphere, you moron. Which is good.
Which said, to me, it was sadly enough that there wasn't a balance met between the two in a city-state. But they were actually one opposed to the other within the city-state implied by the ruling party. Once you start reaching a level of understanding knowledge and resource to understanding knowledge and information, well, they're either going to burn it down, hide it, or small pockets here and there are going to take what they can and try and preserve it.
Well,
because it doesn't serve the political agenda of a governing party of a political state until it gets out of hand. Thus, Constantine II and the adoption of the Church of Rome and Christianity.
Well, there's always a reason why they say the word out of hand. They're talking about a physical hand in action. As long as they keep it into the material, it's in hand. They're not understand. I said, so you guys are still playing by dumping everything down and then manifesting the material. Most of that information, you could burn those fucking books. You could fucking torch the person that's in that form. But that information still already exists and it'll never die. And when people are ready for it, in this case, the human race, or some people want to channel it again, it'll come back out, regardless if it's for the masses or not.
And
again,
go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, it's just more material at that point. People think that,
that's where I come to the understanding of the great clock. Is it does apparently go through cycles where it brings information cognitely to the mind through vibration, energy, frequency, and alignment and cycle. And it has peaks and lows.
Could just be even more spiritual beings coming back and manifest themselves in the human form, because the humans haven't been able to do it on their own. So then they just give them a little heads up and a little bit a leg up, and coming through certain prophets. That's why people speculate Jesus might have been an alien of some sort. Could have been. But even that, we're talking about a written work that could easily have been manipulated by any empire. Anytime you write anything down, it can be manipulated.
Well, yeah, it's the practical application and observation of whether it works or not that kind of determines whether it's factual or fabrication.
True. And if some of the written works, are they even meant for the material? It could be just solely for the spiritual. It'll probably give you a guide and know how to put little signs up on the tree while you're going through the forest, but maybe it's beyond the forest. But you have to go through the forest first. So whether you're reading the Quran, Buddha Gita, the Buddhism teachings, Buddha teachings teach a little bit about, non-attachments. Attached to what? To all the other ones. It'd be different if somebody said, I read the Bible and I was able to remove my cancer and grow 5 inches extra when I reached full height, or I was able to grow another limb. Well, no. So then how is that book really going to aid you in the material? Unless you're going to burn it and you needed some heat for the vessel. How's it going to aid you? It's nice to read. There might be some nice quotes out of it, but that's probably going to inspire you more mentally and emotionally. But on the physical, what is it going to do? So am I supposed to read the Bible to the baby, which I probably could, and it might embody it? But they use that Bible like it's the fucking gun that the Americans talk about. We don't have to arm ourselves. Yeah, with your arms, not your fucking gun, you moron. Bear arms, defend oneself. But from what? There's the question. What are you defending yourself from? Did you have a chance to flee? Because if you have a chance to flee, at least you're having a chance to not cause karma to you or to the other one that wants to harm you. It's like a bear. A bear might be protecting its cubs. Then you got to give it an opportunity to know that you're trying to flee. Because it's not going to chase you down just because you made a boo-boo. It'll chase you because you stand your ground and now you want to give the impression that you're going to harm it in some way, or at least its loved ones. People don't get
Well,
that
you
part.
presented yourself. Yeah, you presented yourself as a threat at that point.
And the bear might even catch on the fact that you might not even be aware of it, but just in case. And it'll give you opportunities to flee. But most people, ego gets in their way. Well, he's got a gun now, so I need a gun to defend myself. There you go. There's the perpetual fucking cycle. You're assuming that they're attacking you because they could just be defending themselves with that fucking little pistol. And now you feel as though you need to perpetuate by getting the same fucking gun. And you're going to say, I'm defending myself. Meanwhile, the other guy's saying the same fucking shit. There's two morons. Put a bullet to both each other's head. Do it to yourself.
Yeah,
This way.
Let them hunt each other.
No, they should hunt themselves. At least they put the karma on themselves. You guys are morons. I'm going to protect my family. I'm going to shoot another guy. You live in a civilization. You're going to be in prison now, so the next guy's going to rape your fucking kids and your wife. Get the fuck out of here. You want to protect your kids and your wife? Fucking remove them from fucking harm's way. Well, what happened if I can't? Well, then maybe count your blessings. No, maybe next life cycle you could do something about it. People spend way too much time fucking defending that fucking vessel. Way too much fucking time. How can you be defending your vessel when you go to McDonald's and eat shitty fucking foods? Yeah, I guess you got me on that one, Dom. I hope we're a fucking world stage for the fucking other entities.
I'm sure we are in some manner.
So yeah, guys, so Dom, I hope they're giggling at me. That of course that'll make it about me, right? Dom, yeah, you're humorous to no end. What you do behind closed doors, we laughing. There you go.
Yeah. That's why, I don't reserve certain things for the sake that maybe it will be an advancement in their elimination.
Oh, that has to occur, Access. That just has to. Now, how much is it? Is it going to be all done in one swoop? I don't know. But we can say the same thing as civilization. Other species had a fucking decline because of advancement. So I can't see if technology, in this case, bots, AIs, different types of artificial intelligence start, excelling, and then the human race has to decline.
And they've already propagated the fact, oh, we're going to war against the machine.
Okay.
Really? You are? Okay.
So did you like using the tank you have? Well, yeah, we're going to put AI on it now. So now it can just turn on you now. Okay. But it was okay to have a tank and a human inside of it shooting another human inside of another tank. There you go. Like, I don't see the rationale behind humans thinking that for some reason the human, especially when they've been openly talking about depopulation. And a lot of humans would probably favor it if they were coined out to say, listen, there's not enough of you growing your food and all that. So how about we reduce some of you? A lot of them would put up their hands saying that, yeah, we should do it. But which one would actually put up the other hand to say, I will volunteer first?
Well, one that did, they deified and then bastardized. That's if I'm reading my history right, according to whatever was propagated as Judeo history.
Access, I'm leaving in about 10 minutes. I'm going to get some sleep because Jude's having a tough time sleeping and I got to drive tomorrow. So,
Dom, I appreciate you showing up always, regardless of the air or what the situation may perceive itself to be. I'm a little more cognizant of what's going on than sometimes I show.
I'm happy to hear that for you, Access. For me, I just want to share whatever comes out of my mouth, and if it harms other people, I apologize, but I don't know why I should apologize, but because my intent is not to harm other people when it comes to what I have to share. Now, I might say some foul words out of my mouth, but that's just something I got to learn and develop my emotions on that. So, but again, I appreciate that you're getting what I get the impression you're becoming more healthier, I guess, Access, in the way you present your information.
Yes, I would think so and hope so. More effective.
And you've been handling yourself quite well with what I would call some types of noise. But along the way, I got to know more about you and your experiences, by the way. So I found that quite fascinating what you've experienced with your two wives. I thought that was quite interesting. Well done, by the way.
Thank you. I love them both and the concubines.
Well, I'm going to
Wherever in my
Access.
heart they shall always be.
Have a beautiful night.
Thank you. You too. Okay. Friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse, this has been another Rattblood Radio, and I am Axis Rattblood. Out.